We're going to call this meeting to order at 8:02. It is Saturday, November 16th. This is a special school board meeting for our superintendent final interviews. This morning we have 3 candidates that we will be hearing from. Each candidate we have 2 hours to wrap up our final interviews with, and I'm very excited. We had a very productive day yesterday, and I know all the board members got to meet one-on-one with all the finalists and really dive into areas that was important to us. And so at this time, what I'd like to do is turn it over to Dr. Brown from Hazard Young and Associates so that she can go through what she has planned for us for the each individual candidate and then for the day.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Zirk. Am I on? Okay. First of all, I just want to thank the members of the Board of the school board for the time and commitments that they've placed on this very important process. So thank you all for being willing, able, and excited to get to know all of our candidates and the 3 finalists yesterday, and for your continued work today. So the plan for today is we'll be meeting with the 3 finalists for 2 hours each. These are long sessions, so we've broken it up into parts. In the first 30 minutes, the candidates have been asked to present their 90-day entrance plan to the Board of Education. They may not take the entire 30 minutes. Several of the candidates have said that or 2 of the candidates have told me that it might not be 30 minutes. I said that's fine. After the presentation, each board member will have 5 minutes to ask questions of the candidate on the presentation. So that first set of questions will be in response to the presentation that's provided. The second activity is this inbox scenario, we like to call it, and it gives the board an idea of the decision-making capabilities of the superintendent, because what we do is we give them a scenario of several events that are happening in a confined period of time, and then they will tell you how they would react to those situations. I'll be asking you to look at their prioritization, their judgment, and their communication skills in those for that scenario. I will read the scenario aloud because this is a public forum and it needs to be public, but we'll also be handing the scenario to the candidates in writing. We will then excuse them for 5 minutes, which allows the board to, stretch your legs, and the community, everyone, welcome. I'm glad to see many of you back here, but it'll give you a chance to not be sitting for 2 straight hours. And we'll give them 5 minutes to prioritize, outline their thoughts, and then they will have 15 minutes when they come back to tell you how they would handle the situation. At that point, each board member will have 5 minutes to ask the candidates questions or ask them to comment on anything within the legal realm of questioning. Then the final activity will be that the candidate will have 15 minutes to either present a closing statement or in addition to, I should say, ask any questions that they have of the board. So that will be the final 15 minutes. That makes up 2 hours, and we'll be doing that 3 times today. 1 at 8, 1 at 10:15, and the third one, I'm going to say 1 o'clock? 1:15. Any questions about the procedures? And again, thank you in advance for your time and attention to this very important matter.
Thank you. And just keep in mind for our audience that is here today, and we do have citizen input, and that will be at the end of all 3 presentations. So if you would like to speak during citizen input, we did have citizen input at our last set of interviews. We have cards that are right over here on the desk if you'd like to grab those, and then we'll make sure that we have you come up at that time. So it looks like we're ready.
Okay. I shall go get Dr. Ani.
Can't wait still, huh? Sorry.
That's okay.
No, I mean, I feel bad for you.
I'm not contagious.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Ani.
Hi, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Ani.
I know we've shifted before, but welcome again.
Hi, Suzanne. Thanks for having me. Good morning. Good to be here this morning. Good morning.
Well, welcome again. 3 days. It's I can only imagine. This is like a marathon for you. So we do appreciate all the time that you've given us, especially yesterday for the interviews that we had. And I know that each candidate yesterday had a chance to go around and visit some of our schools and meet with our cabinet members. So what we're going to do is, I know Dr. Brown has reviewed the schedule with you, but for this portion of our time with you, you have a 30-minute time frame that you're going to present your 90-day plan to the board, your first 90 days. But not knowing how long it's going to take you, Mrs. Diagresta will give us a 3-minute notification that we're coming to that time. So we're going to just open it up to you.
Wonderful, thank you. First, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and it has been a whirlwind several days, but have very much enjoyed it and getting to know a great place, great people, and really learn more about a great opportunity. So thank you for that. So during the first 90 days, and have prepared a little bit of information here, and if I'm under 30 minutes, I think that will probably be okay with everyone, right? Very good. So starting out, during the first 90 days, the plan will really be in 3 phases. And did want to share with you that while a change in leadership is an exciting time, it's also a time of transition. And recognizing that it's an important time to really build relationships and establish priorities. So my goal will really be to listen and learn, to share and engage, and to collaborate and plan. So those are really the 3 phases that I would look at in those first 90 days. Of course, those steps would be ongoing always, but really helping to kind of formulate and guide that time. So the reason for that is there's some really good positive momentum in Indian River County. There are also some things we've discussed over the last several days that would be some immediate maybe needs or things to look at. And I would really be excited about that and working with the staff, community, schools to really make that happen and see where our priorities are. So all aspects of this plan will be rooted in the current strategic plan, which is really, as we know here, Goal 1, student success. Goal 2, culture and climate. Goal 3, high quality workforce. Goal 4, communication and engagement. And Goal 5, strategic partnerships. So the first phase of this would be really about students and parents. That's always key. And it hits all areas of the strategic plan as well, 1 through 5. So really looking at meeting with high school and middle school student leaders, students will tell you what's happening. They will. They will be candid, they will be honest, they will share their experiences. So I'd really want to interact and work directly with students and at middle and high schools, and of course at elementary as well, but having those focus groups of middle and high school students and ultimately leading to a middle and high school advisory group so that students are always part of the process. So this would be the beginnings of that. Visiting all the schools and of course getting into classrooms to understand student programming and unique offerings. And then also, really importantly, engaging in school events, being out there, visible, approachable, talking with lots of people, attending school advisory council meetings, PTA, PTO events, and really just getting the unique culture and dynamics of every school community. That would excite me, and I look forward to that. Of course, all of you are very important to this, and part of that listen and learn phase would be really working with school board members, each of you and collectively, to look at how we're going to meet, how we're going to communicate, what are some preferred methods. But really importantly is asking, I think I mentioned this throughout the last couple of days, really asking you for some key contacts and connections in the community that I should be meeting with and getting to know even better. So really getting that from you individually and collectively, but really setting our pace of work and communication, and hopefully also engaging in a workshop style format so we can really look at that type of training component together. So I look forward to that as well. So very much a big thanks to Dr. Moxley. She has been so supportive and kind throughout this process. And one of the main reasons, too, that I looked at Indian River, and I've not applied to other districts in Florida, I applied to Indian River, was because Dr. Moxley would be part of the transition and a person to go to and to really help for that to be a smooth continuum. So that was a real incentive as well. So I look forward to working with Dr. Moxley to learn about current practices, initiatives, other areas of interest, but also meet individually and collectively with district staff to understand what are the successes, what are some of the challenges, the major initiatives. So I had the chance yesterday to visit some of the schools, to go on a great tour of the district. And I want to give a special thanks to John Teskey and Greg McDonald. John in particular had such an incredible history, and getting to know some of the community through his lens, as he has such a great family connection here. I really appreciate that. And of course, Greg filling in all of those technology pieces. We had some really great conversation. Also mentioning district staff, special thanks to Nancy Esplin for her guidance through this process, and also Peggy Pozell. We had an immediate connection with the name there, of course, but they've been really kind. And everyone I've encountered, just to share with you, has been so welcoming and kind, and really represented what Indian River is, which is really a strong community. So, and also Ron Fagan. He was my guide throughout all the activities yesterday, and also just a great sense of humor, and enjoyed meeting with him and learning from him as well. So very importantly here too is working with school leaders. So getting to know this, again, the unique school communities, where the priorities are for principals, assistant principals. Got the chance to meet the great administration at Dodgertown Elementary yesterday, got into some classrooms, saw intervention time. The level of expertise and understanding, I would love to learn from each and every school team on whether their priorities are challenges and needs. Also got to visit at Wabasso School, which was awesome, and Treasure Coast Technical College. So along the tour, got to stop along a couple of places along the way and really enjoyed that. So going through also with employee groups, and this again goes to all aspects of the strategic plan, it would be very important to meet and listen and learn and have roundtables with, and establish a schedule and a meeting plan for the teachers union group, which I've shared with you over the last couple of days, have a really great history in having some of those working relationships and really getting into a problem-solving, collaborative, really relationship very early, as well as all the other employee groups that make things happen. Transportation, nutrition services, maintenance. I mean, look at what just recently with Hurricane Dorian. Everyone galvanizing to come together to prepare. I would love to get to know the teams and day-to-day operations, but also in special times of need such as that. So looking forward to that. Certainly a very important piece, and I hope this has come across in the last couple of days, is my joy and passion around working with community organizations and aligning the needs of the district with some of the supports that community organizations can offer. And I've had some great experience in that area. Specifically, I mentioned a collective impact work in Collier County that I've been fortunate to be part of, with the Education Foundation really as a backbone of that work. But it's been very exciting. It's a transparency that a district needs to have, because you have to be willing to share and be a little bit vulnerable around the data, where we are performance-wise and where we need to go in order to align resources to really meet the needs of students. But I relish and enjoy that work. So I definitely want to meet with many of the organizations as well as the local law enforcement agencies. Had some great discussion with John Teskey yesterday about the partnerships. And that is fantastic. An school resource officer in every school, and had the opportunity to engage with one of the school resource officers at Wabasso. The pride and commitment and the ownership, that was fantastic to see. I'd heard about it, but to have that exchange. So would look forward to setting up some key events, calendarizing really some of those meetings with community organizations, our partners, whether those are healthcare agencies, local law enforcement, really prioritizing that time together. So moving into the next phase of the plan, and these are kind of overlapping, please know that all of this would be ongoing, but is to really share and engage. So with that, first and foremost, student success, and this ties right into goal 1 of the strategic plan, is really looking at an in-depth review of student programming, the resources and materials that we're using, curriculum guides, all of those really important pieces. Something we briefly talked about the other day was the upcoming revision of the standards. It will be a very critical time as we get more information from the Department of Education of how we would roll out and support professional learning in English language arts and math for all of our students, but most importantly our teachers and principals to help in that way. Of course, looking at current local and state assessment data, the whole picture, and not only in the aggregate, but disaggregating to student groups and seeing really where our pockets of promise are and our pockets of need. Because we can take those pockets of promise and replicate them across, and we're always going to have needs, but how do we address those and what are the most urgent needs? So we'd really be looking carefully at that. We've talked a lot about equity over the last couple of days, and that is a word you'll often hear and see. It's very much front burner, but I think it's really important to define what does equity mean to this community. And I've been part of some of that work of defining equity because a localized definition that is formed by the community, by educators, parents, students, then it has meaning. What does equity mean to us? And part of that equity is not only students that have significant needs, how we address those, but also our highest achieving students. How is it equitable for everyone and how do we meet individual student needs? So those are some of the things to consider. Also, have a real passion around STEM to STEAM and fine arts. And I think we're going to need to consider how we continue to offer music and fine arts in the whole continuum K-12. I think that will be an urgent priority because that's important. Students need to have a full roster and continuum of extracurriculars, but also during the day elective programming from elementary through high school. And that just grows the engagement piece for students. Fitting right in with that are academic competitions. Another passion area. How we get students engaged in, think about this, mathletes at the elementary level. Elementary students coming together to compete with math. Students coming together around Scholar Bowl and academic competitions. A lot of that's already in place here, but I would want to see where we are with that and strengthen those areas if possible. Also, professional learning. Really important to have an overarching plan for that, and much of that is in place, but examining where we are, how we're supporting teachers in professional learning, but also very importantly, how we're supporting a whole leadership continuum. So there needs to be a whole succession piece from aspiring academic coaches to aspiring administrators, support for new principals, support for current principals. All of us need ongoing professional learning. So how we would accomplish some of that. Also looking at multi-tiered systems of support. So the multi-tiered systems of support, some of the great work I saw yesterday at Dodgertown, is really how we're meeting student needs and intervening just in time. Looking at that whole piece and how we can further support that. Much of that is already in place too. It'll be tweaks, enhancements, and discussions to continue that work moving forward. And also looking, of course, at an in-depth review of related services. And that would include school nursing, mental health supports, all of those things that go into students bringing their whole selves to school. It's not just about the academics, but how we meet all of the needs. So I look forward to that. I know that was quite a bit of information on one slide, but it's a lot to consider and a lot to be excited about. So finances. Certainly, and I had a great opportunity, as I mentioned, spending time with Mr. Fagan a little bit yesterday here and there. And we would be looking at current and proposed budgeting and also historical expenditures over time within each department and within each school, so that we can really help schools and departments to forecast based on that 5-year review of where have the expenditures been. Are we leveraging grant funding and other supports in the optimal way that we can? And also, really importantly, and I think this is to be commended for sure, the strategic budget opportunities that have already been identified, seeing where the progress is there. An example being the staffing allocation formula. Where are we with that in terms of helping each school to have really an equitable staffing formula, but then how do we differentiate based on needs? So I would really look forward to that work. I have some great background in that area, have led a differentiated staffing work group process for a number of years, in which fair doesn't mean equal. There will be schools that will need additional supports, but how do we come to a standard framework for staffing allocations and then move forward from there? And then looking across operations, where are some ways that we're really shining in being fiscally conservative, and where are some ways maybe that we can make adjustments? So I would look forward to working with departments, working with schools to certainly make that happen. So safety and mental health, and this is really around goal 2 with culture and climate, is to really look at the status of our schools in each school site, and we had the opportunity to see, the single point of entry, some of the work that has been done there, the perimeter fencing, also the aesthetics and the feel. So we want to protect that as well, and it's really about a learning environment that is safe for everyone and has that feeling, but also being mindful of the learning environment itself. So I would look forward to some of that work and working with the community and staff to really make that happen. And also looking at how are we continuing to grow in social emotional learning and mental health supports. Just as important as academic skills are students growing in grit, resilience, sense of belonging. All of us need that sense of belonging, and we need to have that as adults, so that's also part of working together to foster that in employees in order to make that happen for students. So I'd be excited with that work, as you can see, a passion area of mine. So continuing on with sharing and engaging, and this is a deeper exploration and learning about some initial observations. So looking at the current short and long-term projects of the district. That would include certainly the decisions that are pending within 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, projects that are in progress, to see where they are, any adjustments that need to be made. The status of facilities, transportation, nutrition services, there will need to be adjustments. I've learned a little bit around some of the school choice options that are here in Indian River County, and looking at that landscape and how we're going to adjust, how we're going to best position the great programming that's happening here in district-operated schools while supporting the school choice process, including charter schools, including maybe home education services as well. What are some ways that we can continue to really work collaboratively, offer many great choices within the district, but also highlight and shine and be proactive in putting out the great messaging that's happening in all of our schools. So I would be excited around that as well. Had the chance with Greg McDonald to learn a little bit about the technology infrastructure yesterday, and where we are with ratio with student to technology. And that's exciting because really technology is meant to be an organic tool in my view. It's not a siloed activity that we're going to use technology today. It should be part of just a continuum of tools that students have access to. And students need to feel comfortable and able to engage with that in order to be college, career, and life ready. So it's looking at access to technology, equity of access to technology, and what are we doing with the technology? Not a $600 worksheet. How are we engaging with, and students are using the tools to really understand and build their skills. So I would love to be part of that. Have some experience with an initiative called Instruction Through Digital Innovation, in which teachers gain more confidence and professional learning by using the tools themselves, and then that naturally and organically becomes part of classroom instruction. So would look forward to learning and sharing more about that. So in human resources, another area in which I have some experience and got to meet the great team in HR yesterday and fully know the large universe that they're working within. And it goes all the way from that onboarding of new employees to the retention efforts. And it would be exciting to be part of that because I certainly have a passion in that area. But part of human resources would certainly be reviewing where we are with current contracts, collective bargaining agreements, the negotiation cycles. How are we bringing new staff into the district? What is their welcome? Are they feeling that they are now an immediate and essential part of the team? I think so, based on all the things that I've seen and been part of, but I would like to learn more about that process. And also retention efforts. How are we really supporting and recognizing the great work everyone's doing? Again, I think some of those efforts are really strong, but how can we even enhance those further? Also volunteers. The volunteer program, what is the status there? How are we maximizing all of the incredible expertise within the community to be part of the process? And also an area of focus too would be at schools maybe that need some volunteer support, because we know that's not always an equitable picture. How can we help to get some of that great support to schools that maybe need that? So really excited around looking at human resources, the evaluation systems, and all those related components. So continuing on with this phase would be communication and strategic partnerships. And this would be really continuing to learn about the incredible culture, the history of the community, the imperatives of the community, and understanding too, what are our current protocols for both internal communication and external. So how are we, and I received a great newsletter that's sent, I think, every Friday. I was reading yesterday evening, just a recap of some great things that are happening in the district every week. That's a great example. It's pushed out through social media. Those things all add up, those touch points, to really keeping people informed. And parents, community members, students. So are we leveraging social media opportunities? Are we sharing the good news? And I think that we are, but how can we continue to grow that? Also, engagement events. So while I'm here with you today, if I was back in Collier today, I'd be at the 5K, which is a big event. It's a walk-run. Almost 2,000 people, 1,500 to 2,000 people. Community members. I walk normally, I'm just going to say. There are runners. I'm walking it. But some people are chipped to get their time. We have little ones with strollers. We have school teams all wearing their colors. Those are some of the events that I've been part of and excited about. So engagement events where we're bringing everyone together to learn and grow. Just this week as well, I was here also for this one, but the team sent me pictures, was an expo all around exceptional student education. So community organizations came together in one of the high school gyms and shared their supports beyond the school day for students with disabilities. And there will be one in one portion of the county and another later in January in another area of the county, because it's equity of access. So in a large geographic area, how do we make sure that we're getting services where we need? Just yesterday, too, got to hear a little bit about the diversity of the county with Fellsmere, Sebastian, Indian River. I see a lot of parallels with my experience there. It's unique communities within a larger county, and how we honor those, the identity of each community, while bringing everyone together at the same time. So that's a strength area. That's something I really enjoy, and that's part of leveraging not only communication, but those strategic partnerships. So this comes to, and this is the shortest portion here, because a lot of the next steps on collaborating and planning will really be determined by the time spent visiting, learning, talking, sharing, and engaging. But this next step would be based on the current strategic plan and also the results of phases 1 and 2. I would look forward to refining some of the accountability measures. The strategic plan is very strong. The areas are absolutely cohesive. They make sense. But how are we measuring that? So I would look forward to working collectively to put in some really measures by year, so an annual measure of some growth, and then continuing that process. Also, I've shared with you over the past couple days some areas in which I really do have some passion around instruction and moving achievement forward for all students. And that's engagement, grade appropriate assignments, and making sure every student has access to grade level standards, strong instruction, and high expectations. And while those are really classroom driven, I think they can be applied across an organization too. High expectations, engagement. And when I think of strong instruction, yes, that's classroom based, but being strong in our roles in whatever those are. So those are some of the areas that I would look forward to engaging in and being part of in the first 90 days. And then, of course, sharing with all of you some of those results, observations by April 2020. So those would be some of my plans.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. You had 4 minutes left, so you're doing good. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll open it up for board questions, and we'll start with Dr. Schiff, and we'll just we'll go around, and each board member has 5 minutes just to keep it on schedule. I have the assistance of Mrs. Diagresta here, so.
Do you want a 1 minute warning?
I've noted I have 6 questions here, which I'm probably not going to get to in 5 minutes. So I'm going to read a couple of them, and I'm going to let you choose where you want to go with that.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
I'm going to do that in 2 segments, questions 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, and 6. You mentioned the strategic plan several times, and you mentioned you thought it was a good plan. We're in the process of looking at that. Can you tell me what you think is missing from that plan and what you think needs to be revised, updated, reevaluated? 1. And you can tie that to actually number 6, which is you talked specifically about refining some of the accountability measures. Can you give specific examples of where you see that? I'd like to know more about how you'll interact with Mr. Fagan around budget and specifically around creativity and innovation in specific areas, and if you could give examples of that with the budget. I'll stop with those 2 right now.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So the strategic plan, I do think, is a strong plan in terms of the overarching goals. In my experience, it is important, though, to have annual measures and key performance indicators and really putting some metrics to some of the outcomes. So, for example, there is a portion in which we're looking at additional students going into advanced studies or rigorous coursework, and specifically students that are minority going into advanced studies or rigorous coursework. but not necessarily a metrics tied to that. So looking at where we are, so the current baseline, and then looking at how do we incrementally increase each year. So setting really a 3 to 5 year projection on not only participation, but also pass rate, because we want students not only to be participating, but also to experience success in courses. So then underneath that is, how does that happen? And those would be specific strategies. So the specific strategies, for example, in that area, would involve professional learning opportunities for teachers and advanced studies coursework. Additional supports for students through counseling. These are just some examples. They would need to be developed collaboratively. But that's an example of really looking at some key performance indicators around the strategic plan and also some measurable components to it.
Thank you. And I'd like to, if we have time, but to come back to some of the creativity and innovation you see opportunities in the budget. You talked about school choice options. School choice is school choice within the district, but we also have charters coming in. We have a variety of things. How are you going to, through using creativity in choice, keep kids in our district and in our schools? Part B, sort of related, sort of not. Talk to me about thoughts about leadership academies for teachers, for administrators, for students. How do you see that playing out so that we're developing future leaders? I know those two things are not related, but go for it.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you. So I do have experience and background in working successfully with charter schools and ensuring that they're part of the collaborative process. So one thing would certainly be making sure we have a regular meeting schedule and times for charter schools to be part of, and not saying those things aren't in place, but that would be something to certainly look at. And part of the process, because we want to strengthen all schools within the district and make sure that we're providing supports. As far as with district-operated schools, we need to really, and I've seen some real success with this, share the good news. Be very proactive in putting forward the great programming that's happening. Certainly the magnet programs within schools, the extracurricular offerings. And yesterday learned and got to interact with staff that every school has a unique culture and different things that they're bringing forward. We need to celebrate that. So a lot of it is about really putting forward and not being reactive in sharing news or interacting or talking about what's going on, but being proactive and sharing the great news at each school. So that's something that I would see as an attractor to look at student enrollment, to look at what is the history of student enrollment over time at schools, and what supports do schools need to be successful, and what really looking at increased achievement at each school is also an incredible attractor. So we'd look at where we need to provide additional supports to help each school achieve even more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh.
Mrs. Justice.
Thank you very much. The two areas I'd like to ask you about today are finances and safety and mental health. Safety and mental health specifically, what are you doing in Collier County? What is the district in Collier County doing regarding student safety and mental health? As we know, it's been said that the legislature is kind of building the plane, they are playing while it's flying as far as changing some of the measures around school safety. If you could speak a little bit about your thoughts about the Guardian program as well. As far as finance is concerned, you touched on it a little bit, that in the budget, we're going to have to make some decisions about some of the millage money. We have 31 teaching positions, specifically art, music, PE in our elementary schools that the millage supports. Can you talk about your opinion about that, and then any plans or thoughts you may have going forward and what to do about that situation?
Absolutely. So starting with safety and mental health, I've been fortunate in Collier County to be really part of the process as a cabinet member, hearing the entire picture and landscape in a district of about 48,000 with Indian River close to 18,000, have some parallels in looking at that whole picture. So certainly it's about hardening of schools, the single point of entry that I discussed a little bit, the overall campus security, but also importantly in Collier, we've engaged in a process too where we're looking at not only the school campus, but also each classroom. So that's an important part of the puzzle as well. Very much tandem with that, though, is the supports for mental health. We know we need to be proactive. We know that signs and symptoms are there in most cases, unfortunately, where there was a concern with campus safety or a student safety. And so being very proactive in looking at the mental health support picture, social workers, psychologists, school counselors, and making sure that everyone feels confident in order to be at their best to support students at the classroom level, non-instructional staff, school leaders. To share a little bit quickly too, I know with time.
Yeah, I just would like to hear your thoughts about the Guardian program
Absolutely.
specifically.
So with the Guardian program, I think that the model which is in place here and which I also have seen in my work is having a law enforcement officer on each campus is the optimal. And with the but more people could certainly be better. But as far as teachers, I am not supportive of teachers. Moving forward with teachers having being armed, or I'm just going to be always candid and authentic with you, but is there room for other ways in which the Guardian program could be put in place? I would be open to discussing that. So certainly there's places in which security guards are being used as an additional to the law enforcement officer. There is room for that. Always more people may be better. But I think we'd have to look at the unique landscape together here. I definitely want to work with the local law enforcement agencies to also get their perspectives and opinions on that.
Great, and if you could just speak quickly about the millage and the teaching positions.
So looking at that and realizing that the art and music positions, I feel is definitely vital that there are full offerings elementary through high school, and that students are exposed to the arts and also electives all the way through. With that being said, we really would need to look at making some difficult determinations about putting that back into the operating budget. That won't be easy. That's a big expenditure, certainly. But are there other funds that can be leveraged in order to offset that? Are we maximizing, and to go to some of the innovative budgeting, are we maximizing all grant funds? Are we maximizing community philanthropic efforts to support some of the unique and innovative programming we would like to see for students? So I would look forward to having those conversations, kind of looking at the whole landscape together with the budgeting team and also with schools to see if we're able to, through that staffing allocation formula, come to some efficiencies that could offset some of the areas in which we need to provide additional staffing.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you for asking those questions. So I've got a couple ticked off my list. You mentioned roundtables, and specifically you said union, community groups, partnerships. So let us know what you mean by that. How often would you meet? How would you do that? How would you bring groups together and align them to the needs and the resources that we already have in the district?
Well, I shared a little bit around the collective impact work that I've been involved in. So that's a very, in my experience, a set schedule around quarterly meetings as well as monthly check-ins to really dig into the work with some of the community organizations. In terms of unions and different focus groups with employees, would definitely set up a regular schedule. Look at what's existing and in place, because I'm sure there are a number of already good efforts happening, but it would need to be on a consistent basis so that we're not just coming together when there's an issue or a challenge, but coming together to have conversation, to exchange ideas routinely, and that may be monthly. Maybe it's every other month. Maybe when there's something, currently that we're working towards, it could even be weekly or biweekly. So depending on what the needs are, but it does need to be consistent. So not just when there's a concern or an issue. In terms of focus groups and roundtables, I would love to set up a regular time in which getting together with groups of elementary teachers, middle school teachers, high school teachers, having conversation, certainly working with school administrators to have a regular time apart from the typical meeting schedule, just to talk about concerns and challenges, but also best practices that we want to see more of. So it's really important to me to set up regular times in which we're meeting with key groups and also involving other staff so they feel empowered to be able to have those meetings as well, be part of that, get out into the community. The meetings don't need to be here. They can absolutely be at community organizations, at school sites, other places, working with faith-based organizations, getting the word out, leveraging all the great tools we have to increase student achievement. So those are some of the ideas that come to mind. Definitely consistent and regular, and not just when there's a concern or an issue.
Okay, talk to us about how you drill down the data. You mentioned that. What do you mean by that?
So I've been part for a number of years, both as a principal and as a district leader in the data dialogue process. And that's something that's been a very strong framework in Collier County. And it really involves quarterly benchmarks and looking locally at school teams, analyzing that, disaggregating it, seeing where best practices, adjustments, and strategies are coming forward. We can't wait for state assessments to make adjustments to scheduling, to student grouping, to resources. So we have this collaborative data dialogue process that I would like to see some of that put in place here, and to build on what's already happening. Then it goes to the school level. So principals and assistant principals are having conversations with teams of teachers, whether that's the third grade team or Algebra 1, depending on the level, and having conversations about adjustments that need to be made and what's going well. Then it goes to the classroom level. So teachers are interacting with students in that way, making adjustments, regrouping, finding interventions that need to happen, or extensions or enrichment. And then at the student level, we want parents involved in the process. So we get to student-led conferencing, data chats. It's a whole continuum, a whole cycle of looking at student achievement data and making real-time adjustments and not waiting to make that happen because it's urgent.
Okay, with 1 minute, I have one more question. We're in a good situation here that we can overlap with our current interim superintendent. And seeing that you don't have experience as a superintendent, do you see the need to continue with a mentor? And if so, who would you choose and why?
Great question. I have already in place, too, a strong mentor in Dr. Patton in Collier County, so I would continue that relationship, certainly. I would hope Dr. Moxley would continue to be available and would want to have a strong relationship with her as well. I have been in contact with FADS, which is the Florida Association of District School Superintendents, and there is a mentoring component even in specific areas. So you're able to drill into, I need some more support, for example, in budgeting, or I need some more support in curriculum. They're able to provide some of those supports as well. So I've already reached out to see what the framework and network would be, and I am never reticent about asking questions, gaining support, so I would continue to do that and build a strong framework.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Zaria?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
You mentioned earlier an opportunity to celebrate what our schools are doing and to create attractor programs within our schools and within our district. Have you had any specific involvement with opening up new schools, new programs in Collier County or in all of your experience? If so, can you talk a little bit about that and what it would look like here in Indian River County?
Absolutely. So I've had some great experience in specifically career academies, the whole continuum of opening, which would be similar to a magnet, opening really from the start to finish, the application process for schools and districts to students deciding that they want to be part of it, and that's through promotional materials and providing students and parents what it's about, what is the intended outcome, the teacher training component that goes along with that, the principals understanding the power of the academy, and also all the related services around that. So my experience has been really part of a national network with career academies, the NAF network, to help support really the entire process. But part of that is communication, getting out, why are we doing this? What is the purposing for the students? Why is it an attractor? And how do I begin that process even earlier. So the high school career academies, as I've seen, now have led to strong middle school programming. So you create this feeder pattern and this continuum where it's a foregone kind of next step to move into the high school programming. And there's even potential at the elementary level. So I've seen Cambridge ACE, which is similar to IB or AP, be a real feeder from elementary through high school. So it becomes this foregone conclusion. And it's exciting, but it's about sharing the good news, having lots of events, showcasing the programs, getting community advisory boards involved so that they're part of it. There's so much expertise in the community, both in industry, executive level, to say, here's what students need, getting volunteers in. An example, entrepreneurship. That started at the high school level. It is now in all 7 high schools and the technical high school in Collier County. And students are creating innovative products. There's an innovation competition where, similar to like Shark Tank, students are presenting and pitching their products. That has now moved, the momentum has moved it to every middle school having entrepreneurship. So it's amazing. And now at the elementary level, it's a partnership with the Chamber of Commerce to do a children's business fair. So ages 7 to 17 are going to be pitching and selling their products, and that's coming up soon in February. So have seen have some really good history in creating some innovative programming that just builds excitement. It re-energizes schools, and it creates an attractor.
Thank you. Apart from being a manager of a large district, have you had, or rather, what would your role as superintendent be to support principals as the lead instructor or the instructional leader?
Excuse me. Well, certainly the managerial pieces are very important in the principalship, and I've been a principal, and I shared with a group recently, we are instructional leaders. We do know, though, that you're managing toilets to technology. That's the reality. It's a small city, right? But we need to keep the foremost focus on instruction and learning in the classroom.
1 minute.
And that's being present. So it's being where the game is happening is in the classroom, not in the office. It's being part of that, being in there. And I think providing principals support and assistant principals and coaches really strong professional learning. By doing that, we're keeping instruction, grade appropriate assignments, engagement, and high expectations front and center. So that would really be a focus of mine and with the team to ensure that we have a strong continuum of professional learning, and we have supports for principals and school leaders to be able to spend that time in the classroom, because that's really where it's happening.
Thank you. I think we're
15 seconds.
15 seconds.
Nice time.
Thank you very
All
much.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know that Dr. Schiff touched on it, the aspects of relationships, and you touched on it with our charters. We've been trying to really build that back up to where it needs to be, because there's a strong support in our community for our 5 charters that have been very successful. And I know that we touched yesterday, we talked quite a bit about your experience with school choice and charters, and on Collier County, we touched on, was it Mason Classical Academy?
There's a number of charters,
And-
yes,
right.
7 charters.
So at what point would you, on the community organization partnerships, at what point would you reach out in your 90 days with the charter leadership?
I think pretty much with immediacy, because these are all public schools within our district. And that's how I view it's district-operated schools, certainly, but the charter schools are public schools in which we want to make sure that they're achieving at the optimal level and getting that communication going. So it would be pretty immediate, just as with all other school leaders, wanting to have that dialogue, conversation, getting to visit each of the charter schools to understand a little bit more about the programming and really their perspective and approach. I would want to learn that as well. So it would be pretty immediate.
Okay, Nice. I know we talked a lot about board relations and board trust. I think it's important to understand the dynamics of coming into an instant family, basically, whenever you're coming on board and you're given your team, your cabinet members. How, in your first 90 days, are you going to build? Because there's a level that you have to develop that relationship. You're going to have to build where they trust you and you trust them. What are some things that you'll do to develop that?
I think it's really spending time together. So when I mentioned visiting schools, I would look forward to being with different members of the cabinet on those, so maximizing every time, not even time in the car together, right? You're having conversation, informally and more formally, and just getting to know one another. That does take time, but I think being open and receptive to that, and we would really work to build the team, but also I would work to build individual relationships with each and every person.
Mm-hmm.
So I would maximize all that time together, whether it's attending events, traveling to the events, hey, let's take a quick walk. Those things really matter. All those touch points along the way, in my experience, and that's how I've built relationships, and I would continue to look to do that.
Okay. Coming in the time that you would be coming in, it was important for us to have a superintendent. We loved Dr. Moxley, and we could keep her here through the May period, but we realized that with the budgeting process, it's important to get our permanent superintendent in place. Can you speak to us a little bit about what some of the challenges you might see and coming in right now and trying to help us prepare a budget starting in February? Do you see any challenges or I know that's a bad word, isn't it? But what type of solutions would you have to those challenges?
Well, I've thought very much about this, of course, the timing, and I see it as an advantage really too, because schools and the functions of the district are already well in progress. So it will be a time too to see things in motion versus that planning time in the summer, which is always good, that's important. But it would be, I think, an advantage as well to see things already moving forward. And I think it was very thoughtful of the board to consider the timing of the new superintendent in terms of that budgeting process. And also with budgeting, it's not in isolation. It's also about planning for scheduling, planning for overall staffing. It's all those pieces. So I think the timing would be advantageous to be able to engage in those discussions early and not come in later and try to make adjustments when things are already well in motion. So I thought it was a very thoughtful process, and would appreciate that opportunity to be kind of on the forefront versus trying to make adjustments later.
Okay, nice. I think that wraps up that round robin of questioning there.
Thank you.
Dr. Brown, if you would like to explain the next process that we have of the interview.
Sure, gladly. Dr. Ani, the board will consider your ability to evaluate situations, prioritize actions, and demonstrate sound judgment, as well as communicate in this exercise.
Oh, thank you.
You can read along with me.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
It is September 15th, 2020. You have been superintendent of the school district of Indian River County for several months and have become familiar with the staff and the operations of the district. You have come to trust those who report directly to you and are scheduled to be in your office for the day. The following events are brought to your attention between 8 o'clock and 9:15 a.m. Please describe the actions that you would take immediately and during the remainder of the day to appropriately address the following issues. At 8 a.m., the CFO mentions to you while you are walking in the building in the morning that his concerns regarding the increasing cost of fuel are escalating. Given the funds allocated in the present budget and the current price of fuel, the buses will stop running on April 1st, 2021. At 8:05, you open your email to find that a board member would like to meet with you at 2 o'clock today to discuss the philanthropic efforts of several civic groups and the potential positive impact on instruction and student achievement scores. At 8:10, this is a busy day, on 8:10, you are reminded by your secretary that you are scheduled to meet with the Taxpayers Association at 7:30 p.m. You have met with this group several times since you began your tenure in Indian River County and realize the central goal of the organization is to keep taxes as low as possible. Consequently, you have been asked to address their concern that their taxes are too high and to describe what you are doing to reduce spending in the schools. At 8:15 a.m., the Director of Human Resources comes into your office to ask for advice about a potentially controversial personnel issue. Obviously, these are all fictitious.
Of course.
A varsity high school football coach allegedly grabbed a player by his throat during practice last night. Apparently, the player made a sarcastic comment about the coach's ability to understand the opposing team's offensive strategy. The football team was 0-10 last year and lost a big game the previous weekend. During your first few months, you have fielded many requests from parents and students to fire this coach. The HR director wants your advice on how to proceed. At 8:30 a.m., the governor's chief of staff called to let you know that the governor intends to visit Indian River High School tomorrow at 1 p.m. to announce a new initiative regarding improving school safety and security. It is requested that the governor be given a forum in which to make this announcement in one of your district schools. And finally, at 9:15, you receive a call from the Director of Elementary Education that an elementary principal just called her to say that an 8-year-old student who's in 2nd grade brought an unloaded gun to school to show to her friends. A teacher confiscated the weapon, the police are on their way to the school, and the child is in the principal's office. Please let us know how you would handle what promises to be a very busy day. You will have 5 minutes to prepare and outline your thoughts alone, and if we could have everyone leave Dr. Ani alone in the kitchen. Sorry, but that's best room. And we'll call you back in 5 minutes to hear your thoughts.
Very good. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
We'll recess for 5 minutes. Brief recess.
Nancy, do you need another copy? Have
What's
two.
this?
Oh, maybe I don't. Never mind, I don't.
One from one of the candidates. Okay.
No, she gave me this and this, I guess.
Okay.
We're good.
You're good.
And keep in mind that we have on the second page, where you can rate, needs work, great job.
I don't have that.
I don't have it either.
It's in this. It's in this.
I don't have that. Oh, here it is. Underneath.
Yes, board members, there was a request for the written scenario,
Got it.
which Mrs. Esplin just gave you, but yesterday had the one for the notes.
So it would be the second page. Mhm.
So you decided to come back to work after that morning of excitement.
Absolutely.
You didn't go running, so that's a good sign. All right.
Okay.
Okay. So first, not actually probably too far off sometimes of things that are going to happen and transpire. So kind of taking it sequentially, because I did look and see that with the timestamps, I considered that and what the day would unfold. So first and foremost, as I walk in and have a conversation with Mr. Fagan about the issue with the fuel costs for busing, I would ask him to bring the historical expenditures for the last 5 years at our regularly scheduled briefing, which we'd have each and every week. So we could look at that, where we've been, if the costs have risen dramatically, other concerns, and also what his initial plans or thoughts with his team on reallocating funds to ensure, of course, that we continue the buses running, because that cannot be. We got to keep those on the road all the way through the remainder of the school year. So we would definitely talk about that during our regularly scheduled meeting, our briefing during that week. Would respond certainly to that 8:05 a.m. email from a school board member on wanting to meet with some groups, and would respond that I would be glad to meet at 2 p.m. and arrange the logistics there. So looking at the next portion of it, that reminded about the Taxpayers Association meeting at 7:30 p.m. that evening, I would ask Ms. Pozell for her help in organizing my notes and other materials with these ongoing meetings with the group, so that I'd be ready for the evening meeting, and of course would have information prepared on wanting to discuss those concerns around the taxes and how do we keep those as low as possible while also meeting student programming needs. So it looks like this is an ongoing discussion with the Taxpayers Association, so would be ready and prepared to continue those discussions. So in terms of meeting on the issue at the high school and that immediate personnel issue, that's a very serious concern being brought forward and an alleged putting on of hands. That would be an immediate investigation. So my direction to the Director of HR would be certainly to dispatch our usual procedures around getting to the high school and having those conversations, and that would also typically be setting aside of any duties for a person being investigated for such a serious issue until all the facts could be brought in and parties talked to. So I have experience in that area and would have a brief conversation on please act with immediacy to start the procedures for an investigation. And then once that came in, we would make determinations from there on the next steps. In terms of the governor's chief of staff calling, it looks like that's scheduled for tomorrow. So we would definitely make the arrangements to I would assemble a small team, including our public information officer through communications, to be working on the specifics and logistics with the point person from the governor's office to make the arrangements so that everything is just as it should be and we're ready to host that event. And then, of course, very seriously receiving the information of a concern at the elementary school and a student bringing that unloaded gun to school. We would also have systems and procedures in place to deal with immediacy with that concern. Law enforcement would most definitely be involved, but considering the age of the student, we would act very judiciously and have a cabinet-level member directly to the elementary school to work with the team and to support the principal in their concerns. And I would also place a call to let the principal know that the support was there and to offer anything that I can in role of superintendent to ensure that they felt that they had everything they need. Because it's not only an emotionally fraught situation for the student and the parent and the teacher, but also providing that support and see if any other students were involved, what counseling supports need to be brought to the school. So looking at the whole picture, that would be an immediacy. Because of all that has transpired this morning in the scenario, regretfully, I'd have to get back to the board member and see if we could schedule another time to meet. So I'd have to reverse on that email or that phone call and see if and explain some of the things. And that would be another important piece because of some of the really high profile nature of these situations and the urgency. I would want to make sure during my day to find time to update each of the board members on what was happening, because all or many of these have the potential to really be significant areas of concern, and would want to make sure board members were kept apprised. But I would need to schedule that in to make sure that I'm dealing with the situations first and foremost, and then ensure that board members were informed. Depending on the urgency and seriousness of a couple of these situations, would also be in contact with my counterpart in local law enforcement in case any additional items were pending with those. So those are some of the things that came to mind. After dealing with some of those urgent situations, would circle back to it, for example, check up on our arrangements with the governor's visit. But the first and foremost and most urgent things would be affecting students, affecting teachers, and ensuring that the team felt supported in those arears.
Okay. All right, so we have 5 minutes each on this one? Is that what it
no,
or
there's-
no, I'm sorry.
But
What do we have on that?
you still have 9 minutes on this, so if you would like to ask a few questions, you could. Then the second round of
Okay.
5 minutes is
Okay.
any questions
I
that you
see.
want.
Did anyone, go ahead.
I have one. Take us through the priority, again, as far as what would you do first, what would you do next, and why?
Well, I think sequentially, first, these items would not yet have happened when I ran into Mr. Fagan talking about the busing. So we would have a brief conversation and plan at our next scheduled meeting to delve into this a little bit further. Then looking, certainly at 8:05, it says that I opened the email, so I would respond, that I'd be happy to meet with a board member without knowing some of these next things were coming up soon. 8:10, certainly have a quick discussion around the Taxpayers Association, any related materials that need to be put together or brought forward for that evening meeting. But then immediately following that, it seems that the Director of HR is going to come forward and say, look, we have an urgent situation at the high school. That would be priority. So those other things would fall away. We'd have a conversation, and next steps would be with immediacy getting a team to the high school and going through our typical procedures. So then, moving forward, and knowing that the Director of HR will keep me definitely apprised on what's happening. But those systems and procedures in place to safeguard students, also respecting the rights of the employee, and keeping the high school principal, who I would talk to as well, apprised. The Governor's Chief of Staff, I would definitely work to involve staff to help with that process. We'd be welcoming the governor and the group the following day to the high school, but I really feel logistics-wise, there can be a point person within that office to work directly on the logistics and planning. Once it became apparent the situation at the elementary school, that would go right into support mode and make sure that we're dispatching a team, that I'm making contact with the school principal, and that we are keeping in mind developmentally the age of the student and working with local law enforcement on what needs to happen next. So some of it was time-stamped, and it kind of brought us sequentially through. But then, as I said, I'd have to rework and go back. And if things were still of a very serious nature, or there were still some pending items, may even have to talk to the Taxpayers Association about maybe another time to meet, but I would really work to keep that commitment if everything else was well in hand.
Thank
Mrs. Justice has a question. I know I have a question, so go ahead.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Zork. So regarding the governor's visit, you said the high school. I'm going to ask you a couple questions about that. It doesn't say which school, so I'm curious as to why you would choose a high school and whether the situation with the varsity high school football coach would affect which high school you chose. And then, in general, if it wasn't a high school, how would you determine which school the governor would visit?
It does say high school.
It says district schools.
Let you know the
Oh,
governor.
Indian River High. Well, we don't have Indian River High School, so it said the governor would like to make the announcement in one of your district schools. So I apologize. Yes, would the situation with the coach affect your decision about which high school? And then, just in general, when you have special events like that, how would you choose a school?
Well, I've been part of planning for some special events such as this, and I think very thoughtfully have been part of discussions in which we look to highlight schools. So when there's a special event happening, maybe a school that, due to its location or maybe other things, doesn't get as much positive attention or related information, or we want to highlight a program at that school. So I would very strategically look at which school, if we had some autonomy and flexibility on which school the governor's office would like to be, would have a school ready to suggest. So an example, looking at geographically, yes, the other day the announcement was at Vero Beach High School, which was great, and it was a wonderful way to highlight. It was great to see the media center being used. It's thinking strategically in that way to highlight some of the programming that's happening. So maybe if Vero Beach High School had recently been highlighted, it would be Sebastian River High School, to ensure that we're highlighting each and every school. And if not a high school, maybe we have a great program happening at one of our middle schools that we would like to highlight, or fine arts, or so. Although it's about safety, always looking at ways we can also work in some positive district messaging and showcase a school in that way. So if there was flexibility, would definitely think about what we would like to highlight, maybe a school that could use a special event happening there. So I would look forward to that.
Okay, so my question is, during the time that we have the incident at 9:15 at the elementary school, at what point would we notify the parents or do a communications? And how would you handle that
Well,
to the parents?
with that, the elementary principal, I would talk with the director of elementary education to see what communications had taken place thus far. Is the parent at the school? Has the parent been notified?
I'm talking about the parents of the school because.
Oh,
All of them.
Very
because-
good, thank
yes.
you. I'm sorry, I misunderstood
Yeah,
that.
no.
Certainly, the entire, and thank you for mentioning that, the entire school community, because information will travel, and we want to make sure that there's accuracy in the communication. So I've had work with developing some templates, standard templates, so that we're not trying in the moment to develop communications. So a crisis manual in terms of how do we support the school, and there's templates that can then be customized to share information translated as needed so that all parents in the school community are able to get the information. Working through a dialer system as well to share with the principal and in the principal voice so that there's trust and understanding because the relationship is there with that school. And also working with the public information officer as we'd have media. We may have some media requests for more information around this, and we want to ensure that the information is accurate.
Mhm.
Thank you for that
No, I
additional question.
like that idea of a crisis manual. That makes sense. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Who are you bringing with you to the Taxpayers Association if you're going, and why? And how are you going to make that determination?
I think certainly I would be attending, as well as a small group from the district office, to ensure that I'm not the only one bearing the information. or has the capacity to kind of answer those questions. So actually, that might be something, as we're discussing the gas prices and busing, that Mr. Fagan and I might be touching base on as well, because I'm sure he'd be part of that process, and maybe other members of the finance team to help support that. In addition, though, I think it would be important to share with the Taxpayers Association the programming. So maybe it wasn't at that meeting, but another meeting or maybe that evening, on sharing what are some of our unique student programming. What is the rationale onto why we do need additional funds or additional supports for schools, and share that with them as well. So the why behind the reasons for the taxes, but also ways that we're being very fiscally conservative, because that's important with taxpayer dollars. So a small team.
I have one more question, but that's fine, yeah, go.
Quick follow-up. At what point during this very busy day are you going to make that determination, and what specifically is going to decide it for you?
I think certainly continuing to touch base throughout the day with the elementary school and through human resources with the high school situation, and talking with principals, talking with other school leaders, district staff. I would anticipate keeping that commitment, because that would be very important. The only reason I add that caveat is if there's something still very much of urgent concern. Say a parent meeting needs to be called at the high school or at the elementary school, I would want to be part of that. That would become priority at that point over a meeting that we could potentially reschedule.
Thank you. I do have one more question. Do I have time?
2 seconds.
No, okay. I mean, the question's regarding media. So you've had a child bring a gun to school, the gun is empty, but it's reported in the paper the next day that the gun in fact was loaded. How do you handle that?
Hold on one second.
Should I not ask that? I
No,
apologize.
that's
Okay.
fine. We're going to go around and we have 5 minutes each board member.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay.
We've had some challenges with media and with some reporting that is not always accurate. So in this specific instance, it could be seen that something regarding the child at the school with the high school football coach or something like that, or let's just say that it's reported the gun is loaded. This isn't the first time that you've had to deal with information being reported that isn't factual. What are you going to do about it?
I think it's important to just to share a little bit around media as well, that I've been part of processes where there's a regular kind of editorial meaning members of the media, superintendent, other staff are having regular dialogue. So that helps to build relationships over time as well, and have good point people and contacts. And I think that's important, and I've enjoyed learning that process and being part of that with local media. So I would look forward to doing that as well. In that way, when things do happen, and maybe there's an inaccuracy or a concern about something that's reported, there's a relationship as well to say, that's actually not accurate. Can we correct the online version? So it's a working relationship, because challenges will come up, and it's important to really be transparent in communication. But I think that ongoing relationship would be important. So in that specific case, I would work with our communications team to reach out with immediacy to correct that and make sure that the media had the accurate information. It won't necessarily fix what was already reported, but going forward, it can be corrected in any other subsequent postings.
Thank you.
you still have 3
I'm going to, you've done a lovely job answering the questions. I'm going to cede to the other board members. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to go to Mrs. Barenborg and then Mrs. Rosario. We're going to bounce back to Dr. Schiff, and then I'll finish up.
I'm going to dive into something pretty tough, okay? Have you ever been involved in litigation, and has your professional judgment ever been questioned? And explain what happened. Without details, I know you can't.
Involved in litigation. I've not been involved in litigation. I have certainly on behalf of the district answered and supported, claims to the district in my professional capacity. So I think in our way of work and working with large organizations, things are going to happen and come forward. For example, I shared with you the other day the instructional materials process, in which we're every district has a very clear and transparent way of selecting instructional materials, and did provide certainly information as the process was questioned, and we provided information and background and materials to show that we had followed through on a transparent process in selecting those materials. That's something that comes to mind. Does that
Okay,
answer?
great, yes. Because I know my time's short, I have 3 questions. Next one, what is the most important area to work on for student success in Indian River County? The first thing that you would think of that I need to start here?
Certainly, I think looking at the data and disaggregating and meeting with school leaders and other key district staff to look at where each school is uniquely in student achievement, both in the aggregate and then also disaggregating to those pockets of need, and what can we do to make immediate adjustments, either in supports or removing barriers. So it would really be delving into each school and where they are in terms of achievement.
Okay, great. And then, have you ever been involved in passing a referendum? And how would you go about forming one and getting it passed?
I have, so not in my current capacity, I've seen that process in Collier County. And it was really about gaining momentum around the purposing and the cause. So what I saw in my experience was it was really community-led. So there were key community members that came together and put forward that there was a need, and here's why, and got the word out. Because really, as a school district, we're not in the position to really be campaigning in a sense, but it really needs to be a community-oriented initiative. And I think that if the rationale is there, and the intent is good, and the organization is there, then voters know the reasoning, and they take great pride in the schools, and I've seen that some success in that way. So really a thoughtfully prepared initiative led by community members.
Right. How would you form a group, and who would be in that group that you would form to get that out?
I think through the strategic partnerships and discussions with community organizations, those needs would bubble forward. An example we talked about a little bit earlier was fine arts. And you start looking at those issues crystallizing into a few main points that we need additional funds for. And those may be fine arts, they may be career and technical programs, they may be additional compensation for retention purposes, but they start getting into some specific areas, and then the community provides that support, getting the word out, different ways to publicize the needs, and I've seen some success in those areas.
Okay. I'm gonna rephrase that question then. Specifically who? And not knowing names here, but who do you think you would need in order to reach out to those groups, in order to get that together and organized?
I think it would be leads of existing community organizations, certainly. Having conversation, bringing forward the needs of the district, where the funding is falling short, and really the community organizations that have a vested interest in those issues, such as early literacy, fine arts in our schools, ensuring every student has a pathway after graduation. So it would be really leveraging current community organizations and the leads of those organizations and sharing information, and then looking for that push around support and publicizing that to be a community-led initiative.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mrs. Rosario?
I'm going to bring it back to the scenario on some efforts here. So I'm going to take a different approach and ask, let's say with regard to the Director of Human Resources coming to you and asking for your advice on this potential harassment or of this physical nature against the child. What would be your conversation with the Director of Human Resources in terms of this is supposed to already have systems in place? Why go directly to the superintendent for the advice? unless that is something that you want? How would you handle that conversation?
Well, in reading over the scenario and thinking this through, certainly something of this nature, especially, it's a very high-profile, urgent issue. I would want to know that. I would definitely want to know what was happening there. With then the Director of Human Resources having the ability to follow through with immediacy on the procedures that are in place. So not creating them in that time, but already having procedures in place when we need to do an investigation, who needs to be talked with, what happens next in terms of the employee, what happens with students, how do we share that information. So I would definitely want to know that that's happening and be kept updated on all of the next steps. I would also make immediate contact with the principal to ensure that they felt supported, any other nuances that I needed to be aware of, and that would be very important to me.
So I'm going to take the opposite approach and say, let's assume that this scenario did not happen. The event happened. The Director of Human Resources just dispatched whatever investigation needed to occur and did not inform you of this high-profile situation. You found out through word of mouth. How would you handle that situation?
I think that would be, and those things will happen. There will be mistakes that are made. There will be times when we need to do it, go back and kind of review what happened. I view those as a learning experience. I would always be fully transparent and open in communication that this should have happened in this way, and I need to be informed, but at the same time, an opportunity for growth. Now, let's look at this. Let's look at the steps. Let's look at the timeline. How did this happen? And what would happen next time? So continuing to look at it as a growth, because I think as we expect opportunities for students to learn and grow, all of us as professionals need that opportunity to learn and grow. So I would be thankful that the investigation and the processes were followed, but would come back and say, let's talk about the communication piece and what I would expect on being kept apprised of those things.
Good. And then likewise, with regard to the governor coming in, because I think when we look at scenarios, we can see how we would handle if all goes well, but if things don't go well, there's always the reaction that obviously is not what we want. But if our staff, which would never ever happen, did not organize the governor's visit in a well-fashioned way, how would you then handle it from that end?
We talked a little bit about the manual previously. I'm very much about two procedures. So even for special visits, we'd have some steps that we'd go through in order to make sure it comes back to an example I mentioned the other day about a large STEAM expo in which over 1,500 attendees, lots of moving pieces. There's actually a manual, there's a operating guide on how to go through that event. I use that example because anyone could then, with that SOP, come in and run the event. I feel the same as well with communication. So a communications manual, also for schools, a crisis communications manual. Because in the heat of an incident or an issue, it's best to be able to go to something that's already prepared and laid out. So in terms of like a special visit such as the governor coming through, we would definitely have some procedures in place for a visit of a dignitary such as that. But if there was an instance where it didn't go quite as planned, we go back and review that and say, okay, what do we do next time? And how do we make sure that everything goes smoothly if we're in this position again?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Should you be selected, there will of course be an extensive background check. The last thing a board wants is to be surprised by anything that might turn up in that. Following up on Mrs. Barenborg's question, is there anything that we might find that you would want to take this opportunity to get in front of?
Certainly applying for a position such as this, you consider all of those things, and I welcome the process. I think with any, I think with any professional that's done a lot of things and been involved in high-profile work, and there's never going to be full agreement of opinion. And with Google, you can always find lots of different things and different series of opinions. But throughout my career, I've acted in good faith to support the educational process, and I'm proud of my track record within my work.
Thank you. This is going to be quick and difficult. I'm sure you've heard of a SWOT analysis. In the remaining 3 minutes or whatever that we have, can you mention 1 to 2 strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that you see in this district coming in?
So I think strengths are the incredible family atmosphere and the great pride within the community. Also, the programming. There's a lot of really great things happening here, and the strength of the employee groups. I don't know that it's weaknesses, but I will follow the model, is certainly there's room to grow, and that's not a weakness, it's an opportunity, and I know that's next coming up too. But it's really about maximizing the ability and achievement at each and every school, and I think there's potential. The opportunities include that this district is an approachable size, and similar to Collier in that you can bring things to scale, and you can see really quickly some really quick gains, and there's opportunities for some really tangible wins very early on. So that's exciting. I think threats, in the business of public education, there is always about keeping students front and center. A lot of other things can take center stage and take away from our core vision and mission. And so I would always look to safeguard that and put students first in decision making. That would be a priority.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Darn it, and I forgot the next one.
I have one more.
Okay, go ahead,
Can you just speak a little bit about your plans to be active in FADS? You spoke about FADS a little bit. What you feel your role will be in advocating for legislation, and your visibility in the state as a superintendent, which is a role you've not yet held.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've been fortunate to be part of forming legislative platforms and things that are of interest for the district, both from a consortium type of view to also just the district legislative platform. I'm thankful to have support from FADS and have an interaction with Kurt Browning, the current president of FADS, who's in Pasco County and has offered his support in the process as well. I would definitely look to attend and be part of those those meetings so I can learn from colleagues. I have had the opportunity to present to FADS on mental health as part of the mental health convening, so I have some familiarity with the structure and the organization and the supports that are offered. So I think that would be an excellent support as I moved into the role of superintendent. And I think advocating for the district would be certainly a vital part of the role.
I have a follow-up to that.
Go ahead.
Is there any current legislation that you see coming forward that you have any concerns about?
Well, I think that as we look at the standards, and I know that's kind of falls more into, some of the State Board of Ed, I think it's going to be very important that we locally are able to be very flexible in developing resources and tools to support teachers, and also that we receive and hopefully some support financially to put that professional learning into place. Because with the last standards revision, districts received a small amount of funds, and it was certainly not even approaching the needs to do the professional learning around that. So hopefully that will be part of some of the package as we see some of the revised standards.
So I guess it's my turn. I appreciate the colored folders. I was expecting another one today, but didn't get it. I was looking for the red one.
Those are the district colors, so I had to stop there.
So I found that you are very organized, and I appreciate your presentations. because I'm a visual person and I like to see it laid out on paper. We had a really interesting 45 minutes yesterday. We touched on a lot of different areas. One area that I thought was a superb idea, and I was hoping that maybe you could share a little bit about it. We were talking about in Collier County working with I believe it was called the Issues and Solutions Committee. Can you expand on that and share with the board what that is and your thoughts on that?
Absolutely, thank you. So we talked a little bit about labor relations and working with groups, and we've had a successful process in Collier called the Issues and Solutions Committee, and it's really with the teachers union. So it's made up of some district staff as well as principal representatives, but most importantly, union representatives from various schools as well as union leadership. And we come together periodically, typically about once a month, every month and a half, to discuss current issues. And anyone's welcome to bring something forward to the table and talk about, well, why is this happening? What are some potential, and I love the part that it's not only issues, but solutions. So as we come forward, what are some potential next steps? And through that process, we've been able to really align some things, make things better, from the gifted evaluation process to lesson planning expectations across the district. So I've enjoyed being part of that. It's a really constructive, goal-oriented group.
No, and I just think it really speaks to your ability to bring groups and people together, because I know you were tasked, when I was reading up on some information, you were tasked at a time that there was a board that had come together, and there was tension on the board, and your superintendent brought you in to develop a training and conduct a training to bring the board together. Would you like to speak about that a little bit?
Sure, thank you for that. I actually had two opportunities with two newly composed boards to be the facilitator in a workshop style format. Well, not similar to this, but a little different. But the purposing was really to look at goals for the newly formed board, norms, ways to communicate, and it was very successful. So it was a newly composed board, and then 2 years later, I was asked again to be the facilitator for another type of session. And I learned a lot in that process. By all accounts, what I was told, it was a successful process. And I was honored to be in that role, because I think it spoke to the ability to facilitate a group, come to some type of consensus, which doesn't mean that everyone is completely on the same page, but willing to move forward together. So it was a good process, and I enjoyed being part of that.
I just think it speaks volumes of your ability of just not only bring in the employees together, but just your ability to bring boards together. So I do admire that. I don't have any further questions. Do you have one? Go ahead.
Sure.
1 minute.
Thank you. Having been an early educator and being involved in early education, you touched on birth to 4 with me and talking about early literacy. Mm-hmm. Can you go in depth about kind of how you would work with community groups and the resources that we already have in place to make sure that we're doing the best for kids and working forward and not overlapping or not having gaps?
Thank you for that. And that has become, in my career, a real passion area that I didn't fully anticipate, because I spent much of my time as a teacher in special education at the middle school level. But more and more, we know that many students are coming forward to school and not necessarily having the same literacy start that other students have. And how do we help with that? And families are seeking to do the very best that they can. So how do we help families to help students to be ready for kindergarten? I talked a little bit about a landscape analysis that was done through the community and looking at best practices across early learning centers and also kindergarten readiness rates across the district. And that opened a great conversation so that community groups could really align their efforts and not be competing to support, but instead finding ways in which they had a specialty or niche. And it's ongoing communication that makes that possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Well,
you.
that concludes our questions that we have for you. I know we probably could ask many more. It's been a fascinating conversation, and I've enjoyed getting to know you.
Thank you.
At this time, we're just going to ask if, in the last 15 minutes, if there's any questions that you would like to ask of us as a board, or just any final thoughts.
So certainly, thank you for that opportunity, and this morning as well, to get to share some information with you. So I guess a question certainly I'd like to pose to the board around the expectations for the superintendent as in those first 90 days, and maybe seeking a little bit about a little feedback around some of this plan, and also the evaluation process that you anticipate for the role of superintendent.
Start.
Well, I think I can touch on the evaluation part. We did have a process that we had with our last superintendent. It was a process that was developed between the superintendent and the board, and I think that is something that I see as a board, we would work with you and develop what you feel comfortable with and what we feel comfortable with, and we would take your guidance on that. If anybody would like to expand on that?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Go
would.
ahead.
I would like to see it in conjunction with the strategic plan and also with the budget. So I want all three of those things to be intertied throughout the year and touched on every single board meeting, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, that was one of the, at the beginning of the year, the evaluation that was in place for our previous superintendent was something that I brought up because it needed to be reviewed. It needed to be, it was not rightly aligned with the strategic plan, and there wasn't a budget line item, I suppose, comparison with all of the overarching goals and objectives that we have in our plan. So though we can certainly collaborate on what that would look like, it definitely needs to certainly be aligned with that. There are a lot of other things that the superintendent does on a daily basis that are not specific to the strategic plan and won't fit in there. So there's room for us to be able to add a component or two in terms of the managing and maybe the human resources or some other items that you would do as a superintendent, but certainly there's definitely room for improvement with the evaluation piece. It needs to be worked on for sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll respond to both of those. You asked two different questions, and I'll be brief so you have a chance to close. One, on the evaluation piece, I see no reason why this district is not an A district. It was not within the top 10 or even the top 5 in the state. I'd like something in an evaluation plan that we agree on and a specific accountability measure to how we're going to get there. So that's one other specific thing in addition to budgets and strategic plans. We have not discussed that as a board. That's my personal opinion. That has not come before the board. What I can't speak for the board. You said, what are our expectations of you coming in? And starting off, one of the things that was so powerful about Dr. Moxley's start was she hit the ground running like that, like she did not miss a beat. We're in a far better place now than we were last May. So the things that needed to be immediately attended to last May have shifted by what will be this coming January. That said, I'm looking for somebody who has an immediate grasp of what's happening here, what's not happening here, and how that needs to be addressed. I think she set a very high standard and a very high bar. So I'm looking for somebody who, who doesn't replicate her, because you will have your own style. But I am looking for somebody who takes immediate stock and assessment of where we are, where we're not, hits the ground running, and can ramp up pretty quickly into our district. We don't have the luxury in this district of being a well-oiled machine that somebody just steps right into. So I'm looking for somebody to help us quickly and efficiently develop that kind of a machine over time, but it will start from the minute you get here.
So in the last
all I got.
10 minutes?
Sorka, I
Oh,
have
go
some
ahead.
thoughts I'd like
Yeah,
to share.
go
Thank you
ahead.
very much. You spoke a little bit about the 90-day plan, and I'd like to just talk about that for a second. You will be coming in a very interesting time, as you said. You will join us. Perhaps Dr. Moxley will be here for a time to be able to guide you, and then you will have some time for observation. Personally, for me, and I'm going to echo Dr. Schiff's thoughts, I think you'll enter into a time where you're going to have the ability, not long after you enter, to start making some decisions, especially about staff allocations at schools. And you'll have had some time to observe leadership, but I'm looking for a decision maker. I'm looking for someone that can identify where there are needs and that are going to take action. We have been in a place where we've been solving some problems, we've been moving forward, we've been building staff back up, but I think there will be an opportunity there needs to be a sense of urgency to start fixing some of the issues in our schools and addressing some of the pockets of need as you described. Our students shouldn't wait any longer. I feel that there are some real issues in our schools that need to be addressed, and I feel that our students, unfortunately, and you, of course, are aware of our history, for the past year and a half, 2 years, have been waiting for someone to rise to the role of decision maker and to be able to move us forward. So really looking for someone to put students first, to be loyal to our students, and to have that guide every decision they make as a leader. In the first 90 days and for whatever time you serve in the school district of Indian River County.
Thank you. Okay. So, do I have a few more minutes?
You have 8 minutes and 42 seconds.
Oh, very good. Thank you. So a question too regarding the board and the evaluative process. Is there something in place in terms of how you look at your kind of function as a board? Is there a current evaluative process for the board?
Can I take that? We're very willing to work with our new superintendent on going to our board organization and going through training together. We've kind of waited for that. We've all agreed to do that. And I think now is a perfect time for that. And so I think with that, we'll be able to hash those things together.
And by that, I meant a self-evaluative. Please know
Yes.
that.
No, we know what you're
Yes,
talking about. And I
okay.
think that's part of the process of going through board training, board governance.
Very good. Thank
Can I
you.
add to that?
One of the things, we've talked about the strategic plan, we've talked about revising the strategic plan. We have school improvement plans for schools, we have strategic plans for districts. I personally think and would love to see us move forward as a board to have our own plan and our own evaluative standards. I think the public deserves that, and I think the district deserves that. I think we should have accountability and evaluative standards by which our performance is measured as well as yours and every other leader in the district. So I would look forward to developing that as a board and with a superintendent.
Very good. Thank you. So just in closing, it's been a great several days, a busy time, but a great time to learn about the district and to get to know each of you and other key people within the district. Yesterday was especially meaningful as I got to meet a number of district staff and also school leaders and others, and the pride and commitment is apparent. And I heard the word family a number of times, and community, and that we support one another, and that is fantastic. I would be honored to be part of this committed team. There are challenges, but there are also many opportunities, and we've talked a little bit about some of those. I've shared with you over these last several days several areas in which I have been part of success. Some of those include student achievement, alignment of resources, and alignment of vision across a system and across a district, while also respecting the autonomy and unique culture of each school, and ultimately getting down to the individual student level. And that's where we're really going to see growth and gain. Also in the areas of looking at the whole child and the whole person, including employees, around people bringing their whole selves to school and work and how we support that. That's academics, culture, leadership. And I mention leadership because developing leadership within the district would be a real priority. And developing great instructional coaches, assistant principals, principals, and a succession management plan for when key positions come open within the district. That's key. And that's vital, and that's a real obligation and part of the role of superintendent. And supporting the mission of each school and ensuring that it's aligned, though, with the larger mission of the district. And that's part of the equity piece, consistency. And that's something that I bring forward. I have a track record of consistency, results, and follow through. And I think that's really important. And it builds trust. And knowing that things are going to happen and it's going to be very transparent and everyone will have a voice at the table. And I think that's really important. So in closing, I just want to thank you for the opportunity. It's a big decision that you have in front of you. I respect the time and the integrity and the thoughtfulness in the process. And I'm just honored to be invited to share this time with you. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that wraps that up. So we're going to take a 14-minute break. We'll come back at 10:15. we're going to call this meeting back to order at 10:15. We are in the middle of our Saturday, November 16th, 2019, our special school board meeting with our superintendent final interviews, and we are going into our second interview with Dr. Peter Licata. Welcome.
Welcome.
So I'll ask Dr. Brown to review what the schedule looks like with you.
Thank you, Mrs. Zerk, and again, thank you to the board members for participating so fully in all of the processes around this selection. I'm continually impressed with this board and how committed you all are to making sure you find the absolute best candidate and the best fit for the Indian River School District. So today what we'll be doing is Dr. Licata will have 30 minutes. He does not have to use all of that to describe his 90-day plan. His 30-minute plan, no, 90-day. The board members will then each have 5 minutes to ask you questions specifically following up on that plan.
Sure.
Then we will begin the scenario process. I will read the scenario out loud because this is a public meeting and that's necessary, but you will be provided with a printed copy. You will then have 5 minutes alone in the kitchen.
Okay.
Alone in the kitchen. Just leave him alone, is what I'm trying to say. To prioritize your actions.
Mm-hmm.
You will then come back and have 15 minutes to present how you would react to the scenario given.
Sure.
After that, each board member will have another 5 minutes to ask any follow-up questions, either from the scenario or any ongoing issues in which they would like to have addressed.
Okay.
And then the final 15 minutes, you will be invited to give any final statements or ask any questions that you have. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Looking forward to it.
Great.
So, good morning, everyone. Good morning, community members that are here. I'll be putting these on and off. I don't need them. I just use them to see with. The reality of how I present at a board meeting is usually where I am right now, sitting down. The reality of doing a professional development in front of principals or any kind of presentation in front of the community is usually standing and making sure I'm engaging the crowd. At this time, I think it's appropriate that I stay seated, and we work through this, much like simulation of a typical board meeting. So I will move forward through at this point. I want to make sure that everyone understands that this is a draft. This is a 90-day plan that includes my experience, my participation with onboarding a superintendent 3 or 4 years ago, and following that procedure that worked very well, and being a big part of what went on and the accountability piece of that. This is a draft simply because it needs your input. Should I become the superintendent here in Indian River County, it would need a conversation with each and every one of you to make sure that it's in alignment with your ideas, your goals, and your objectives as well. We want to make sure we're on target as a group immediately. We need to set that tone. We need to set that standard. And we only get one shot at meeting the first time and getting that right. And it has to be in a cooperative and unified effort. Remember, this is a school district. It is not a system of schools where people operate independently from the entire school district. It has to remain a school district for its biggest successes, because as we look through the autonomy of districts, when they're unified in their vision and their actions and their processes, they're most successful. Autonomy is an excellent piece when you have success and allow leaders to grow, but there are certain standards that must be met consistently throughout, and that is why we call it a school district. So let's move forward. Oh, I got my clicker right here. I'm not going to read you every word on every slide. You have been provided a copy of not the PowerPoint, but so much as the plan, which is broken down into slides. I am not going to probably spend the 30 minutes. I say that now, but we'll see it by 30 minutes into it. I'm going to highlight some of the key points. Some people are auditory learners, some people are visual learners. So I'm going to try and hit both sides of that. So moving through it. The first piece of business, the very first piece of business I've already discussed. It's establishing the relationship amongst us. And that would require either meeting alone at one point and then requiring probably a board workshop so publicly they could see as a group how we are going to proceed forward. What are our standards? What are our timelines? What are our communication protocols? And we act as a group. We act as one. And that is important. That is the first stop within the 90-day plan. The next is making sure that we present ourselves to the community. This is key. This is a very important piece. It has to be done quickly. It's a tiring effort. I did 13 stops with the previous superintendent when he was onboarding, but it was the most functional piece of the 90-day plan because it gave us a very good picture of everyone's thought process on what the school district should look like. That includes teachers showing up, principals showing up. It includes business leaders. It includes church leaders. Everyone involved in that process. And documenting, working in work groups, and coming away. Not a lot of talk, a whole lot of listening. And we go to them. We go to their churches if that's where we need to schedule it. We go to the communities that aren't usually in the audience, that send us their best students and hope that we do everything we can to educate them. It is key that they are heard. It is also key that this is where we possibly can start moving on the DSAG org immediately, the DSAG order. I also need to know that what is the data? I have data that's attainable through the internet. We have data that's attainable through, the school district or the Department of Education in Florida. But there is internal data that you can look at and break down. And we need to look at that. That includes HR, that includes multiple different areas, and I'll break that down a little bit farther as we go along. We have to clearly establish the business-community relation and the partnerships, which I see several of them out here that I met earlier. We cannot do this alone. It's our calling. The state doesn't always give us everything we need, so we have to be very careful how we spend it. But we are not successful without the partnerships of community members. We know we have to listen, and they will tell us what they believe. But as a school board and a superintendent, we will do the how. We need to know what they want, and we'll do the how. And we work in unison with that, because it's important that everyone has that opportunity to inject what they can from the community to make it better. And that includes funding, it includes internships, externships, partnerships with colleges, local businesses, especially the medical field where we will be expanding, and I'll get to that a little bit later. We have to develop this because if we develop this, it develops that ethical, trusting, transparent relationship and model. It starts at the top, it starts here. And you'll hear that a couple times through this presentation. It doesn't start somewhere else. We model it, and we model it everywhere. We speak in business terms. We are polite. We speak appropriately to one another. And we speak the same way to everyone, including children. We are the top, and we have to represent and model everything we believe in. School District of Indian River County currently really doesn't have a brand. And that's okay. But if you want to move to the next level, if you want to move to that next level of world-class education, because when you walk into Palm Beach County, you know one thing. You know they lead the country in choice programs, and vocational and technical. You know that. It's everywhere and it's branded. It's your best choice, and it says it everywhere. Indian River County deserves that title some way or another, and we'll work on that branding, and I have to be the face of that brand. And this will help community agencies align with us as well. And that's, again, established throughout the community meetings. We do have a desegregation order here. And as we looked at the data, and we spoke about the data 2 days ago, was it 2 days ago or last week? We understand where we can improve. We understand there needs to be some systems and processes in place there. We need those to be there immediately. And this is a 90-day plan, and that's not when you put them in. That's not when you put them in. Remember, those schools are looking at some difficult circumstances with bombardment of different types of curriculum, and they have their processes in place. We have to look at it closely and not add more so it confuses them. We have to be aligned with what they're doing and see if they need support in additional areas. As an educator, you run the risks of changing midstream, but you also run the risk of doing nothing. And to react quickly is inappropriate, but to react too slowly is typical of education, and we can't be typical. I say to my students that are becoming administrators in their principal internship classes, I say, keep in mind that if education was a boat behind the Titanic, it would still hit the iceberg, because we don't change fast enough, we don't react fast enough, and we're not proactive in our approach. We have to be careful in that 90 days not to make knee-jerk reactions and changes. We have to be deliberate, and we have to make sure we're on point where we need them. It doesn't appear at this point, and this is the data I was speaking about before, that there are dangers of schools dropping into that watch zone of D. But there are schools that are in danger of going to B. There are schools that are in danger of going to C. Let's see what we need to do, and let's look at that comprehensively. And that'll come up with meeting with the principals and meeting with the staff here, and finding the data points where we have to be sure. I think I brought one up the other day. That's something that we can look at quickly. Remember, we're only a few points from being an A, and I'd love to see it at the end of this year. I don't know if that's possible without seeing all the data, but I know it's guaranteed next year, and it'll be guaranteed from every year after that. We'll focus on that. But I'm concerned about a shock to the system, because then it sends everyone in a tailspin, and we don't need that. We need cohesive, deliberate focus on the data cells that we can adjust without a shock to the system. I need organizational focus from all the departments here, and I'll get to that a little bit later in my closing. My 15 minutes. I get 15 minutes. Okay. I'd rather have 30 there and 15 here, but I guess that's not on the table. The organization is only as good as what's inside of this building. And I think I've told you all independently that I will be doing the principal evaluations. It will not be the assistant superintendents. It'll be collaborative with them. It'll be collaborative with the principals. But considering that I am going to be the person mostly responsible for the performance in this district, I need to be the person who's responsible for the performance of the principals. And I need to be on those campuses with them and supporting them and letting them know what their objectives are. Not only academic objectives, but social, emotional, equitable, and advanced opportunities as an acceleration. So that's more than you probably needed to know in this 90-day plan, but that is where it really goes with the organizational effectiveness coming from the building. And this group in this building, and I knew you do have some stars, and I'll get to that, they have to be focused, and we have to be one voice once we step away from this table. I have to be one voice with them and hear where they see things. I was very fortunate enough to meet a very animated man, Mr. Ron Fagan. He is about as good as it gets when it comes to what you want in someone who knows finances, because he doesn't put a flavor to it. He tells you as it is. He's coming from Duval, and I said that correctly. He's coming from a place that I know well of, because they're large. And as we spoke in the vehicle yesterday, as Ms. Maddox drove us in circles, we were able to spend a lot of time talking. She's not here. She's celebrating her birthday, and as she should be. We were able to discuss some of the things about average class size and being able to reallocate. The term is reallocate. It's not to cut. It's reallocate. We only get a finite number of dollars. And some of that money runs out in a year or two, and that's going to have to be a discussion as we come along. We have to be sure that we are spending every single dollar appropriately. And the resources that we have extra, which is crazy because there's no such thing as extra money, have to be placed in the schools that need them the most. And that doesn't get done without a proper procedure and a system and a protocol. And I'll get to that as we get down to HR. So right now, I believe, with a cursory look, I believe we can reallocate to put resources in schools that need it the most and not even worry about schools dropping from C to D. Our biggest concern is how many are we going to get to A when we force it that way. That is the priority, and that is equity. The next few slides, I hate saying this to you, but I'm going to go ahead and read some of them. Oh, sorry. Usually have someone who does that for me. I'm not technically involved here. The elements in each one of those pieces you see in front of you are a separate slide, and it's important that we delineate them that way. I did not want to give you copies of the slides because you have them in front of you in sort of a bulleted form as far as the 90-day plan. Again, it's a draft. And it'll illustrate the importance of how we go about this. I already spoke about executive senior leadership. I was pretty clear on that. This is where it starts, and this is the basis of our 90-day plan. Let's get into the meat of it. I do want to remind everyone that as a regional superintendent, a lot of these processes are already under me with 59 schools, 61 ones built in 2 years because we're in a portable city right now. These responsibilities running a district is already under me, from facilities all the way across down to student achievement and everywhere in between. 59 schools is a very large district by the state and by the country standards. 24 is a pretty big one as well. My daily operational is as a superintendent until we talk about the entire district and every operation with that. I would transfer that into this location with a little more emphasis on my relationship with only 24 schools instead of 59. And that's why it's important that we start up at the top. I need to meet individually with you, as we discussed. There's the separate board meeting, sorry audience, separate board meeting or workshop to talk about protocols. Then it becomes the cabinet members. And that information we receive from you, that we all settle on, goes to them. And this is the protocol we will work from every day forward. We will not establish new protocols. This is what is starting. This board and myself, and I will act as the agent to the building, that this is the protocols established by this group. We're not changing them. We're not moving them. It'll act in the same. And when I meet with you individually, hopefully weekly and more if needed, that is your call. I will be transferring that information every week to cabinet. And the first time is you only get one first time, correct? You only get one first date, you only get one first meeting. Then I need to meet with principal leadership, with cabinet as well, and talk about the exact same things and moving it down. But now refine it towards how we're going to move forward with accountability. I think all of you saw the principal dashboard. It is an incredible tool. It is a tool that's now being used almost everywhere in this state and farther along. It is not being used here, from what I understand. It is a principal's tool. It works incredibly well. It sets the table for this is the expectations, this is the objectives, here's your data, how can I support? It does not trap anybody. It just reminds them of where they are every single day because that data is available every single day. And it's no surprise when you're midway through the year and you're struggling and your scores are dropping and your discipline is up, especially among certain subgroups, that you're going to have a conversation about it needs to be better. I will support. We will support. But it needs to be better. Keep an eye on this. Of course, then we need to meet with the small group settings with union leadership. I understand what's going on right now with the contract negotiations, so that would be a little tenuous because we don't want to get into a place where I'm saying something that may involve a contract negotiation, so I would obviously incorporate having legal assistance there at that time, even if it is from the University of Florida. This is important. Because we know on the front line, the teachers are the ones that make the difference. Principals make the difference in the school, and superintendents make the difference in the district. That's a clear pathway to success. We know that teachers are important. We know we only have a small window that we can meet the needs and demands of the teachers, whereas they have a small window of knowing that we only have so many resources to meet, and that's where that contract negotiation is. We also need to meet with the other folks. I was able to drive through the transportation department. It looks like a garage, but I saw people working there. Because if they don't have those buses running, guess who doesn't show up to school? Our children. And all of us should remember the first decision we make, and I'm sure the activity will have something involving that. The first decision we make is what is best for children, and what is it the safety of the child? Is it the education of the child? Those are the most important things. But we'll get to that in the activity because I'm expecting something involved there. Not that I've seen the questions, in no way. Moving through. Let's talk about the communities. Every single high-performing district has an incredible involvement with the community agencies. Protocols are set. Ask lists are set. When we go to the community, we have specifics on what we need. Most community agencies, all that I've dealt with, are willing to say, what do you need? Let us help you get there. That is the purpose of the community partnerships and the school partnerships. We have to make sure that we have an ask that makes sense, where our voids are. And how do we know where our voids are when we haven't done any analyzation of position control? We've done no analyzation of 10-year plan on maintenance, 10-year plan on innovation. We don't know that. So that has to be in, and you'll see that in a little bit. I mentioned internships and externships. Not only do we need to put our students in roles that they will be learning those famous soft skills that no one can define. You know what they are, but you can't define them sometimes. We have to put our teachers in those positions too. Teachers are the salt of the earth. They teach everything they know. But in this changing environment, especially with technology, it's very difficult for them to acquire those skills outside of this building or outside of their building. We need to incorporate letting these businesses allow teachers to work in externships. Pay them if they're willing to, work through that, but give them the real world experience. Because once they learn it, you know they'll teach it, and you know it'll be effective in the classroom. So the internship, extern piece was something I really grew on in Palm Beach County, was able to establish a significant amount, so much so that we have over 200 medical offices that allow our students and our medical teachers come in and work. The students have to be there, obviously, for their 100 hours, but the teachers, the medical teachers, or mostly biology teachers, anatomy teachers, chemistry teachers, now get to see the medical practices as well. And when you get that opportunity, now they're teaching what's going on in the real world as well. And remember, teachers will teach as much as you give them because they know it, they'll teach it, and our students are better for it. We talked about the town hall meetings. We talked about industry leaders, and I'm going through this quickly. Sorry, audience, again, I apologize. Meet with local university leaders. I have a connection with several of those. I know there was a transition recently with the president here at Indian River State College. Those are important key cogs. One of our biggest fears right now, and the governor was here the other day, speaking about teacher shortage. This district does not have a teacher academy. We are not growing our own. Each year out of Palm Beach County, and I don't want to refer to Palm Beach County as the perfect place. It isn't. They have their problems as well. But we see this teacher shortage coming. At the end of every year, there's approximately 42 to 50 contracts guaranteed and signed to students graduating from teacher academies, that when they return from college, they're guaranteed a job. They are handed a piece of paper and say, go find your job. If you don't care, we'll find one for you. But at that point, we're going to know in 3 or 4 years, it's going to be even worse. And we want to make sure we're building that capacity. You can't just find 30 teachers tomorrow to fill your vacancies. I think your vacancies may be a little bit higher or close to it. I think it's right around there. But if you don't plan now, you're not going to have anything in 3 or 4 years. So you have to plan now. And that is the key relationship with the state colleges and the local colleges. We also need to understand that the future workforce we're training. And if we don't listen to the community and the local industry in Career Source, and I was at the technical school the other day, and she was on a phone call with the Career Source, and I was like, okay, God, this is great, this is perfect. And they tell you exactly what they feel like the area needs. But we can't limit it to that either. Because we can expect our kids, I will say that a million times, mark me on the right column for that one. But we can expect them to not stay here all the time. We don't educate children to stay here, but we want them to, because they'll drive our economy and they'll make it better here. This is their home. But we have to give them that global perspective. Remember, children are growing at rapid rates in a technology world, and the amount of jobs they have is just mind-blowing when you realize that most of us have only had a couple jobs. We have to prepare them for that, and they move faster. I don't want to pick on the millennial piece, but that's their mindset. I'm going to go where I'm most happy, and I have the skills to do that. We'd love for them to stay here, because that is our future generation. And I'll speak with that in the 15 minutes that I'm still trying to bargain a few minutes out of. Elected officials and civic leaders. They ran on a platform promising a lot to their constituents. And those same constituents are sitting in our audience. They're our parents, they're our business owners, our business leaders. We have to have a relationship with them. They are elected. They are not the school board. They are not the school district. But they have a heavy investment in what we do. And we have to have a strong relationship with them and a strong commitment to their vision as well. Our job is to educate, and we'll always be the educators. But we have to have open ears on how that's done sometimes, because we don't know everything. Moving through. Can I ask on time, please?
6 minutes, 50 seconds.
Left?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. We're going to move quickly through here because a lot of this is already been repetitive. Student achievement gap. Let's get that DSEG order off. Let's look at our diverse learners. Find their diverse styles. I think I've said it multiple times. It was printed in the paper the other day. Thank you, Mark. We need to give teachers the opportunity to teach the best way they know how to their entire group of students, the diverse learning styles, and deliver it the best way they know how, but make them accountable for it. So we have to look at our curriculums. We have to look beyond the standard curriculums. That's that second line. And that means incorporating the real world. That means academies. It means having others step into our room, the professionals coming in and speaking in our classrooms. We have to look past state standards. That's a minimum. That is a minimum, just like graduation rate. That's a minimum. But we have to add that in there to make sure we're rounding our students to every angle and not just straight ahead for one bar, and that bar being graduation or a standard. Moving on, we talked about underperforming schools. We talked about increasing graduation rates, which is a phenomenal graduation rate here, 92. But remember, what if you're a parent of one of the 8 out of that 100? It's not that good of a graduation rate, is it? So 100 is where you want to go. We have to have the monitoring systems, and that'll be introduced in the first 90 days, the principal dashboard with the principals. That'll be introduced, the expectations and the standards, and we all talked about CTE in the middle school. We need a pathway. We need a pathway that says, I want to go to the medical academy at one of the high schools or the technical school. Why isn't it in middle school? Why is it not in middle school to get these students a head start? Okay, maybe they're not going to be doctors or nurses. They could be biologists. They could be veterinarians. There's so many different things they could be. But let's get them started early. Let's get them focused. Kids know what they want to do earlier now. We know that. And they can choose that. Let's give them those wide skills. And let's get that pathway going. And now we can move the medical high school programs to the next level and get them a year of college or 2 years of college before they leave. And then they're back to us in 2 years with that signed contract if they want to teach medical. School safety and student wellness is a big piece that's come in place a long time. We're going to have to meet with everybody in the district and talk about that. I know we are contracted out with the Indian River Police Force. That's important. The sheriff, that's important. They don't know our buildings as well as we know them. I believe they do now because they're in them. But we have to have a unified effort in that and understanding safety zones, unsafe zones. As you know, I put in a plan for all our events for 34 schools after our shooting last year. And again, being 6 miles from Stoneman Douglas, you have to know every hard corner, you have to have every soft corner, every way to get into the building. I was very, very happy to see that every time I walked into a building yesterday, there was a sheriff out front. It was very, very, very satisfying to see that. And let's improve upon that. That looks like something that's going well here. But remember, school safety right now is not someone who just shows up one day. They've planned some things, and we have to be out in front of that. We cannot be reactive in this. We cannot be reactive in school safety. And proactive means reaching out and getting those SEL components. So we'll look at and we'll audit those pieces as we go through. This is just a series of meetings and getting and gathering and collecting information. So when I speak of this, this is gathering every bit of information possible. There is one way to stay out in front of safety issues, and that's meeting the needs of children that are struggling or need additional resources. I need to see the resources we're giving right now. We have a behavior specialist in every single school. That's expensive. But think about how much that does out in the front instead of reacting, proacting. We spend our time reacting in schools. We've got to stop that. And SEL and providing those behavior specialists, especially in the schools that need it, is key. We will need more.
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Perfect, perfect. I'm going to jump to the budget. We have to look at the entire budget. We have to put a position control in. We have to make sure that standards are set for each school. When a school has 1,000 students, it gets this, and this. We can't have a school that has 1,000 students, gets this much more, and a school down the street has 1,000 students, does not get the same. And they both have the same school grade, and they both have the same population. We have to adjust that, and we have to figure out how. We don't have unlimited resources. We have to reallocate. And when School B over here is doing really well, and School A is struggling to stay that, we have to keep those resources there. But if we don't standardize that budget process and allocate in a proper and procedural way, we don't have the ability to control positions, and we don't have the ability to control the money that we may be able to find and put back into the classroom. Professional development seems to be an issue here. It's everywhere, don't get me wrong. Professional development is the key to successful teachers. Is our professional development appropriate? Is it meeting the needs of the standards? Is it meeting the needs of the students? Is it meeting the needs of the principal? Professional development starts in this building, and it has to be aligned with the standards. It has to be aligned with student needs and teaching styles. That is what this building is for, and it needs to stay that way. I will lead that as well, by the way. I want to get to the prize of this presentation because I don't think anyone's 90-day plan is that unique. This might be the part that's unique. And it's a small print because I didn't want the additional papers hanging out and folded. And I want the audience to see. Every one of the components that you just saw in the slides has an accountability piece for, is it done in 30 days, 60 days, and 90 days? That is your report card to me. Accountability of this district does not start in the classroom. It starts with Peter Licata as the superintendent. And that's my report card. Every single bullet that you saw in that 90-day plan is up there. And I am graded by you to make sure that I've met those. And it's documented by calendar. It can be public records requested. I operate in the open. This is unique to others. I'm holding me accountable first to you. And I will make sure I meet that. That really is the end of it. I do want to say one more sentence. After 90 days, I'm a transition superintendent for the first 90 days. After that, the information we gather, I become the transformational superintendent. I work with the departments in here to transform the district into that world-class organization and the information we gathered, and we bring it back to you, and we start moving forward. And that's when we make the transformation. We have 5 to 6 months left of education for the students in this district. That has to be the focus. Not Pete Licata going to meetings and being out in the public. We got to make sure our focus is still on kids. But we have to do them both at the same time. And those are long days and long hours, but apparently you're used to them sometimes. I've watched the meetings. It's important that we don't get off rails right now. We have a really good district. And if we interject something too traumatic at first without really looking deep into it, we're going to upset that system even worse. So that is the 90-day plan. But the crown jewel of that, I'm leaving up on the screen because that's my report card. And I grew up with parents that I had 6 A's and 1 B. And guess what we talked about? The 1 B. And I became that parent, unfortunately, but it worked out for my children. So thank you for that. I didn't think I'd take the 30 minutes. I didn't want to read the bullets. You can read. I really wanted to highlight some of the points that are important. But it is meeting a lot, so thank you.
Okay, nice. 30 minutes, huh? And you wanted 15? Is that what you said?
You know, when I went on a diet, they told me I had 2,000 calories. Guess how many calories I ate every day? 2,001.
Okay. So what we're going to do at this point is we're going to go around and each board member is going to have 5 minutes to follow up on questions on your presentation. And we started with Dr. Schiff last time. If we could start with Mrs. Justice.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Licata.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. You touched on a number of important issues. The dashboard is particularly interesting to me. If you could go into a little bit more detail about the purpose of the dashboard, how you'll go about implementing it, and how it'll help to inform your decision making.
If technology has the ability to show this to the audience, would that be okay, or we don't want to go there?
I don't know that we can do that right now, but
Okay. So this is the dashboard that all of us saw. The dashboard is a series of cells. We'll get to it. It's a series of cells and past performance. The cells in that dashboard are updated nightly with the focus system, which you use here, which we use in Palm Beach County. And it delineates current status of every situation on a campus. It talks about how many teachers do you have, what's their absentee rate in schools, how many vacancies you have, how many subs come and fill those positions, how many observations have the administration done. That is huge. Don't wait to the very end of the year and say, okay, you're not doing well, or you're doing really well. It also talks about teachers' experience and who they're exposed to. And when you look at that, you realize that teachers of 1 to 3 years are in some of our most critical need students. And that is exposed here. And when you do your master board analysis and you look at this, you match them up and say, listen, you're one of the best teachers. I need you on the front line here because you're making a difference. It also talks about absenteeism. We know that if a student is absent more than 10 days in a semester, their potential to become college and career ready drops down to about 60-some%. If they're suspended twice, it drops down into 30%. Here we have a demographic breakdown of every suspension, every absentee, and every in-school suspension for every student, updated daily. When I pull this up Monday morning, every Monday morning with my 59 schools and look at it, I can see some shifts and changes, and I can tell you what's going on immediately. And that means phone call. If something changes significantly, the principals will have to be indoctrinated to this because it's important. This is the system I know. This is the system that works. And this is their tool. It's not a gotcha because it's in front of you every day. A gotcha is surprising them with something. This is a tool they can utilize. And they can call and say, listen, Dr. Licata, I'm struggling here. I need some help. Help me with this. I see a dip here. And not wait for me to show up and say, what's going on here? And that's the way it's being used. It's not fear factor. It's an assistant tool. It also talks about the acceleration and which kids are in the accelerated courses at the secondary level. And that is a huge, powerful tool when it comes to which students are going into the acceleration.
Thank you very much. I'm going to stop you because I do get 5 minutes. I have one more question, but I thank you for highlighting the dashboard. I think it's something that could be particularly helpful in our district. You have taken the time to highlight some strengths, but also some weaknesses, and I've appreciated that because we are searching for a new superintendent, and it's not because everything is perfect. We need to make some improvements.
Correct.
So I've appreciated your candor and your honesty in that. You, when you spoke about our strategic plan, mentioned the word generic. I would agree with you. I do think it's a fairly generic strategic plan. Can you just touch a little bit about what you meant by that, and then how your information gathering in the first 90 days is going to help us to revise that strategic plan and move our work forward?
So the strategic plan, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Generic is better than not having one at all, of course. And it does address some standards. It does address what the goals are. But what it doesn't have is timeliness to it. What are the measurable goals? And what are the strategies to get there? That circle that you have, and I have it right here, that circle you have is a phenomenal graphic. I love it better than the one we use. I really do, and I'll probably steal it. Well, no, I'm going to keep it because I'm going to be here. But what you don't have is how to get there. You have generic statements of all students will, all community members will.
1 minute.
That is not a strategy. That's a goal and an objective. There are not many strategies in there. And when you confuse those two, you get this whirlwind of, we feel like we're doing well, and then you have a bunch of C schools. Instead of having the specific strategies aligned with your strategic plan and when you are going to get there. I am soft-spoken most of the time. And in this instance, I am going to be a little louder. If teachers don't have the direction and principals don't have the direction, how are the students going to know where they're going? And how can we measure how well we're doing? It's a generic strategic plan, and it can be built upon. And in my 15 minutes, I'll tell you, do we move forward with it? Do we refine it? Or do we start new with a good baseline? Because it takes a lot of time to do it right. I've done 2 of them.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you very much, Dr. Licata.
All right, Mrs. Bernberg.
Okay. We have the ability to have overlap between you and Dr. Moxley. And so you will be able to
6
spend-
months? Sorry.
I don't think we have that in the budget. But you'll be able to spend some time with Dr. Moxley, who's a seasoned superintendent.
Right.
What do you think about a mentor, and who would you choose as a mentor?
So I want to spend 10 seconds on Dr. Moxley. Her transition, my transition, as we both go separate ways, is going to be about what I need to address immediately. She has spent her time here. She knows. She knows the ins and outs. She knows the minutia. That's a time saver for me. That is a respected woman who's done an amazing job of getting everything even-keeled. And a lot of my coworkers, my mentors, have worked with her for many, many years. And I believe and trust in her, and I think all of us do here. So let's get some of that dirty work out of the way, because she's done it already, and I thank her. My mentor is Robert Avosa. Robert Avosa was the superintendent of Palm Beach County and Fulton County. The mentor, the sub-mentors are Peter Gorman, and you'll see their names on the 90-day plans. Peter Gorman was the Broad Superintendent of the Year at Charlotte-Mecklenburg. Everybody wanted to be Charlotte-Mecklenburg 10 years ago, whether you had 100 kids in your district or whether you had 300,000. That was Peter Gorman. As a matter of fact, I'm spending next weekend in Chicago doing trainings with those gentlemen. And if they text me in the middle of this again, as I'm speaking, I'm going to let them know. I'm still interviewing. They are the resources that I call. They are in my cupboard, and I will reach for them often. Someone mentioned yesterday when I was listening, one of the board members, the previous superintendent didn't have someone to turn to, and they were alone a lot on that. I will not be alone. I have this, but sometimes you have to step away, because their experience as nationally known superintendents of years and Broad Award winners, they've experienced almost everything. But I also have one more, and that would be Donald Fenoy, Dr. Fenoy, who, as I came up here the other day, he said, I hate the idea of losing you, but I hate the idea you're not a superintendent. And he told me, I'm going to lose an incredible staff member, but I'm going to gain a colleague. And when a man tells you that, and he relies on me in way too many ways sometimes, he knows the void that will be left, but he also knows that someone did that for him, and someone did that for his mentor, and I'll do it for my mentor. Much like the assistant superintendent who stepped in my job. That's what you do. You make it as best as you can and bring someone in who's going to even make it better.
Great. You mentioned in your 90-day plan the equity with allocations and finances. Could you go into more depth about what you mean by that?
So in our district right now, I said we have no position control or a limited version of it. And schools really base their budgets, and this is the valuable time I spent with the animated Mr. Fagan, Dr. Fagan, Mr. Fagan. He was very clear, and it's very hard for him to deal with the budgets in April and May and March, and then get to the 10-day count and not have the positional power to move that, because you're constrained by financial obligations to those schools that have already set in place. When you have an 11-day count, 10-day count, whatever you use, you have to have the ability to say you have too much allocation at your school has decreased in population. You had 8 high need students that have graduated. You don't get those 2 extra units paraprofessionals. I have a high school or a middle school or an elementary school over here that just increased. That position has to be reallocated to over here. He indicated to me that's not in your power right now, and that's very difficult to operate. It is in a limited fashion. But when you're surprised, when you're sitting behind a desk as a principal, and I've gotten those phone calls, when you're sitting there and the district office calls and says you're losing 2 teachers because, and you already built a master schedule, you've just disrupted 150 students times 2 of their master schedule, and that is not good academic procedure and process. You have to be out front of that. And principals should not be surprised at the beginning of the year, because their schedules are set and those students are already in there. Students don't spend the first day in the cafeteria. There better not be one rear end in that seat in the cafeteria. They're in class that first period. Those schedules are out. And with focus, you can do that so quickly and so easily. So that is what I've talked about. That interrupts the academic process when you don't have the right resources in the right schools and you got 45 kids in one class and you're waiting for that teacher to get from somewhere else or find that resource. That teacher should have already been there. You get 180 days. You only get 180 days, and you got to make everyone count.
Thank you.
Mrs. Rosario?
Thank you. You talked a little bit in your presentation about branding. I'd like for you to expand a little bit upon that. And just as an administrator who walks into a classroom can very easily scan a room and understand
Correct.
whether learning is taking place or not.
Word walls, such, yes.
I'd like to ask you, in your brief overview, in your brief visit here in Indian River County, what do you foresee as possible branding outcomes for us? I know that there are a lot of components that go with it, a lot of community members' input and faculty and staff, teachers. But in your brief overview and scan, if I may use
Sure,
that word?
absolutely.
What do you think
So-
would be the future of Indian River?
My first impression was you have a system of schools. There was not one identifying factor of Indian River County schools on every campus. There were individual schools everywhere you went. And they have to have their individuality. You know, the school over on the beach has to be different than the school out west in the agriculture areas. We have to understand that. But every school has to have the same brand. And I saw a system of schools. It needs to be a school system. Now, branding means that I have to be out front and I have to be the face. I'm the superintendent. I'm sorry you don't get a better looking face, but this is what you get. And that's going to work out okay. But it has to have a label. You walk into Palm Beach County, what does it say? Your best choice. And everybody knows that. And it's everywhere. On every piece of marketing material, it's on a standardized template for every presentation at a board meeting. It's in every presentation that's done by schools, professional development, by curriculum, by HR. That leads me to the second part of your question. You have to brand this district to get people to come here to teach. And one of the DSEG factors is not having enough diversity in our schools. We've met some of those standards, and we've got to be careful not to lose that. I would be the charge for recruiting. Superintendent at a recruiting fair at Bethune-Cookman or FAMU, Florida Memorial. I'm going to go ahead and be able to compete better than the table next to me. But I better have a brand. What am I going to tell them? Oh, we got great weather. Well, you know what? Every county in Florida has great weather. Just walk outside today. But we have an ability to brand the fact that it's affordable still to live in Indian River County. We do have beautiful beaches. We still are a small town feel with an amazing downtown, with an opportunity to grow a family here in the environment that we absolutely love. And someone sitting at this table could not stop talking about how great they love this place and how it is their home, and they all want to protect it. We need to sell that piece too, and that's where the elected officials come in and business partnerships. We have opportunities for you to raise your family, have a career as an educator, and a pathway to become an administrator. And I was floored when I found out there is no pathway right now to become an administrator. There's words I want to use, but we are public right now. And that has been my success as a professor at FAU as well as a leader in the district. So I think I answered way too much there, but I think it needed to be attached to it and put in a spider web because all of it means the same thing. What is the brand of Indian River? What is it? Tell me. And we have to figure that out because you're not selling anything until you have that.
Thank you. You're going to have an opportunity to read through and respond to a scenario shortly, and there are going to be some opportunities that might overlap with my next question. But something that I hear often of you is, I will lead, I will do, I will go, I will be the one. There's a lot of I's in there, and as a superintendent, you are. Ultimately, the buck stops here. And yes, you will be the face of our district moving forward. But I want to ask, how are your abilities as a leader and a manager to delegate responsibility? Because on a daily basis, we know that things happen all the time that will pull you from
Correct.
what you've intended to accomplish that day. So how would you?
So I teach interviewing skills. I've taught it for 10 years at the college level. And there's a time when you use I, and there's a time when you use we. This is the time I use I. My leadership style is very clear. Model it, teach it, grow it, and then let those leaders, because right now in this building we have a lot of managers that should be leaders, and they need to grow. They're stars. I snuck out of the office yesterday. I felt like Jack Nicholson from One Who Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and ran into the departments and started talking to people because I had to feel what was here. Those are leaders, and they're not being able to lead. My strength is giving that off, because then I can be who I want to be. Because those decisions that they're going to make, they know what it already is. And that's that process that starts with we and one unified body. So today is the day I need to use I. And you'll not hear it very often, unless it's about a responsibility for this district and it was bad. I will take that responsibility.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Dr. Schiff, do you need to take a drink of water? A breath?
You drink, I'll talk. How about that? You've given some really good answers. That was actually Mrs. Rosario's branding question was first on my list as well. I want to comment that I think you're spot on the strategic plan. I also want to comment on Mrs. Berenborg's question about mentorship, because I would argue that being alone is a choice, and that every superintendent in this state has the opportunity through FADs and other resources and other connections to be supported by other superintendents
Agreed,
and other
100%.
mentors. So I appreciate that you've mentioned, and I've followed Dr. Avosa's career a bit. I follow some of the work in Palm Beach County, and so I appreciate that, and I appreciate what some people down there also say about you and your capacity to get things done.
Thank you.
You've talked a bunch about budget as well. Can you talk specifically, with attention to restricted funds and unrestricted funds, where you see us in the context of what we can and can't spend, state allocation, state models for allocation? You've also alluded to your ability to create and innovate. Tell me a bit about where specifically you see that happening to the best of your ability at the moment in our budget and our allocations.
I'm going to answer that because it could be a 4-hour answer.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be very cursory, because when you're public and you speak about it, you don't want to get into the weeds, because then you're held to a standard that may not be set. And without having complete knowledge and working with the group that would make those decisions, I don't want to get too deep into it. I want to stay atop of it, because amazing electronic technology will bring that back to you and let you know
Yes, it
what
will.
you said. Read my lips, remember that one. So first of all, we don't have much in the operational budget to move around, and that's where that position control. We've been robbing Peter to pay Paul. Peter's running out of money. Got to worry about that fund balance. It's a key. You drop your credit rating, it's a problem. It's a significant problem. And right now you're okay. But you can't keep dipping into different places to pay for operational expenses. And we got to be careful about continuing to dip into that reserve. There is no plan, 10-year maintenance plan right now. And one of the responses I got yesterday was, I said, where's the 10-year maintenance plan? Where's the facilities planning? Well, I met with them and they said everything's fine. Well, what do you mean fine? It's perfect now. What about 2 years? You know what a roof costs? You know what a building painting? You know what an air conditioning costs at a high school? $13 million. Where's that coming from? You can't take it from operational. So as you talk about changing the budget, you can only work within the realm you have. But if you keep taking from that operational budget or moving around to make sure you're covering costs, or taking from the capital budget, and you only are allowed to do that in so many ways. The state guides you from that, and it makes sure, because it doesn't put you, make sure they don't want you in a bad credit rating too. We have to innovate ways to build programs without spending money. I've been able to do that. I've showed you with that $15.3 million, and reallocate it to many schools and actually increase the budget. Classroom Size Act was able to do that without overloading classrooms. There also is, and I don't want to talk about future referendums. It's not the place, it's not the time. Should this county feel the need to improve upon many of the activities that go on in here? In Palm Beach County, we passed a referendum and added where if you've been teaching 10 years, you get a $10,000 raise every year, 10 or more years. 5 or more years, you get $5,000 a year. 1 to 4 years, you get $1,000. That's $385 a check when you think about it for those 10-year teachers. And it's lasting 4 years because of that referendum. I don't want to talk about that. But you talk about being able to recruit. You talk about getting the very best teachers. Sorry, Martin County. Sorry, Broward. It's about our kids. And I want to have that universal view, but I'm held to the standard, and we are held to the standard
1 minute.
of our district and our students. And you want a recruiting tool, you bring that out. But we have to.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you
Go
because
ahead.
we got 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Your 90-day plan is very ambitious. It sounds like a 1 to 5 year plan with 26-hour workdays, which I appreciate your capacity. Tell me a bit, if you had to say first 5 things you're going to do to hit the ground running, what are they?
Meet with you guys individually and then workshop it. Make sure the public knows how we operate. I got to meet with cabinet, and we have to audit every one of their departments. I need to know where they're spending money, what the curriculum we're buying. Is it meet the standards? Are we doing the right positions? And are the schools in need getting the right resources? Then I need to meet with the teachers in that union and talk about how we're going to move forward and how we're going to be supportive of them and how their professional development is going to be key on how they're going to be successful. And their evaluation will be based on the idea that we've supported you and we've done everything we can. And finally, the community. You can't do those things in isolation, and we have to meet with the community and talk about what they need out of us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Licata, I wanted to talk to you because we had a really good conversation yesterday, and I just wanted to recap. In your current position, you are you're the assistant,
Regional superintendent. I was the assistant superintendent for many years.
of choice.
I was assistant soup for choice
Okay,
in innovation, which included all the way from charter to home
Right.
and everywhere in between, athletics and medical. But now I'm the regional superintendent, where I oversee
Okay.
59 schools and act as a superintendent for
Okay.
those schools.
So I have two questions, and
Absolutely.
they're not on the same topic. In our conversation, you get really passionate about choice. Well, you get
No.
passionate about a lot of
Sit
things,
on my hands,
but
I can-
you get passionate about choice, and I get excited listening to you when you talk about that. What does choice mean to you? And in addition, how will you help grow our relationship with our local charters if we were to choose you as our superintendent?
So choice to me at 10,000 feet is the opportunity for every family to have every educational opportunity, which includes homeschooling, which includes virtual schooling, for their children and what best serves them. They are the parents. They know their children better than we know their children. We need to provide every opportunity, but we need to educate them on that. I hold a fair down in Palm Beach County where 15,000 families show up. I had a board member flying over it and landing, and then when he landed, he texted me and said, "Pete, I was planning on making it there, but the traffic is about a mile long getting in. I'm not going to see you tonight." It is the focal point for parents to come in, mostly our first graders or kindergartners, our fifth graders going to sixth, and our eighth graders going to ninth. But it is a focal point of every parent, and the educational output there for parents to learn is the key to it. And we have to give them everything. If you want to homeschool your child, go ahead and do it. But we have resources here that can help you, and we can provide those advanced credits. You want to go to a charter school, those charter schools are our students. I say this often. They're our students. They're not our schools, but they're our students. And they need to be able to go back and forth, because sometimes they come back to high school, sometimes they come back to our schools. And we'd really like to see them on the same page, because when those students transfer in and out, it shouldn't be they didn't get anything at the charter school, and now we got to catch them up, or the other way around. We have to make sure we're in concert with them. So I would meet with them regularly and say, listen, you're not part of the comprehensive part, but we all have to be on the same page, because you're doing the same thing we want to do, educate our children. So that to me is choice, educating the parents and giving them those opportunities.
No, I
The second
appreciate
half is
that.
harder,
Yes.
giving them those opportunities.
So let's jump over to the middle school. I have notes here. You had talked the day before about middle school acceleration. What are your thoughts here in your 90-day plan? And I know yesterday, or yes, it was yesterday, we kind of touched on the middle school achievement growth model that we're seeing here.
So I felt that it was fair, because technology is such an important part, and I've said students learn through technology. We learn technology as adults. It's important that everyone has an opportunity to get that, because it holds back and it increases that achievement gap. And that's the gap there. I always say, walk into a low-income school and watch the children type, and they're typing with one finger. Go into a middle or high-income school and they're typing with all their fingers. That's a gap. Let's close that gap where we can. So let's put technology into every school for the middle school, where they can learn that. You may be able to do it next year. I don't want to overpromise, but with a quick analysis of teacher certification and meeting with these departments, it can be done. And let's get those students in there. 8th grade. Let's get the companies that provide the software to train, because they don't charge us for it, because we're using their product. I have those relationships. Let's do that. The other piece was the medical, and I talked about it. That is the biggest industry. Go ahead and look at the job list. It's service industry, and included in that service industry from the state, it's medical. Let's get those students opened up to opportunities. Maybe they want to be a medical teacher. Maybe they want to be a doctor. Last I checked, knowing more in science doesn't hurt a child at all. As a matter of fact, we could use a little bit more in some of our schools right now. So when you talk about middle school, we're missing such an untapped area. And as the leader in the state, and I say this over, Palm Beach County Last year, we accounted for 25% of the entire state's acceleration in middle school. 25% of the entire state in middle school acceleration and industry certification was attained in Palm Beach County.
Okay. Thank you. So at this point, what we're going to do is we are going to move into our scenario, and Dr. Brown is going to read the scenario, give you a copy. After she reads it, you will have 5 minutes to go into the instructional room over here to
Alone?
the side. And
Alone?
so we'll let Dr. Brown go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You will be, just as a preface, the board will consider your ability to evaluate the situations, prioritize your actions, demonstrate good judgment, and communicate with others. So the situation is as follows. It is September 15th, 2020. You have been the superintendent of the school district of Indian River County for several months and have become familiar with the staff and the operations of the district. You have come to trust those who report directly to you and are scheduled to be in your office for the day. The following events are brought to your attention between 8 a.m. and 9:15 a.m. Please describe the actions that you would take immediately and during the remainder of the day to appropriately address the following issues. At 8 a.m., the CFO mentions to you while you are walking in the building in the morning that his concerns regarding the increasing costs of fuel are escalating. Given the funds allocated in the district and the current price per gallon of fuel, the buses will stop running on April 1st, 2021. At 8:05 a.m., you open your email to find that a board member would like to meet with you at 2 o'clock today to discuss the philanthropic efforts of several civic groups and the potential positive impact on instruction and student achievement scores. At 8:10, you are reminded by your secretary that you are scheduled to meet with the Taxpayers Association at 7:30 p.m. You have met with this group several times since you began your tenure in Indian River County and realize that the central goal of this organization is to keep taxes as low as possible. Consequently, you have been asked to address their concern that their taxes are too high and to describe what you are doing to reduce spending in schools. At 8:15 a.m., the Director of Human Resources comes to your office to ask your advice on a potentially controversial personnel issue. A varsity high school football coach allegedly grabbed a player by his throat during practice last night. It's fictional. This is a fictitious situation. Just like to say that for the cameras, whoever's watching this later. Apparently, the player made a sarcastic comment about the coach's ability to understand the opposing team's offensive strategy. The football team was 0-10 last year and lost a big game the previous weekend. During your first few months, you have fielded many requests from parents and students to fire this coach. The HR director wants your advice on how to proceed. At 8:30 a.m., the governor's chief of staff called you to let you know that the governor intends to visit an Indian River High School tomorrow at 1 p.m. to announce a new initiative regarding improving school safety in all Florida schools. It is requested that the governor be given a forum in which to make this announcement in one of the district schools. 9:15 a.m., you receive a call from the director of elementary education that an elementary principal just called her to say that an 8-year-old student who's in 2nd grade brought an unloaded gun to school to show her friends. A teacher confiscated the weapon. The police are on their way to the school, and the child is in the principal's office. Please let us know how you would handle what promises to be a very busy day, and you'll now retreat to the kitchen area or the small group area to be with you to make some notes. You will have 5 minutes, at which time you will come back and you will have 15 minutes to discuss your plan for the day.
Absolutely.
Okay, board members, we'll come back at 11:25. All right, so that we were on a brief recess. We're going to call this meeting back to order at 11:25. And at this point in our interview process, Dr. Licata has reviewed the scenario, and now he is going to give us his summation of how he would address the situations.
Busy day.
Welcome back, Dr. Licata. We're excited to see you here.
So I appreciate this, mostly because it is a look of a day in the life of a regional superintendent. Actually, and I'm not downplaying it, this would be an okay day. It would be an enjoyable day, except for the one element with a potential problem with the teacher and the coach. Understanding this, if I've been here a few months, processes are already in place. My executive staff understands my leadership style, and they understand also that when there's a problem, they're bringing a solution because they are the most knowledgeable in that area. So let's frame that right away. My leadership is about them being in charge of what they are in charge of and understanding how they communicate to me and the protocols that we established our very first meeting as we move down. So that's a relation back to the 90-day plan. Let's talk about in order of operation, as it is chronologically set here. Fuel costs. We're talking about 6 months from now. What are our options? What plan did you bring me? Fuel costs if kids aren't getting to school, they're not learning. The immediate reaction for most is where can we cut immediately to make sure we have it for the rest of the year? That's going to be an answer if you don't have other answers in place. The CFO needs to have in front of me the alternatives of what the price is of fuel, what are our other options of attaining funding and financing for that fuel, where are we in excess in some of our capital's money, and then let's analyze those bus routes immediately. We have a few months. We know we're going to have to cut to make it. But if we start cutting now on bus routes and combining them and freeing up some of those opportunities, we now put money back into a fuel tank. I am not a fan of diesel fuel. I believe it does not educate kids like a program could, but it does require us to get there. Moving to 8:05, board member wants to meet with you too today. The protocols, again, which should be established. When you ask to meet with me with an outside person who has a philanthropic idea, I love it, idea, you can't surprise me because I'm not going to surprise you. What kind of idea are they bringing? What are they bringing? Are they selling something or funding half of it? I need to know those details. It's important enough. The protocol is for you to call and say, I need to meet with you. Then we meet. And that'll establish over the relationship. We can't just meet at every whim, but this sounds like a pretty significant piece here. So I just need some information behind it and make sure we get there. Now we go to 8:10. Secretary scheduled to meet with Taxpayers Association, 7:30 p.m. tonight. It's funny you mentioned that because it did happen recently. We're going to schedule that. And we're going to talk about the fact that the school superintendent is not in charge of tax rates. We're also going to talk about our oversight committee that they are on in the Budget Review Oversight Committee. I'm not sure if there's one here. That would be established. And that is a group that would be on that committee. It cleans up what we do with taxpayer money. It's not the school district spending it however they want. It's a watchdog, and it's the community, it's the parents that are invested in it, professionals that know money, and they are on it. So for them to be surprising me on that they're upset that we're spending too much money would be a bad communication piece on their end, but you have to listen to them because it really falls nicely into one of those pieces about the governor, but I'll get back to that in a minute. I will always meet with the community, especially a tax watch community. If you're going to brand Indian River County, you got to make sure it's still affordable. And are we spending our money the right way? And I think I got that at many times in our plan. Director of Human Resources, this is the one that jumps out at me right away. Whatever's going on at that moment, it stops because this is huge. There is a protocol, or there better be a protocol on this type. The first thing is it real? Is it real? So many times things are called in that aren't true and are not accurate. Is it real? That HR manager or HR chief, however the system is, immediately is deployed to do an investigation. If there is some suspicion of realities, that coach is pulled immediately and sent home on assignment. The police are involved on an investigation. We wait for that investigation. We have to maintain the support of our teachers, but we work for children first. You cannot make a knee-jerk reaction on this because it happens in a district of 197,000 and 65,000. This is almost a daily thing that you hear, and you better investigate it right. Because if you're wrong, you've destroyed someone's reputation. Obviously not a good coach at 0-10, but he could be a great mentor. And sometimes records aren't the proof of who they are. Don't make that flash judgment. We have to prove. We still live in a society that gives everyone the right to be heard. But if there is pieces of that may be real, and you've had previous reports, that teacher, coach needs to be removed immediately, sent home with pay until the investigation is done. You do not want them by children. Moving on, the governor, chief of staff called to let you know that the governor intended to visit Indian River High School tomorrow. Let's schedule that. Let's put the group together, and guess who's going to be the first guess who's going to be the first invite other than us in the executive cabinet? Oh, the Tax Watch Committee. They're going to be there at that meeting because they need to hear about funding issues and how tight the budget is, and we have to make sure that the importance of what the governor is sending to us for safety has to be used that way in our constraints. And let them ask the questions. We don't want to ambush the governor. No. We want to make sure they understand how tight monies are. We obviously have our CFO there. We have local businesses, and we have our budget oversight review committee there. It's important. You also have parents there. Being school safety cognizant of what went on, we had so many school safety meetings down there after the shooting and after MSD. Parents need to hear as well. They send their children to our schools. It's supposed to be the safest place. And if the governor's on an initiative to make them even safer, they need to see it front face in person and be there to ask questions. We support that. And I hope this is a true statement here. I don't like the last one being true. I want this one to be true. And he was here the other day. The last one is a tough one because you're dealing with a young child who may not know right from wrong at that point with guns. The immediate reaction, obviously, call the police, but DCF has to be involved. Remember, any access to guns by a minor is against the law and punishable. The immediate announcement to the parents of that after everything is resolved, the child is counseled, the parents are brought in, a communication from the superintendent, not the press or not the information director, from the superintendent to a call out to everyone, assuring that schools are safe and to reinforce the parental responsibility of what is in that child's backpack and what they have access to. This happened last week in my district. Thankfully, it was a BB gun. Are we disciplining a second grader? I'm sorry, what grade? Second grader? Mm-hmm. No, we're counseling a second grader. We're making sure those parents don't make that mistake again and let law take care of that piece. Our concern is that child and the children they brought the gun to. Unfortunately, and I can't disclose much, this is frequent, much more frequent in a large district. I have so much experience with this, it sickens me. So this is unfortunate, because I've been one of those administrators that had to retrieve a gun out of a locker when I was a principal. And when you have a family, you think twice about it, and that should never happen. So I don't want to minimize this. This is a good day. It's a bad day for some of the things that happen. But if processes aren't in place, I am micromanaging and dealing with every one of these issues, and it should not be that way. The processes should be in place. My leadership style is already there. And when the CFO brings me a problem that's going to happen in a few months, he's coming to me or she's coming to me with answers. We know we'll have to save money or cut money somewhere to pay for that fuel. But what are our options? One of them is let's look at those bus routes. Let's start combining. Let's see if we can reduce that. That's the answer they need to bring. Our HR person better know how to do an investigation alongside a police officer because they have to work in concert, especially considering that grabbing a child by the throat, Bobby Knight did it, not allowed anymore. It's punishable as well. And someone could lose their license, teaching license for it. But let's make sure it's accurate. These processes have to be in place. Pete Licata can't make these decisions all the time. But the important ones in here with school safety and student safety, I have to be thoroughly involved on everything and kept abreast at all times. Is there anything else in there? Oh, there's questions on this, that's right. Right?
Well, actually, we have 5 minutes on this topic. Did anybody have any follow-up questions? Mrs. Rosario?
Yeah, let me just finish my thought. I want to go to the last scenario with regard to the elementary student bringing an unloaded gun. What I didn't hear in the answer was who specifically will be the frontline people in addressing this concern? Who, if any, will be dispatched to go to the school to provide support? And who addresses the media in ensuring that what is reported is actually accurate versus, obviously, we have experience, as many have, the media reporting inaccurate information. How can we ensure that the right information is being disseminated not only to media but also to parents?
So there's 3 questions in there. First of all, I think I made it clear in a prior answer that when it involves breaking the law, the police have to be involved. We're not police officers. We're not law officers. The HR person always has to be involved with any kind of issue with this, meaning how did the teacher go about it, getting statements. They also need to be trained and professionally developed when this happens. Principal obviously has to separate that child, and we have to get some resources. And I did say that in the answer, I believe, that we have to immediately counsel the student on about what's right and wrong. Communication, I mentioned as well. That comes from me. The worst kind of communication is the errant communication, or the Orson Welles syndrome, where you're sending such scary messages out and they're not accurate or not real that everyone is in a panic. There has to be a communication process. And I've said it before, I think I said it the first day. Any significant safety issue that involves the district has to come from me. Good news comes from the schools themselves with coaching from our information officer. But you cannot put specifics in announcements that will get people in a panic, but you do not keep information from them. Remember, there's a lot of privacy involved here. You have a second grade student. You divulge that information of who that student is, you are looking at an incredible lawsuit because now you've picked on that family, and who knows what kind of repercussions in the community will happen. You also have to understand maybe it wasn't the gun at the home. Maybe the gun was at the neighbor's house. So we can't go after the parents immediately. There's a lot of processes here, and we can't break the law or take the Bill of Rights away from parents and folks. Our job is to protect, educate, and help support. So I think I did answer some of those in there. But any kind of significant safety announcements have to come from me after you've been informed. In an instance like this, you will get a generic message from me, like I talked about. We've had a unloaded gun, such and such school by a second grader. We're getting the details, providing support for the child. The police are involved, HRS is involved. I will call you later with more specifics. Bam. I think you don't need to know that my phone can't be filled up with calls from each of you. I think that's fair. Then I would probably call, in my area, I would call the school board member who oversees that school and have a conversation with them, because then they have their community to respond to. But you can't release information that's incorrect, and you can't release private information. So I've dealt with this maybe 15 to 20 times in the last year and a half, 2 years. So you have to be very procedural in it. You have to be very careful, because it puts the school district at a liability when it's done
2 minutes.
appropriately.
Do I?
Anybody else have other questions?
That's fine.
Go ahead.
No, I'm good right now. I'm
Go.
enjoying hearing the board members ask questions.
Do you have a question? And I know Mrs. Rosario has another question if nobody does.
Are we just on the scenario, or are we going into? our
Just
5
on this
minutes?
scenario.
Got it.
We only have 1.5 minutes now. Go ahead, Mrs.
Just out of
Rosario.
fairness, thank you, Madam Chair. Just out of fairness, I wanted to, and I say fairness because I asked this question of the previous candidate. I want to kind of flip the script a little bit.
Sure.
We hear about things that are done in the positive, or what is planned in our response positively to certain situations, but I want to take the chance, which would never happen here because we are a well-oiled machine in our operations.
I like that.
But let's just say something happens with the governor's chief of staff and the governor coming in to visit, and having our staff establish this forum for the governor. What happens in the case that it is not organized well, and it's I don't want to say chaotic.
So I don't
How
want
would
to,
you?
I don't
I
want
want to hope that
to,
that would never happen.
I don't wanna make-
But I just want to hear your leadership style in handling something
so
of
that's
that sort.
easy. It's really a non sequitur type question because it's not going to exist. When you have someone who comes in and we saw it here the other day, and I really appreciated that principal's speech. It was from the heart, and I met him last night again when I stopped by the football game. When someone like the governor comes in, it's an invite only, and those questions are prescribed. Give them to me. That chief of staff will be coming to me or Kristen,
Kristen.
and say, I want the questions that are going to be asked. The governor is not going to go off the cuff. Richard Corcoran, 2 weeks ago when he was in one of my high schools, he was really impressive because he took questions, but he just wrote them down. He did not respond to them. That doesn't happen with the governor. They will not do that. That chief of staff will grab those questions and work through and make sure they model what he's trying to send out. It will not be chaotic. It'll be heavily secured. Questions will be vetted. It'll be an invite only. And it'll be a celebration of something that may provide more safety to our schools. So, again, non sequitur.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that wraps up that portion. At this time, what we're going to do is we're going to dive into our final questions. Each board member has 5 minutes if they would like to utilize the 5 minutes to ask any final questions of the candidate or Dr. Licata. And we're going to start with Mrs. Barenborg.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm getting into some tough stuff. Have you ever been involved in litigation where you were specifically named and had your professional judgment questioned?
Absolutely. You haven't been effective if you haven't done that after, 25 years of education. There is on record, you can look it up, and I was cleared of everything and won every case. There was a situation where a strong friend of mine, who was a basketball friend of mine, we played basketball together, had his master's from the University of Florida, was really good with children, but he wanted to be a physical therapist. And his mother was my community ed AP, and she had hired him before I arrived to that campus. The court records are clear. It's an easy one. I asked him, I said, you're really good with kids. You love coaching basketball. Why don't you get your teaching certificate? Well, he did, and he was able to teach, and then I was able to get him a PE job at a local high school. Great kid, and he was 24, 25. In the meantime, his mother had moved to a different school, became very litigious, along with his stepfather, and had several cases against the school for multiple reasons, against the school district, not Pete Licata personally. When I was transferred to make a school that was about to become a C because of its inability to be academically strong and focused, that young man was on that campus. My perception, in my opinion, his view of students and his role was different. It wasn't the same as I saw. And as a declining population, I had to reduce the number of PE teachers and coaches in the school based on our formula. He was one of them. He felt that, and his mother was behind it, who I was friends with as well, felt that I was basing it on his multiracial status. CTA contract was very clear. That is the person I had to relieve from duty and access him. He didn't lose his job. He absolutely went back to another school that was growing and was a science teacher because he was certified in science. But that extended itself that it was a discrimination case based on his multiracial status. And I won every case along the way because it was very clear in the school district and CTA bargaining that this is the order of people that are reduced and moved to different schools. And he was one of the lowest on the rungs for experience, and that's how it did. I had full protection from the district. It was a 5-year case. I won every bit of it. Unfortunately, there were still 4 or 5 other cases against the superintendent by that family, by that parent, and eventually finally won one about relocating her when she was a community school AP. And forgive me if I don't have the absolute facts, but I seem to be the shrapnel or collateral piece of the bigger intent of the parent. It's nerve-wracking. It takes my attention away from schools, but I followed procedures. I followed the law, and you're always worried, but it had nothing to do with who he was. It was how the CTA contract and how the law or how our bargaining agreement prescribed it. And it took a lot of my time, but at the end of the day, There is a good part to this story, and it's important. He had twins when he got married, when he was working, and he was not able to take care of them completely, and his mother was going to take care of them. And she had called me and asked that they are living with him now. We're living with her. They're all living, and if we could reassign their schools so she can take care of them because she had retired. Sometimes our personality is challenged, and sometimes we're challenged as human beings. This was a time when I knew that what was best for kids, regardless of the previous history in courts and my time in hearing and slandering my name in some ways, this was about those two twins that needed to be in care of their grandmother, regardless if she sued me or he sued me. And I granted the reassignment
1 minute.
because it was about the children.
Okay.
So
Thank you. I have
it's
one-
well documented, and again, if you're not leading schools for that long, it's
All
going,
right.
you're going to have.
I had 2 more questions, but maybe somebody can ask my K to 3 question. Referendum. Have you ever been involved in getting a referendum? And if so, how would you go about, if you did it here, how would you go about having that done?
Okay, I've been involved in 4 referendums, all successful. The least successful was one that passed at a 56 rate. Most recently, the one of raising. These other ones were continuing the referendum. This last one was going all in and doubling it, making it $1. 25% went to the cultural council, 25% went to the county, 50% went to the district, instead of just 25% going to the district that we've kept renewing with that $15.4 million that we put for choice. Remember, school districts have the ability to be very positive in the light of referendums, and when you bring in others, you risk that because you're incorporating other leaderships and other organizations that may not have the favorable look that schools do. We always have a pretty good look. So it starts with the community. It starts with the one mission. It starts with a pep rally or whatever you want to call it, with the entire planning, promotion, branding, and what that money is for. An outside oversight agency is going to oversee the expenditures. You calculate what you would receive if you put that referendum through, how much money of it, where's it going, and have a schedule of it. And you cannot do that if you do not have a 10-year plan on your innovation and turning elementaries into KH. You can't do it if you don't know which roofs are bad or which ACs need replacing or which schools need playgrounds. How do you go ahead and ask people for more money when you don't have that scheduled out and you're not maximizing your budget? So that's that oversight review committee, and nothing gets changed on that expenditure because you calculate the approximate of what you're going to get.
Dr. Licata. We're over time on
Okay.
this one, but
That's
we
just
can.
that's a big
nope,
one.
I appreciate that. Maybe we can follow up with that with finish it up in my questions.
I think I got my message across.
Okay, Mrs. Rosario.
You are incredibly passionate about the work you do, and rightfully so. You have experience in affecting change, and it is inspiring. You speak with incredible confidence, and your determination in some of the comments have been, we will be an A by next year, and we will maintain that. I would like for you to just spend a little bit more time in maybe sharing how you are so confident that is definitely going to happen.
My wife will tell you I don't struggle with confidence. We were walking into the football game last night, and she said, low key, remember, low key. And she looked at me, shook her head. She goes, you don't know low key? I'm confident because some of the easy gets will bring this district well into the 62% that's required by the state 11 cells. Just the one school that would increase their science scores in the middle school, you got a lot of it right there. A point or two in math, a point or two in science, a point or two in ELA lowest 25, you're there. You're well above that, actually. Maintaining it, even easier, because now the systems are in place. That's that specifics in the 90-day plan of auditing our curriculum, crosswalking those standards from the state into the curriculum that they're teaching. Are teachers still teaching from 5 years ago because the standards are different? I'm sorry. And although they may be, the scope and sequence is off. So we need to audit that right away. Those are quick gets. And understanding what I saw in classrooms the other day with foundations and some of the things that are being used, they're not on target. They're not crosswalking those standards into the students. They're teaching them things, but they're not teaching them the standards that are tested. And that's a whole other argument. But the reality is we are taught to go with the standards and not what we think is best. Then we go above and beyond. These are simple, that's not fair. These are easy adjustments, but not always simply input. You have to make sure you have systems and processes. And I keep going back to that. So that's that master schedule analysis. And that's that curricular working with the assistant soup and saying, these don't match. And I believe she knows it as well. We talked a little bit about it.
Okay. My next comment is about the board working together. So we are as diverse as many other boards are, obviously, but we are a working board. Each one of us works very hard at what we do. We may not always think the same, but we certainly work hard to respect each other's opinion. One thing that we have agreed on is further developing our work as a board and possibly going through the board master training.
Master plan. SBA, yeah. Master
right.
board training.
Master board training, thank you. How are you, where do you see your role in creating a cohesive board in that front and coming along with us on this master board training process?
I have to be a part of it every step of the way. I'm great when I travel outside of the area, too. I'm great to be around. But more importantly, our communication has to be unified. I used the word yesterday with every one of you. I have to protect you. And I don't mean that in the sense you can't handle yourselves, but I have to protect a divisive force that may align themselves with one and try and get something out of the other. We can't hold school board meetings in the press. We can't hold them on campuses. We can't hold them on trips away. School board meetings are held here. My role is to make sure our communication is aligned. And I am part of that communication piece. And that when we gather to talk about an issue, we talk about it here, Sunshine Law. We respect everyone's opinion because they are diverse.
1 minute.
But we also make sure that we don't become subjected or vulnerable to outside influences that can wedge in between us. Because we are not to agree on everything. We are one voice. And when you go to the master board training, which I've been a part of, that is the key piece right there. You would conduct yourselves in front of everyone with your ideas, but you do not let any other entity conduct a board meeting by getting after you both, differently and separately. And that's where problems start.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Dr. Schiff.
We could take a breath.
I'll take a drink.
Some water. I want to follow up on Mrs. Barenborg's question, but ask it a little more broadly. And if you're selected, you'll be subject, of course, to an extensive background check.
Yes.
Before you come into the county.
Yes.
Specifically germane to your leadership here, are there any issues that you would want to take this opportunity to get in front of?
I just recently had a background check pretty deep. There is nothing there. I disclosed some personal information with most of you yesterday that is shame on that person should they get to there. The one thing that you asked, that's fine. It's in the public. It's a court record. It's very clear that I was well within my means of doing whatever, and a lot of the false statements and slandering was there. I followed the rules. No, I will tell you there are a few Peter Licatas that don't have my reputation. They're not related. And they actually, one of them lives in Boynton Beach, Florida. And it's caused me some pain. But no. My last speeding ticket was in the desert of Las Vegas, Nevada at 17 in a rent-a-car going 91. You don't think when you're 17.
Thank you. Sure.
No,
Thank
there
you.
is nothing. There is nothing.
You have, you've acknowledged your confidence.
Sorry. It's
It's all good. I'm sure you're aware of a SWOT analysis. If you could,
Certainly.
in a very short time, because I have some follow-ups, talk about what you see as specifically the one or two strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats that you see coming into this district.
Okay. The strengths is my ability to bring people together and communicate.
And, excuse me, let me clarify, specific to the district.
Bringing
Yeah.
people together as a district. That has been my strength in growing leaders and growing that responsibility that you're not a manager, you're a leader. You know, managers tell their people what to do. Leaders ask their people what to do. Great leaders, their people go and ask, what can we do for you? And that's the level I get to, that fifth element, all those books out there. Weaknesses are going to be my knowledge of the internal operation. You're vulnerable. Having the transition period is phenomenal. It's going to really, with Dr. Moxley, with the question over here, that is invaluable, and especially a strong leader like that. The strengths are my knowledge of the community and being part of this at one part of my life and still having a connection here. Opportunities, man, being an A district is great. Branding this district as the premier world class and providing a better education and more opportunities for parents to get college half paid for in their high school years. Those are big numbers. College is not cheap. So that's a quick one. You asked me to do it quick. There you go.
Sure, okay, thank you. One of the things I want to go back for a second, you mentioned on the scenario about contacting the school board member in whose district that school might be. We are all at-large members,
Correct.
just to clarify. It's
Yes.
different than some other
Yes.
counties. You've talked about this being not a stepping stone, but a capstone for you.
Correct.
You've mentioned that a couple of times. Can you tell me a little bit why superintendent? Why superintendent? Why here? More specifically than a generic answer.
When I made that decision to make a change in children's lives, it doesn't stop in the classroom. It doesn't stop as an assistant principal. It doesn't stop as a principal. It doesn't stop as an assistant soup, because there's still layers in there. There's still CAOs and all sorts of layers before you get to the superintendent. Regional superintendent, man, I'm close. But my impact, I need to be bigger on that. And you can call it ego, call it confidence. But the last time I checked, the leaders that I've worked for have always said the same thing. I need a bigger impact. And I want to be the biggest impact in Indian River County.
Thank
and
you.
That's it right there.
Okay, thank you. In my remaining, 48 seconds, how are you going to develop individual relationships specific to each board member with each board member's both priorities and styles? And how are you going to do that with us individually?
So that's the 90-day plan. Remember, it's meeting you guys individually, together, later, individually. I need to know what your priorities are. I know children are all our priorities, but I need to know the priorities individually. And I got some of that yesterday. I got a good portion of it, but it wasn't in the actual area or realm that we want to get down to and really get specific. So that is what that is for. What do you need me to work on for your perspectives and your position? And that's how that communication goes. Because what you feel is important to all of us. And I know you're about social justice, and that's important. And that's something I need to work
Restorative justice, just to
on.
clarify.
I'm sorry, restorative justice. We
Okay.
talked about social justice.
Okay. Mrs. Justice?
Yes, thank you very much. Dr. Licata, we have 5 minutes. Mrs. Barenborg didn't get to ask one of her questions. I'm going to give her 2.5 minutes. I think it's an important question.
Sure.
It's something that our community is very invested in, and then I'm going to
Sure.
take the last 2.5 and ask mine.
Okay.
Okay, so I know you have a lot of background in choice and CTE and things like that. Talk to us a little bit about how important K-2 is, and what would you do about aligning outside agencies, community support to what is happening in the district for K-2?
Okay, there's no way I have enough time, so I'm going to race through this and try and enunciate the best I can. Having approximately 27 elementary schools under me, it's very clear that we do not do a great job of educating children from the home. When I grew up, everyone knew how to read before first grade. That was a parent thing. We can't blame parents. We got to get what we can out of them. We put our worst teachers, bring that back. We bring our least effective teachers into first and second, maybe very good for the grounding of the students. But when they're not strong in the tested areas, it's a pattern of every district to bring the teachers into first and second, which is great because they're good teachers. They just don't get to the standards. That's got to stop. You cannot expect a third grade teacher to make up 3 years. There's no way. It's never going to happen. And that happens with pre-K development. That happens with correct pre-K development and the opportunity to provide that in any school or every school. I would love to see it in every school. I have not researched, and I've researched a lot about this district. That is important. You have to worry about private carriers of pre-K because some of them are not doing what the standards are. iReady, several other ones, Read 180, all these other publishing companies have now realized that they have to put online learning down to a lower level. They started in second, third. Now it's way down. We need to use those free assessments, and the state provides some of that too, and making sure that our pre-K is focused on student learning. It's not time in third grade to start doing that. It's got to be in the pre-K.
Okay, great. I think
Thank you.
I could go on
Two and a
for
half?
about 4 hours, but I apologize.
2 minutes, 50 seconds.
2 minutes and 50 seconds, great. So you got to travel around our district and got to see some schools yesterday. If you could tell me one thing that you saw that you said, wow, I'd like to see more of that, right? A pocket of success is one other superintendent
Absolutely.
candidate called it. But if there was one area also that you could mention where you saw something that kind of piqued your interest and saw a way to make improvement.
Pocket of success is not something that you were doing. It was something that was requested. I spoke with all the administrators when I was on campus. We weren't allowed to leave the cars, but I saw others doing it, so everyone was doing it, so it was okay for me to do it. I used that line before. Every administrator I asked, even the assistant principal in Beachside, Harborside, Beachside? Beachside. The AP was there because the other one's on a recruiting trip. What do you need in this school to make it better? And they all said the same thing. I need paraprofessionals to be pushed in, and I need more of them in my high need areas. They know the recipe. Not one of them mentioned pullout. I'm not a fan of pullout. All of them mentioned the need is more inclusion and more input from paraprofessionals in those classrooms to help the teachers with the students with diverse learning. I thought that was a home run. That made me feel very good. What do I see? What was the other part?
Well, you kind of just answered it. That was an opportunity. You liked hearing from our administrators, but they addressed a weakness. So
Well, that would be my first view.
the other part of it was there anything that you saw that you said, oh, I don't know if that doesn't align with what I'd like to see?
I
Was
don't.
there-
I
mean,
don't subscribe to the allocation of resources to schools right now. I don't know enough about it, but at a cursory review, I think it's not as effective as it needs to be, and that's a process. Because when you start taking resources away from people who have always gotten them, remember I told you the story about the $15 million that I started taking a resource here and resource here? You think I stole someone's red wagon with their puppy on it sometimes, when they were already getting $1 million and I'm taking only $78,000 from them, and they have funding that's ridiculous from private interests. I had to make that equitable. That's not an easy process because they get comfortable with it, and you can't blame them. Principals need every resource they can, but we have to have something that says, this is what you get because they got the same. Show me why you need more. Show me on your dashboard why you need more. Show me your master schedule where it says you have more students with disabilities and IDEA isn't paying for it. Then I'll get you more. Because she told me, the young lady at Beachside said, we have risen in our students with disabilities and we've risen in our students with free and reduced lunch that are not on grade level and we need more resources. She knew exactly what they needed. So I think that's the answer. That's the quickest address.
Okay. Let's jump over, let's talk about, in your 90-day plan, I wanted to ask you, whenever you're making a call, when you have your dashboard that you were talking about, and you said because you are going to be the principal's supervisor, correct?
Sure.
So walk me through exactly what does that call look like that you're making to a principal when you're seeing that there is a problem?
John Smith, you're going to see a calendar invite on your calendar. We're going to go over your dashboard. Please be familiar with it, and we're going to meet at such and such a time. I see some things that look good. I see some things that are concerning. Please be familiar with it so we can go over it. You don't discuss that over a phone. That's a face-to-face, and that's a clear documentation of how you're going through it. Remember, we want to reward principals for doing great things, and this thing shows great things. But those conversations don't go on over the phone. A principal calling in saying, I need more resources. Look at my dashboard. Okay, let's look at it. I'll be out. We'll talk about it at our next meeting. You need them right away? Okay, let's talk about it. My phone call to them is about, we're going to be meeting, be prepared for it. Nobody wants surprises. Principals are running schools. They have threats and so many different things going on. They don't need to be surprised by me. They should know their data, but they need to know that I'm coming to see them, and we're going to talk about it. And I may be bringing my assistant superintendent for curriculum and talking about it because they're using a product that doesn't work. That's how that goes.
How often, I know you have 57, 59 schools, how often do you have to have those conversations?
In my private portfolio, I see every principal every week. I have 7 of them. In my large portfolio, I have 59. I see every one of them probably every 3 weeks. They have instructional superintendents that go over that, because if I get there and they're surprises, that's more on the instructional superintendent. But I meet weekly with my instructional superintendents, and we go over every school, every visit. It's logged. Every single visit is logged. Who was involved? How long was it? What standards did you talk about? What were the good things? What were the bad things? Every single visit, school visit, is logged.
So with the number of schools that we have, how often do you see meeting with the principals?
Once a month.
Once a month?
As individuals or as a group? As a group, then we're meeting once a month for sure.
Right, but
Individually,
individually.
we're meeting once a month as well. High-need school that may be struggling a bit, we're meeting every week if we need to. That is not that's not set to scale, it's set to importance.
I know you've had a chance, you've been here a couple of days driving around, and I know that you grew up in Fort Pierce and lived there for quite a while. But tell me what about Indian River County is it that you have found that you like and that might be a little bit more challenging?
How much time do I have?
2 minutes.
That's going to lead into the 15 minutes, but I'll avoid what I was going to say about the 15 minutes. There's something to be said for a 2-lane road. I know that sounds crazy. There's something to be said for a 2-lane road because we don't have any in Palm Beach County. A 2-lane road means you know who lives next door to you, you know who lives across the street from you. You know you don't need to go through a gate to get in. You know that when something goes wrong, you can run down the street and help. There's some rural areas here that you can go to your neighbor and talk to them. There's something to be said for non-developed areas on the beach. We don't have golf courses on the beach because people live there. We don't have parks. We have designated parks. You have open shrub area. I'm a Floridian. I've been clamming in these waters in high school and shrimping in these waters. That hasn't changed much. And I think the pieces are in place for this county to avoid what other counties haven't based on money. You always want a great tax base, but the tax base is built on what makes this place special, on the brand. And when you talk to people, they don't think you want something out of them. When you approach people, they shake your hand and they say hello. Not that everyone in Palm Beach County is bad, but we're a big city, and it scares you when someone approaches you. You're thinking, okay, they're going to ask for a few dollars in gas money. They want something from you. Nobody here wants anything from you. They just want to say hi and shake your hand. That hasn't changed, but I'm going to get into that a little bit more. So,
Okay.
but it's a great question.
Okay. 25 seconds, and I'll yield that.
25 seconds. You
Yes or no?
mentioned something earlier about iReady and pre-K and kindergarten. So I understand how important it is for us to stay on standards, but if you had a choice, would you have a kindergarten child creative play in the classroom or sit at a computer?
Screen time should be limited to 45, 55 minutes per average student age. When you get lower, it shouldn't be near as much. Text is important. Text is more important at that younger age, but computer does help do with the assessment. Reading, running records can work in there too, but text is more important than anything. My grandson is in a Montessori program down in Spady, so I get to see him whenever I want.
Okay. At this point, what we have is we have set aside 15 minutes so that you can just give us a final statement. And if there's any questions that you wanted to ask us as a board, this is the time that you can do so.
So I'm gonna pass on the questions. I think you really about 2:30 in the morning, and I got yelled at for having the light on, which I should have. I talked to all of you yesterday, and we talked about a varied amount of things. Every one of you had one thing in common as I listened. And I didn't write much down. Every one of you talked about your children. Every single one of you talked about your children. You're an involved board. You can look at that any way you want. A couple of you laughed at me when I said it. An involved board isn't a bad board. An involved board means they want what's best for children. And when you verify it in talking stories about your own children, your interests are there. Chemistry has to be developed. It doesn't sound like anyone was fighting that. The old poster of who's all for change, everyone raises their hand. Who wants to do something about it? Everyone's hand goes down. I didn't see that here. It seemed like everyone is involved in becoming better and being unified. But that was your common thread, to talk about your own children, which I did as well. And that's important. Some of the things that I planned on speaking about were already addressed. The FSB training, one of you said, and during that training, you'll hear it again, great school boards create the space for superintendents to take risks. That means there's a level of trust that will move forward. And that's not random, it's calculated risks. It's not just, oh, let's go do this. They're calculated risks. That was an important statement, because the most successful districts, Palm Beach County, the superintendent is allowed to take risks because they know the foundation is making it better. Calculated risk. I also heard that our community has some incredibly long-standing traditions. Some border on controversial, but most are deeply embedded in what makes our community so strong, so tight-knit, and a wonderful place to live. The ones that may be intrusive and not conducive to the school system and to our community will eventually have to be addressed. And they have to be addressed appropriately. And we have to address them eventually. We have factions in this community that have held strongholds. And some of them are very, very good. And that's why we're so good. Or Indian River is a great place to be. And some of them are keeping from other people benefiting. And we can't have that. And that's one of the ones I destroyed down in Palm Beach County. I was able to break those barriers down. What I also heard is we don't offer enough choices for our parents. And you as parents have that. If you were to take a microcosm of this entire district and make you guys the parents, I think all your educational choices as parents is pretty much representative of the scatter plot. It really is a small sample size for those professors in the room into a larger sample size, and I think it's pretty accurate. You care about your community. All of you said the same thing. We care about the community. It's an amazing place. And we want someone who's going to step forward and make the appropriate adjustments to our district to make it better without destroying the chemistry. So I pretty much align these things around what I believe are my strengths. But I also want to reinforce that when I was here in front of you 2 days ago, I spoke of listening to you and not waiting for you to stop talking. For those that want to know, that's not my line. It comes from Uma Thurman from Pulp Fiction. And it's one of the greatest lines in the movie because it's so true. People, especially leaders, want to tell you what they're thinking before you finish talking. And I have worked very hard on hearing the end of your sentences and pausing to hear you. Let me speak. That is key when you are walking into a district. I can finalize a plan in my head in 3 minutes on what I want to do. But that goes back to the why, and it goes back to the I. It's not about I. That's the we part. That's the part of the interview you say we. There are 3 sections. How much time do I have?
10 minutes.
There are 3 pieces that I really want to talk about. I don't know why I'm looking at notes. I never look at notes. We talked about a superintendent that can lead in various areas, and I've spoken to you all directly that I have had that. There's one person above me. I've had that opportunity to lead a very large region as a superintendent, regional superintendent. And it comes in with a lot of play with working with the board, and I've had that for 10 years. There are some things we never addressed in this interview, and things that maybe you don't know, but you need to know. Do we have insurance on our ransomware, on our computer system? Do you know what that is? Yeah. Look around. Look at some of the things that happen. We better have it. Where's our innovation plan? I had an innovation plan 10 years ago for the District of Palm Beach County. And it was clear we were going to develop K through 8s. Well, we have 4 of them, working on 5. We were going to open up an academy in every school. We did that. We were going to expand our showcase of schools to every school, invite them. Not only are they now showing up to compete for students from other places, they're competing to keep their own kids and be as good as they can be so they don't go to other schools. That's a frenzy. That's a frenzy of an environment of parents wanting the best for their kids, and it makes us better. Where's our communication plan? Where's the protocol for that? I didn't see it anywhere. I don't know. I spoke with Kristen, and she sort of gave me what it looks like. That has to be concrete. That goes back to your question. Who's communicating out what? Positive controls for the budget. Where's that? I've missed some of these too. I've missed many. Mostly important. How are you taking care of your buildings? Where's the money coming from? Because that air conditioner is going to break eventually. 13 million, I can write a check. It's not any good. So we got to figure out that. What will my transformational status look like? It's the 91st day that means something. Calendar or weekday, and yes, it's a long hours, but it's doable. I've seen it doable, and I know how to do it because I've watched two great men do it. And it's come out pretty strong when you talk about that 90-day plan. Maybe I'll be thinner at the end of that time. Let's hope so. Not if you keep feeding me like you guys did yesterday. Ooh, that was good. Accountability, making it an egg. Those cookies, don't give them to me. Accountabilities we talked about. Giving support in the classrooms. Choice Academy in every middle school. Position control. Talk about raising bonds in an open environment. What's the SWOT there? What's our risks? Do we need it? And how do we make sure that it's accountable for? But I want to talk about something that probably no one else has talked to you about. And I don't need any script or any notes on this one. There's a quote that's misquoted by Gandhi, and it wasn't Gandhi. It was actually Pearl Buck and Hubert Humphrey that was combined, and everyone credits Gandhi with it. And it says, show me a civilization, or you can use community here, that's successful and wonderful. Show me how they treat their old people, their senior citizens. But it's bigger than that. That's not the quote. It's show me how they treat their elderly, how they treat their sick, how they treat their children, how they treat poverty, how they treat education. Pearl Buck, was very big on civil rights and making sure we understood that everyone has to be treated equally. And I'm not sure why Hubert Humphrey came up with a great statement like that, but apparently he was pretty strong. So my wife and I went to a football game last night. I hadn't been to Vero Stadium in 4 or 5 years, 9, 10 years when Olympic Heights played Vero and got crushed. That goes back to your question. And it's Vero Beach, and I know Sebastian River has a community. Every school should have that community. Vero's traditional. It's been there. But to see the community come out, to see the number of volunteers, to see the number of parents, and I spoke with parents. I didn't tell them who I was. To see the enthusiasm. They were all there to watch a game, but they weren't there about the game. It was a community. Tailgating, cheering, watching that band, phenomenal band, the cheerleaders, the volunteers. And this is where this quote comes in. I went through the wrong gate, confidently, and they let me in. And the principal was awesome. He got me a press pass, and I walked on this and met some of my old friends. Actually, my best friend from high school was covering the game as a newspaper reporter. And here's where the quote comes in. I almost got run over by a big bus. And the bus was not a school bus. It was a private carrier. And it had a label on the side of it. And I don't remember the specific name. But it was a senior center living. And I realized that these seniors are coming to a game, being transported in their Vero Beach garb with their spirit sticks and class of, 1897 or whatever year it was. They were some older ones there. And they had perfect parking in the front and special seats with catered to. And I thought of this statement. How does the community treat their elderly? And after my wife yelled at me about walking through the wrong gate with your confidence, see, you got us in trouble already, I realized that, and it sounds really hokey, I'd like to be on that bus in 30 years with my wife. As the former superintendent of Indian River County Schools. That's all.
Thank you, Dr.
Wow. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And I didn't actually get to catch up. I went to bed a little early. What was the final score? I know we won.
22-14. They missed an extra point to make it a two-score game, but the receivers our D1 kids just ran down the sideline. That band, though, I have pictures in front of the band, so I can't put anything out there, but that band is just phenomenal. Those kids are phenomenal.
Oh, they put in a lot of hard work, I'm going to tell you.
Yes, they do.
Have a ninth grader who plays the trumpet, so.
They don't stop. I had to move away. It was like, okay, I can't hear.
Okay, so that wraps up this final session. It's been an honor. We've enjoyed meeting with you and speaking to you, and I look forward to the discussion that we're going to have later. We appreciate you being here.
I thank you for everything. It was wonderful. You do have a difficult decision. I know one of the candidates well. The other one seemed incredibly qualified and wonderful. It's a good place to be, and one of the advantages of having your superintendent search in the middle of the year is you really do get the ability to interview some great candidates, and I consider myself a great candidate. I mean what I say what I mean. I don't think my authenticity is questioned, my ethics are never questioned, and my honesty is never questioned. I don't want to move on from anything else other than what I've said. There's nothing more to say. It's your decision, and I think you'll make the right one. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much. Meeting to order at 1:16. We are a little bit ahead of our schedule here, which is a good thing. We are, for the individuals tuning in right now, it is Saturday, November 16th, and this is a special board meeting that we've called, and we are in the midst of our superintendent final interviews. We've conducted interviews already with 2 candidates, and now we're into our third and final interview with Dr. David Moore, and we welcome you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn this over so that Dr. Brown can go through what our next 2 hours with you looks like, and I'll let her explain.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Ork. So there are, this 2 hours is going to be segmented in the following way. For the first 30 minutes, you're going to be presenting your 90-day entry plan, so we look forward to hearing that. For the following 30 minutes, each board member will have 5, with a little bit of buffer in between, to ask you questions about that 90-day plan and for you to respond. After that, I will read to you the scenario, the inbox scenario.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yes, you will have 5 minutes alone, and I've said this before, in the kitchen, but you'll be alone, so people will leave you alone, so you can get your thoughts together. And after that 5 minutes, you'll come back and spend 15 minutes telling us how you would react to this situation.
Okay.
After that, each of the board members will have another 5 minutes to ask you any follow-up questions, whether it be from the scenario, the 90-day plan, or just in other things they would like to know about you or know from you. And then finally, you will have 15 minutes to give us your final statements and or ask questions. Okay, so you can do either or both.
So 2 hours, it's going to feel like 10 minutes. So
Let's hope. Let's hope.
well, for me, it will.
I know it will.
If it feels like 2 hours for you, that's not a good thing.
Okay, so go ahead.
All right. Well, first, let me begin by thanking each and every one of you for identifying me as one of your finalists. I really am humbled and honored to have the opportunity to present this plan today, and was honored to visit with each of you yesterday, gain additional insight regarding where we are as a district and where you would like to go moving forward. Visiting schools was another opportunity for me to validate the great things that are happening, as well as the potential for Indian River schools. So what I have here today is a 90-day entry plan. The goal of the plan is to accelerate the understanding of where the district currently is for me as your superintendent. But let me be upfront and honest. This isn't about me. This isn't about just accelerating my understanding in regards to where we are as a district. This is a plan for the community. This is your plan. This is an opportunity to unite us as a community and a district, to evaluate where we are, to have open and honest dialogue with all members of our community regarding our true reality. Not a spin reality, not a half-truth, open and honest dialogue with every member of this community in order to ensure we fully understand where we are and where we want to go as a district. So not only is it to embed me into this community, it is also to unite us as a community. So in this plan, I have some goals. They are bold, they are courageous, but they are attainable. First, build a productive and collaborative relationship with the Indian River School Board. That's about us. I want to ensure that we accelerate our relationships. So as you see, as we go through this plan, we will be intentional about working through a system and structures and protocols to ensure that we are united in purpose. We are connected. We have established a relationship where we can move together forward to continue to grow our public education system and the quality of education throughout our district. I want to continue to build upon the momentum established by the board and Dr. Moxley to ensure a seamless transition and develop more robust learning outcomes for all children. I understand and recognize the leadership that this board has provided over the last several months, the work that Dr. Moxley has done. And it's my job to continue to build upon that momentum, not to come in here and break the system or stop the system, but to continue to build upon the great work that you have done along with Dr. Moxley. I want to create opportunities to gain a deep understanding of Indian River County schools from stakeholders to gain insight from all aspects of the district. I want everyone to be involved. I want everyone's insight. This is the county's public school system, and we need to act as such. We need to ensure everyone has input regarding our reality and where we want to go. I want to develop a thriving community that is informed, engaged, and empowered to maximize the strength and vitality of our public school system. I want the community at the end of this 90 days to be excited. I want them to be thrilled. I want them to feel as if this is our public school system. I trust the individuals who are leading this district. I feel valued and respected. And then build an energized and excited Indian River family. And let me stop at that word family. If we're to be successful, we need to function as a family. We're a small district, but no less, we're a family. And I think that's important, and I want everyone to hear that. I want everyone in this family to feel heard, valued, respected as we collaboratively engage in the needed change to ensure continuous improvement. If we're to continually improve and build sustainable practices over time, we need to connect, we need to engage, and we need to work together. One goal, connected in purpose, doing this hard work. Now, these are goals, and they're ambitious. But in order to achieve the goals, there are outcomes and deliverables that need to be obtained. I'll quickly go through some of these outcomes. I want to get into the meat of this plan and the work that we're going to be doing. I will produce to the board on March 24th a comprehensive summary that presents all of the findings, everything that we have learned as we've moved through this plan. As we go through the plan, you'll be provided opportunities to continually be updated. But the first deliverable will be, this is what we've learned through all of the information that we've collected, and this is where we are in terms of our current reality. I'm going to present on May 12th shifts and changes to our district strategic plan. In detail, we can't go into what those changes would be until we really engage and connect in the work. But we will have shifts and modification to the strategic plan, strategies or objectives. One thing I know I can tell you up front is we will have a deep action plan that identifies the priorities of the strategies that will be implemented. A strategy overarching for 5 years is very hard to say, what do I need to do tomorrow to implement a strategy that's 5 years long? We need implementation plans that are tasked out over the course of a year and then broken down by each 9-week segment. Every month, I will sit with you and talk through where we are in the implementation of our strategic plan. Through the implementation plan, in addition to the implementation plan, we need to define priorities. As a district, we have limited resources, limited folks at the district. In order to move the needle, we need to prioritize what is important, and how do we come together as an organization to put our shoulder to that priority to move the needle, to get the work done. So strategically designing ourselves based on priorities, having an implementation plan over the course of the year, and you will be provided monthly updates. Not just me talking, but here is the data that demonstrates the progress we've had in terms of our strategic plan. This is the good, this is the bad, this is the ugly. Sometimes I won't look good. Sometimes I will fail in the implementation of the strategic plan. But you'll know it, as will everybody else. And these are the steps that we're going to take in the next month in order to improve. Then you're going to see also in May 12th, if you have a strategic plan, that's wonderful. But we need a values-based budget system that strategically aligns the limited resources that we have to the implementation of that plan. So I will present to you a system on how we're going to identify what resources and how those resources are going to be connected to our district strategic plan. And ensure, once again, on a monthly basis, as I present this information to you, these funds will be used to support the implementation of our strategic plan. And the question can always be asked, if we're spending money that isn't aligned to our strategic plan, are we misusing or mismanaging the funds that we have? I will be a good steward to the money that we have available to us. Then in May 26, as we've gone through this learning process, this reflection and evaluation, it's an opportunity to eliminate redundancies. We need to organize ourselves in a way, as a district, as a community, that we're maximizing the resources that we have available to us to support the improvement of instruction across the district. So there will be opportunities to reorganize ourselves to maximize our priority, improving the quality of instruction, improving the lives of children in this district. Now, it's important to note as we do this work, and multitasking, there's going to be a lot of conversations, a lot of dialogue, a lot of input from various resources. But we can't lose the thought of where this information is captured. So as we drive this work, we're going to constantly look at the resources and products that are available to us, and I won't read them to you, but these are the driving documents that capture how we believe and how we act and how we proceed. At the end of this 90 days, I don't want to just create something new. I want to update the current process, the current structures. So there is one voice on how we do this work. So we take the resources that are available to us, that guides and drives and processes out the work. And as we move through the process, these are the documents that need to be updated and revised. Not creating something new, but updating and modifying what we have. I'm going to focus in on 4 key areas. These 4 key areas are not the 5 goals within our strategic plan, but I think as we move through the 90 days, these 4 areas will provide significant insight to where we need to shift or modify our strategic plan. Governance team, organizational capacity and alignment, student achievement, community and public relations, operations and finance. So I want to set up the presentation moving forward. I'm going to quickly go over why each of these areas are important, how we're going to address each of these areas, and then what the expected outcome should be within each of these 4 areas. And then I'm going to wrap up the presentation by sharing the timeline. So why these areas are important, who's going to be involved, what the expected outcome will be, and then we're going to close up by talking through the timeline of how we're going to get all of this done over the course of the 90 days. So let's look at governance team. This is a conversation about us. And you all have been very, very clear about your expectations between the relationship between each of you, collectively as a board, and me as your superintendent. This is an opportunity for us really to be very intentional about establishing the norms, the expectations of our relationship. So let me start with the why. I briefly went over during our presentation my initial interview a normed agenda. I think during our monthly meetings, we need to be upfront and clearly identify what things you need to be updated on once a month. My recommendation initially is to talk through the strategic plan. Show me the data regarding the implementation of this plan. Academic performance. Tell me where our students are, how they've grown from the previous month. Financial reports. Are we being fiscally responsible with the dollars that we have available to us? Are we funding our priorities? Human resources and personnel. Are there things going on that you need to be apprised of? Are there situations or changes you need to be apprised of? And then initially, I would recommend a unitary status update, ensuring that we continue to progress monitor that work, the equity work that needs to be done across this district, not only over the course of the next 3 years to attain unitary status, but ultimately to ensure that we do have a meaningful equity agenda that is driving equitable outcomes for all children across the district. But we'll sit, we'll talk, and we'll norm on what are these areas that you need to be informed on a monthly basis. We're going to front load this work, agreed upon protocols. I just don't want to have standard agendas and talk. I want to engage in protocol-driven processes that allows me to be heard, allows you to be heard, and allows us to synergistically come up with solutions on how we're going to move forward. School board agendas and school board workshop process. As I said, I want to be 3 to 6 months ahead in workshops, looking at the policies that you need to approve, having time to go out to your constituents to receive that information, receive feedback to help inform our work. Staff follow-up. I want to ensure there's clearly defined timelines, expectations. When you request information, you know exactly when you're going to get that information back or who it's going to be received from. When you want information as a board member, there should be a clearly defined process on how that information comes back to you. It shouldn't be, well, just, I wonder when I get it, I'll get it when I get it. No, I know in 48 hours that information will be provided to me, and I know who's going to be able to provide it. But we need to do that forward thinking to establish our ground rules on how we connect, communicate, and engage with one another in order to be successful not only in this plan, but in moving this district forward. And then finally, our crisis communication plan. As proactive as I will be as your superintendent, when things happen, what's the structure? Who's calling you? Who's giving you the information to order and to ensure you're informed? I will not put you out there. I will not put you in the uncomfortable situation where you don't know. I'm as transparent can be, and I'm open and honest as open and honest could be. Expected outcome to promote a mutual exchange of information and engage in the dialogue to fully understand the district's current reality. If you looked at the why, and I end with the why, our relationship is a relationship that should be modeled throughout the entire district. As a district employee communicates with the principal, it should be modeled off our relationship and how we communicate. As a principal communicates with his staff or her teachers, it needs to be modeled off our relationship. So this just isn't about us. It's about us modeling acceptable behaviors on how to engage and connect purpose-driven work. And we model that behavior for everyone in our organization as the heads of this family. All right, organizational capacity and alignment. I want to maximize it is essential for us as Indian River County Schools to have an empowered team that is highly effective and dedicated to building transformational practices that are sustainable. And let me stop at sustainable, and I'll say it again. With limited staff, the support that we provide needs to be building sustainable practices. We can't, as a district, continue to do the same things, the same development, year after year after year. We can't supplant instruction. We need to invest in the individuals in our district to build sustainable practices so they can grow, they can think, and they can define where they need to go as a school site to, on a daily basis, continually identifying opportunities to improve the quality of instruction for children. That is what we need to be about. I want you to look here at the who, and it's pretty typical in who's involved here. The school board, the cabinet, district leaders, school site, staff, personnel, teachers. But we need to be bold. We provide a service to this community. We need to extend this evaluation of how we are designed as an organization and the alignment of this organization to seek feedback and input from our community. How do we do? How do you feel about the quality of education? Customer service, do we get back to you? Do we provide information to you in a timely manner? Do you have what you need in order to support your child in their education? So we extend this evaluation to everybody in the community. We will go out, we will conduct surveys, we will have faculty presentations. I will facilitate protocol-driven dialogues with all members of our staff, with the mechanics, with the bus drivers. All means all. Multi-levels, assistant superintendents with principals, principals with teachers, bringing us together in different structures, protocol-driven process, allowing everyone the opportunity to help define our true reality. The outcome, the expected outcome is to clearly understand where we are in terms of this work, understanding our organizational structures and how we need to shift or modify those in order to improve the outcome. This is digging into ourselves. This is intimate work. Student achievement. And if you look at the why and you read this statement, this is taken directly from our goal. This is the only one that aligns. It is essential that every student receive a high-quality education that is grounded in high expectation, personalized to meet his or her needs and interests, and backed by the necessary learning supports. That's our goal when you look at student achievement. It's the one that overlaps 100%. This is the nuts and the bolts of the work that we do. We need to once again involve all stakeholders in looking at everything that we do. Asking parents about the quality of instruction, looking at our instructional resources. Are we paying for instructional resources that our teachers don't believe in? That our parents don't believe in? Or that we don't even use? Looking at our core content, is that aligned? Looking at the instructional resources that we provide to our teachers, is that a useful document that's being used? So once again, a comprehensive review. We will dig into school improvement plans. A school improvement plan is the strategic plan for each and every single one of our schools. Is that something that they develop and then throw on the side of their desk and never look at? Right now, I would respectfully say it probably is, because it's not intentional, and nor is it aligned to our strategic plan. A successful district, a powerful district, has the ability to define its strategic plan, and they be intentional about supporting schools and linking their school improvement plans to that strategic plan. Expected outcome is clearly understanding Indian River County schools, ensuring that all of our students leave here college and career ready to go and conquer the world. Looking at community and public relations. As I said before, this is the community's plan. This is an opportunity for us to connect and engage with everyone in the community. And we need a deep commitment from them. Their ability to come, connect with us, engage with us. And not only sharing their information regarding the services that we're providing, but really having deep dialogue about where we need to improve. And then as they come to us and share that input, we need to be strategic in linking them to meaningful opportunities on how to engage and do this work with us. So we will reach out to our community leaders, our stakeholders, philanthropic organizations, college, universities, clergy, seek their input, ask them how they feel, ask them if they are connected, and define ways moving forward on how we will keep them engaged. So once again, listening and learning sessions, superintendent's briefing, a mayor council sitting with these individuals, not only within the first 90 days, but presenting to you a plan as to how I'm going to ensure, as your superintendent, I'm continuously involved in the conversations regarding the services that we provide, the quality of education that is being provided, and how we connect and maximize the resources and the goodwill of this community. Operations and finance. Once again, a very, very key area. Having a strategic plan is important. Funding that strategic plan is a priority. As a district, we need to provide required resources to support the advancement of student academic and measures. Once again, this is an opportunity for everyone to be involved as we dig into our finances. And this is an opportunity for us to open the books. Moving forward within this plan, I think we need to be transparent. We want to avoid conflict by being proactive and being transparent, letting everyone in the community go. So this isn't just ask us what we need to fund. This is opening and being transparent and saying this is what we do fund. This is the money that we have available to us. This is where it's going. When we go into bargaining, when we go into negotiations, when you become transparent and you're proactively and consistently transparent and open, that makes negotiations significantly easier because everyone understands what our priorities are. When we link our finances to our strategic plan, which I said is the community's plan, we are fully understand where we are as an organization and what we're funding. So this is the opportunity to determine where we are as an organization regarding our finances and how we align ourselves regarding what are our priorities in terms of funding this work. All right. So I've said a lot. We're going to do a lot. I'm going to be busy. I'm going to talk through how we're going to do this over the course of 90 days. Just to set this up, we're going to talk through this work in 3 phases: an onboarding phase, a listening and learning phase, and then consensus building and action planning, which will lead to the deliverables and outcomes that I started the presentation with. So if you look initially at onboarding, you see onboarding in a boat. I think it kind of, I thought it was funny. All right. Onboarding, thank you. Somebody help me out here. Help me out. First thing I want you to notice, we start immediately. Onboarding is in December. This is an opportunity for me to be very, very intentional of onboarding myself in terms of the current structures and realities and belief systems within this district. During this time, I will immediately reach out to each of you, schedule with you, and begin to talk through where we are as an organization, what priorities we need to focus, who's who in this community, who do I need to be contacting with to accelerate my understanding. I don't want to engage over just 90 days. If I can be intentional about coming to a better understanding quickly before the year 2019 ends, then I need to do that. I will meet with cabinet members, all of the key personnel in this district, to connect their thoughts, where their struggles are, what we need to know, where I need to be thinking through as superintendent. I will meet with the district professional, the unions, working with them, hearing from them, collecting their thoughts, groups of employees, pulling them together, multiple groups at different positions, just to collect insight. Then I'll go through, meet with leaders of the community, once again, all during December, wanting to have a full understanding of our district's reality. Multiple meetings with all aspects of our organization as well as outside in the community. Then I want to take the time to go school to school, facility to facility, whether it's the maintenance shop, whether it is a school site, and meet everyone. Just the opportunity to meet and greet. Allow them to hear from me, shake their hands, welcome myself to their district, and claim the service that I'm willing to provide to this particular community. And then before we leave, we will be aggressive in articulating this plan to the entire community, leveraging the media, providing them every date, every location, every time in which they'll have the opportunity to engage in this conversation. They can make it a New Year's resolution, right above the weight loss that they're going to plan for in the New Year's. Be involved in Indian River County schools. They can map it out. So no one's going to wonder or think, well, that guy spoke about an entry-level plan. We're going to leverage social media. We're going to leverage the media itself and being very active in saying, these are the opportunities over the next 90 days. They're scheduled. You can come, you can connect, and you can be engaged. Moving into phase 2. This is listening and learning. This is the foundational work in order to ensure, as we begin to plan and implement, where we've identified the right problems to solve. So this is really transparent, open. Some cases you have to be willing to be disturbed to get to the truth of where we are as a district. I will visit every Indian River school during this phase. I will meet with the faculty and staff at every school, in every district location, working through allowing them to hear the purpose of this work, what we want to do, the power and purpose of public education, and where they believe we need to shift or change practice. I will conduct town hall meetings at every school in the district. Now, that's a lot of town hall meetings. I want small, intimate conversations. It's one of the things that attracts me the most to Indian River, the opportunity really to connect and engage. So it may be a lot, but I want the truth, and I want everyone to have the opportunity in that intimate environment to provide feedback to me regarding the services and the quality of education that we're providing. Conduct input in the feedback sessions. These are the protocol-driven processes at school sites, at the district office, from assistant superintendents down to custodians and mechanics, coming together to look through those 4 areas to pull together our truth, our reality. And when I say protocol-driven process, these are facilitated by me. And you'll learn about me. I am intentional. I am methodical. I'm just not wanting to say, tell me how you feel.
3 minutes.
Thank you. 2 minutes would have been great, better. Saying that 2 minutes ago. That's fine. Conducting feedback sessions, providing the board with updates as we move through this process. You will not be surprised. Every board workshop, you're going to get information from me regarding this is what we're learning, this is what we're interpreting in terms of the information. And then provide a formal presentation, as I mentioned earlier, regarding this is where we are as a district, this is what we learned, and these are the obstacles and opportunities that we need to address during Phase 3. When you look at Phase 3, this is when we get to work. This is establishing a work group within each of our 5 goals, defining the recommendations and changes or shifts or practices that need to be implemented, establishing that implementation plan that I spoke of. What specific action is going to take place from month to month in order to ensure we're implementing this plan? Once again, providing updates to the board continuously. Taking that information, everything that we've learned, back out to the community and saying, hey, here's what we've learned. This is the action that we're going to implement. How do you feel about that? I want your feedback as we move through the plan, and I want your feedback as we begin to implement and we've designed the actual plan. And then I want you to know, as we enter this 90-day plan, we're going to come up and we're going to do a lot of forward thinking and future thinking regarding shifts and changes to our strategic plan. But at the same time, there are students sitting in our classrooms today, and I will not forget about those students. So in addition to implementing this 90-day plan, these are some of the things that I will ensure take place in order to allow those students who are in our classrooms today to have the best. So a mid-year school improvement plan, learning walks with principal, data chats, on-site professional development, training for our instructional coaches, interventions, differentiated instruction. These are things and conversations that I had with our staff that are currently taking place, but I want my eyes on it. I want to ensure that these systems are building capacity at school sites, and we have every opportunity really to have a positive impact on the life of every single child in Indian River. Thank you. Oh, wait, the best picture. Finally, the color you've been waiting for. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Who is that in the picture? No, I'm just
No,
kidding.
no Photoshop, I promise.
Okay, so what we're
Except
going
for
to do
the
is we have 5 minutes each from each board member, and we're going to start with Mrs. Fahrenborg.
We get to start again, okay.
Is that
She
right?
started last time, it would be Mrs. Rosario would start this
Oh,
time.
is that it? Okay. Mrs. Rosario.
Okay. I was all excited for a second.
I think you're
Sorry.
live.
Let's see, where should I start? I would like to ask you about the school improvement plan you mentioned, and aligning the school improvement plan with the strategic plan. I have always been, had the frame of thought that that needs to be done, and I shook my head when you mentioned it because I think that there is a gap there, and many people might look at it as a separate plan. how would you help support school building principals, leaders, assistant principals, coaches to align their school improvement plan with the strategic plan? How would you go about doing that?
We need to have a school improvement process that is designed to our needs. Using a generic template that's provided by the state for 67 different districts means it has to be generic in its nature. We will design a unique school improvement process that meets the needs of our teachers, our district, and ultimately our students. When I say it is aligned to the strategic plan, we identify the priorities. When you look at improving the quality of instruction, we need to be able to say, as a district, how do we connect this system of schools together in order to improve practice? Our the strategic plan can't allow principals to be out on an island by themselves. We need to be able to differentiate the quality of our professional development aligned to the unique needs of schools. When organizations come together and they're behind an initiative, whether it be differentiated instruction, whether it be standards-aligned grading, whether it be 21st century learning and integrating content and curriculums, we move the needle by doing that work together. There are individual needs that need to be met with teachers, and we need to be diversified in a way to meet those individual needs. A need of a first-year teacher is significantly different than the needs of a veteran teacher. But both need to be committed as educators to continuously growing their craft as an educator. So it is a diverse offering where schools can go and look at where they are in terms of their academic plan and connect to the development that is provided by us as a district. And it doesn't mean just us as a district. Maybe we're connecting them to another school. We have to be creative and innovative on how we use the resources that are available to us to maximize our outcome.
Thank you, I appreciate that. You also mentioned funding the strategic plan as a priority. Miami-Dade's budget is quite large. It's about $5.2 billion, approximately. How will you work to familiarize yourself with school district budgeting and work closely? How will you work closely with Mr. Fagan and some of the other executive leaders here on the district level or at the district level to ensure that we're being fiscally responsible and able to align our strategic plan with our budget?
So as a superintendent, my fingers will always be on the pulse of our dollars. When I say we're going to align our strategic plan to our values-based budget system, it is ensuring every item that comes to you is connected to our strategic plan. And every month that I meet with you in terms of where we are with our finances from the school site to the district, it connects to a strategy or an objective within our strategic plan. It will come to you that particular way. When I say these conversations that we'll be having will be driven by data, that's the data. You'll be able to say to me, how does this connect to our priorities?
1 minute.
Get a timer. At the same time, that's work that I've done. I do this right now. I'm sitting with principals, talking through their budget, ensuring that we're being innovative and creative and identifying the available resources. And let me be clear, Miami has a big budget because Miami is a big school system. Mm-hmm. Transformation happens when you invest in people. You invest in the members of the organization to improve their skills to address the needs of our children.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Schiff?
I always feel like I need to take a breath after you've been talking. There's so much in there.
Okay. I'm going to take that as a compliment.
So one of the things I note in what you just presented was this wasn't quite a 90-day plan. It was a little more like a 180-day plan. What I like about that is I think it's honest. On the other hand, tell me how we got from December to May in a 90-day plan. Speak to me about that a little bit.
So I'm looking at the work days. So typically, this is a Monday through Friday. If you look at the days that we're actually at work, that adds up to 90. I think if you rush and you count, hey, we're going to go 90 calendar days, This is a thoughtful, reflective process. So just being open, honest, and transparent. I'm not going to rush this work to get it done in 90 days. At the end of this, every community member will be on fire for our district, wanting to celebrate where we are, how honest we're being, and where we want to go as a district. So I'm looking at the days in which we're at work.
Great distinction, thank you. You've talked some about the strategic plan, and you've talked about the strategic plan almost as a static document. This is how we align with the strategic plan. This is how school improvement plans have to align with that. Could you talk a little bit about what you see to be the merits and the opposite of that, the merits and not that, in our current strategic plan, and how you see us addressing that if you think it's necessary?
So an organization's ability to think is the conversation and dialogue. Just like the more memory and speed in which a computer works, the faster it moves, the more powerful it is. Our ability to communicate and connect to one another and have those kinds of real open and honest conversations is the power of any organization. It is clearly defining our goals and the strategies that we're going to be implementing over the course of time. The implementation is not static. We will have continuous conversations regarding our reality. I am in charge of continuous improvement in Miami-Dade County Public Schools, which means we're constantly evaluating the reality and shifting and changing practice in order to address that particular reality. So what I'm saying, I think I need to, in response to that question, is this won't be a static plan. We have goals we want to.
Let me, if I could clarify, are you talking about working within our existing strategic plan, or are you talking about a process where you as the superintendent would come in and we would revise, redesign, reconfigure that strategic plan?
I think the strategic plan that we have in place now is the starting point. I think when we have this deep, honest, and open dialogue, where it will be at the end of this 90 working days, may be significantly different. But I don't want to come in and say, this is how you do it. Anyone who's telling you this is the plan on how it needs to look isn't doing it with the feedback and input of everyone in the organization. It may look significantly different, but it will be our plan that we developed together.
Thank you. You talked about, you specifically referenced values-based budgeting. In the past, we've worked a lot here, and some pride was taken in the past on zero-based budgeting, and there's a difference in those two. Can you talk about that a bit?
I think values-based budget is transparent-based budgeting. Zero-based budgeting is working down to spending all funds. Being fluid and being able to respond to the reality is one thing. Being transparent regarding these are the funds that we have available to us. This is where we're putting them. I think the strength of a district really is open and honest dialogue. If we're hiding things or we're telling half-truths or misleading individuals, we're not really leading. Let's get it out there. Let's be open and honest. Let's bring everybody together around the truth. Let's have these conversations be questions about things that are really, really problems, so we can work together to solve them.
Thank you.
20 seconds.
I'll see what is now 15 seconds. I have more, but go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Schiff.
Mrs. Rourke, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. So I had the opportunity to speak with each candidate a little bit about school safety. I'd like to talk with you a little bit about school safety. When I look at Miami-Dade and we think about the fact that it is quite a large organization, I do believe that you have your own police force that is managed and is in your schools. You talked a little bit about limited resources. In a district of our size, we do try to do more with less sometimes.
Absolutely.
We're not a high-growth district. So can you talk about school safety, government mandates regarding school safety, state statutes as they continue to change, and your perspective about school safety, what it looks like today and what it should look like in the future? And if you'd like to add in your specific thoughts about the Guardian program, I'd like to hear them.
Got it. So In Miami, yes, we do have our own school police department. And as we looked at shifts and changes to law regarding school safety, we were adamant that our children needed a resource officer at every school. That required negotiating with multiple municipalities in order to secure an officer. We did not have a police officer for each of the 326 schools. So it's being very strategic and intentional in establishing those relationships and those partnerships to provide them with a certified police officer. I know Indian River, we have police officers in our schools. To speak specifically about the Guardian program, I want a police officer in every school. I can't go to a football game or to a county fair and see a police officer there at that social event and think that our children in our schools deserve anything less. It is having a police officer in every school, and it is leveraging the county and municipalities in order to support us in ensuring that actually happens. When you talk school safety, above and beyond just the hardening of schools and ensuring that there's one point of entry, that's very, very straightforward work that needs to be done, prioritized, and implemented. School safety is the establishment of a climate and culture within the school. It's being proactive about establishing a culture in a school where every child comes in, feels safe, comfortable, warm, welcome. And I've said all of that before. It's bringing in partnerships with programs like Sandy Hook Promise. It's freeing up school counselors, changing and shifting the work that they do. You are a keeper of that culture. You need to be proactive, investing with children. You need to be in classrooms where children spend the most of their time establishing a culture. In programs, see something, say something. School culture and safety isn't just the responsibility of adults, it is the responsibility of the members of that community. And we need to be intentional as an organization, as a school site, in establishing those norms where everyone knows when someone is feeling isolated or someone is being picked on, I'm going to speak up. I'm going to say something. I know where I need to go. So school safety is yes, ensuring a police officers in every school. The school is locked down. We have those structures in place. God forbid something happens. But you really want to provide an environment where children feel loved? It's being proactive and being intentional about establishing a culture where we have specific plans in place to grow that culture.
Wonderful, thank you. My last question would be regarding your role here, not only in Indian River County, but also advocating at a state level. I talked a little bit about legislation. It continues to change, especially regarding school safety. School districts around the state have been given a mental health allocation. They've used that in many different ways, but there's no guarantee that that funding continues. When you look at assessing what we currently have now and creating sustainable programs like mental health, can you explain to us how you'll continue to prioritize student needs with funding that may not always exist?
Once again, 1 minute, here I go. Sustainable practices. So in Miami, when I spoke about designing our own school improvement process, we start with culture. Structures and systems, instruction is all good, it's great, it's important, but unless a child feels welcome, warm, and accepted, they won't learn. So building sustainable practices means being intentional in the work that the adults are going to do to shift and modify that culture. We will look at student climate data. We'll look at feedback from students. We'll look at feedback from the adults regarding how their children feel and how they feel regarding the quality of education.
Okay. Mrs. Berenborg.
Yes. All right. So we have wonderful Dr. Moxley, the angel that works here.
With a halo. That's going to be one of my KPIs, earn halo status.
Good luck, sir.
All right, no.
Good luck.
St. Susan is
All right,
her
I get another
other
30
name.
seconds back. All right. So she will be here to overlap with the superintendent. And as a mentor, also with giving information. Who would you like after that to mentor you if you have somebody already, or what do you see for you needing a mentor?
As your superintendent, I am committed to my continuous growth and development. And I don't think you should hire a superintendent who thinks any differently. If I'm not willing to invest in my own education, how can I be over a county or community's education? Mentorship is extremely important to me. Mentorship is why I'm sitting here today. Yes, I will take complete advantage of Dr. Moxley and the time that I have with her in terms of the work that she's done in this district, as well as the work that she's done over her career. I will continue my relationship with my current superintendent, who is the nation's #1 superintendent, on how to guide and develop, provide me feedback, and nurture and grow me. I am in Broad Academy, which is a national institution that seeks to invest in system leaders. They will be part of my development. It is a process that I sought out 10 months ago. Why? Because I want to have the most positive impact I can possibly have. And if I'm not willing to grow myself, then I shouldn't be seeking this position. I will be intentional. I will spend 18 months in this program connecting with some of the nation's greatest superintendents with one intention in place: bringing what I have learned back here to Indian River to grow us as a system in terms of the impact that we have in the lives of children.
Okay. We had another candidate that mentioned the word capstone instead of stepping stone for Indian River County. You've done some great work. You've been in a huge district. We're definitely a different district. Can you make a comment about that, about how you feel about your longevity here in Indian River?
So I've told you the story about my father
101, yeah.
and the impact that he has had over the course of the career in investing in people. I'm not here for money. I'm not here to have the authority and power of a superintendent. I'm here to have an impact. I'm here to sustain a district over the course of the long haul. I want to honor my father. I want to be in a situation in which I can call home. I want to come home. And I want to be in a place, A, where I feel comfortable, and B, where I can invest over a significant amount of time. I'm nowhere done in terms of my career. So it's not a limited amount of time. This is ultimate work for me in a place in which I really want to do it.
Okay. A couple of people have already asked about the strategic plan. I'm going to ask a specific question about that. How does the board fit in with creating this or changing that strategic plan?
I see the board as my 5 advisors, influencing me, informing me, providing me input. So 2 times in the presentation, you saw opportunities to be updated as we move through the plan. As we move through this learning process and this listening process, it is an opportunity for the board to provide me feedback.
1 minute.
You establish the policy, I implement the policy. There is a clearly defined structure in place on how we need to be able to work together to ensure that our community is receiving a relationship in which the board and the superintendent are speaking in one voice. We will make shifts and changes to our strategic plan as we implement the plan. And as we make those changes, that will be opportunities for you to say, well, this isn't working. And I'll say, and I'll come to you and say, as bad as this is going to make me look, when we're looking at community engagement, I'm failing. I'm not connecting to the community. These are my thoughts on the shifts. This is the research that I've done. This is where I want to make changes. What are your thoughts? This is a partnership. This is us coming together to connect, to drive this district to a world-class educational system.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna bounce back over into phase 3, consensus building and implementation of plan. That's on page 13. Down at the bottom, it's conduct board presentation to seek approval to modify strategic and implementation of plans. I know over the last year or so, there's been throughout our district some issues with culture and climate. And I know, even though Dr. Moxley's done an amazing job, but bringing you on as a new superintendent, when staff and the community's starting to see, okay, we're implementing more changes, and it does affect culture and climate. So talk to me a little bit about how you will, give me some examples of what type of immediate changes that you will make in the implementation that you think that won't affect the culture and climate, and then talk to me about some examples that you would see that would have to take longer because it would take longer to get the community and the district on board with it.
Within this particular phase, within phase 3. Okay. So some initial changes or shifts to practice is asking principals to be intentional of finding quick wins. I think when you look at change management as a student of change management, you need to be able to understand where there is a breaking point. We can establish opportunities to have change where it will grow the organization, and then opportunities where you push change that will break the organization. So initially, it's sitting with principals and identifying where is one opportunity. And that's why I put up those things at the end, looking at those current practices that are already in place. I want to connect to that work. I want them to see that this is a guy who's willing to go in and facilitate development. Just not sit on high and saying, this is the work that you have to do. This is a true instructional leader. This is someone who sat in the seat of the principalship in 3 different schools in very complex environments. So sitting with them and saying, let's problem solve together on that one thing that you can begin to do this particular year of the things that you're already doing to ensure that we're building success as an organization. The plan in itself is the opportunity to mitigate the reaction to this change. The entire process will be opportunities for the community and our staff to engage. We're going to build ownership as we implement. When it comes to the board to be approved in terms of the shifts in the strategies and the implementations, that's nothing you're going to hear for the first time. That's information in which you've been providing feedback over the course of 90 days. That is the celebration of the outcome. In my mind, the entire community is here celebrating the collective thinking of this district, praising us for the opportunity to be involved in this transformation. I started the presentation by saying this is the opportunity to unite our district. There will always be folks who come in and want things to be a little bit different, who are not aligned to our way of thinking. But I guarantee you, by going through this process, which is very similar to the thinking process of the work that we've done in Miami-Dade, when we announce that presentation and we make that shift or modification to our strategic plan, it will be a celebration and praise regarding us being together and united in doing this work.
Okay.
1 minute.
Okay, real quick, what tools would you use to monitor, to help monitor principals? I know we've been hearing about a dashboard. What type of tools are you familiar with using to help stay informed?
So one of the things that I developed in Miami, because it is so big, is the use of Power BI. So any system that feeds into Miami-Dade County Public Schools is filtered into Power BI. So a principal has the opportunity to access all of the resources, all of the teacher attendance, all of the discipline on one filter, one screen in which they can filter. That was my work. My team created that work. We use it in all 326 schools. It was birthed in the Education Transformation Office. That same information is available to me. I can sit in my office. My team can sit in their offices and look at where we need to provide support based on that system. So we continually monitor data by quickly connecting those relationships in terms of those systems talking in order to drive that work.
Okay, great, thank you. So that wraps up our presentations and the questions. All right, you might want to take a drink of water and a breath on this one. So we're going to move
Not over
into
yet.
So
our
it's not it's a two-page scenario. I'm
scenario.
going to run out to the
Okay.
car and get my glasses.
You've been around us for a few days. You should
I
have
know.
expected that. Come on now.
You've gotten to know us.
So
And you've
Doc-
watched our meetings, yeah.
So Dr. Brown will read a scenario, and then, if you'll go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get started. And I know the audience and the board members have heard this before, but it's for the public record that we need to read it aloud. So for preface, the board will consider your ability to evaluate the situations, prioritize your actions, demonstrate sound judgment, and communicate with others. The situation is as follows. It is September 15th, 2020. You have been superintendent for the school district of Indian River County for several months and have become familiar with the staff and the operations of the district. You have come to trust those who report directly to you and are scheduled to be in your office for the entire day. The following events are brought to your attention between 8 and 9:15 a.m. Please describe the actions that you would take immediately and during the remainder of the day to appropriately address the issues. At 8 o'clock, the CFO mentions to you while you are walking in the building in the morning that his concerns regarding the increasing cost of fuel are escalating. Given the funds allocated in the budget and the current price per gallon of fuel, the buses will stop running on April 1st, 2021. At 8:05, you open your email to find that a board member would like to meet with you at 2 o'clock today to discuss the philanthropic efforts of several civic groups and the potential positive impact on instruction and student achievement scores. At 8:10, you are reminded by your secretary that you are scheduled to meet with the Taxpayers Association at 7:30 p.m. You have met with this group several times since you began your tenure in Indian River County and realize that the central goal of the organization is to keep taxes as low as possible. Consequently, you have been asked to address their concern that the taxes are too high, and to describe what you are doing to reduce spending in the schools. At 8:15, the Director of Human Resources comes to your office to ask for advice about a potentially controversial personnel issue. Again, fictitious, made up, if you just started tuning in. A varsity high school football coach allegedly grabbed a player by his throat during practice last night. Apparently, the player made a sarcastic comment about the coach's ability to understand the opposing team's offensive strategy. The football team was 0-10 last year and lost a big game the previous weekend. During your first few months, you have fielded many requests from parents and students to fire this coach. The HR director wants your advice on how to proceed. At 8:30 a.m., the governor's chief of staff called to let you know that the governor and governor intends to visit Ann Indian River High School, one of them,
This
tomorrow.
just happened.
I know. Got added late. At 1 p.m. to announce a new initiative regarding improving school safety in schools. It is requested that the governor be given a forum in which to make this announcement in one of the district schools. At 9:15 a.m., you receive a call from the director of elementary education that an elementary principal just called her to say that an 8-year-old student who is in the 2nd grade brought an unloaded gun to school to show her friends. A teacher confiscated the weapon, the police are on their way to the school, and the child is in the principal's office. Please let us know how you would handle what promises to be a very busy day. You will have 5 minutes alone in the kitchen to think about this, and we'll come get you.
I gotta go.
We'll come back at 2:24. to call this meeting back to order. It's 2:25. We took a 5-minute break because our superintendent candidate, Dr. David Moore, was preparing 5 minutes for the scenario that we had given him. And so at this time, he's going to tell us how he would go through the day.
And we assume you didn't go running out of your office.
No, just another day.
Is it 15 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, you have 15 minutes to give us,
Oh, okay.
and then we'll give you a 2-minute warning whenever.
I'm going to start my own timer.
How much time do you want?
I like the official one.
She's the lawyer.
3 minutes.
All right, so I'm going to go through, I'm 4 seconds up, my responses for each of the scenarios as they happen and give a little bit of background information as to why that is the decision that I would want to make. But before I start, I am intentional, I am proactive. Some reactionary things that happen in a district can be unavoidable. When those things happen, if you do not take the time to problem solve, when this happens again, what's the structure? What's the system? When emergency and crisis happens, we should not be reacting. We go to the established process or protocol that's been developed in the calm of the day in which that situation isn't happening, but being thoughtful. So we're implementing and falling back on established procedures that have already been developed. So when the CFO comes to me as I'm walking in the morning at 8 o'clock and says, hey, we're running out of fuel for our buses and we're not going to make it through the end of the year, I'm going to ask him to schedule a meeting with me and come later in the week and bring 5 suggestions on how we're going to be able to resolve the issue. I don't want a CFO who just comes in and says, hey, here's the problem, thanks, go and solve it. I want CFOs and cabinet members and principals who are being proactive and empowered to look at how we solve problems, where we shift and change practice. Making a decision as I'm walking in is not in the best interest of students. We need to sit, we need to analyze all of the data to determine where do we need to go in a district. Do we need to shut down district cars? Do we need to combine routes? Do we need to monitor drivers' usage in terms of where they're going as a district? But I can't be doing all of that thinking by myself. CEO needs to be able to come and say, we have an issue with our gas usage. I want to sit and meet with you to go over 5 recommendations that are going to impact this district that we need to work together on how to make that decision. That's what I'm going to do with that one. I really should have brought my glasses, folks. Meeting with the board member at 2 p.m. I'm going to ask Peggy to give you a call back and schedule a time so we can sit and go through this opportunity when I have the time and you have the time. So as we get that information, I think we need to be very intentional on how we spend our time. And sometimes having a conversation in which that I can't give my full attention is a disservice to you and a frustration to you. So there'll be opportunities when, hey, call me. This is a quick win. This is 4 things I think we can do, and I think that's fine and that's acceptable, and that's the kind of conversation and relationship we should have. But if it's important, we need to schedule a time. As I said before, very, very protocol-driven process. Let's schedule a time that we can talk, and I think in the establishment of our relationship and the structures, we'll clearly understand. This is a, hey, call me later. This is something, I need 15 minutes of your time. I need 20 minutes of your time. And you'll know with complete faith and trust, I'm going to get that scheduled and on the calendar, so I'm 100% focused on what it is you would like to talk about, and you are equally connected, and we're dedicating that time. The taxpayer meeting in the afternoon isn't going to be a problem. It's been on my calendar. I do not look at my calendar on the way into work. I am very, very intentional. Once again, putting together a PowerPoint presentation the day of, unlike this, because you found out 2 days in advance, is not how I act. The presentation would be vetted with the CFO. It would have been rehearsed with the CFO. It would have been problem solved. It would have been vetted weeks in advance. That's an opportunity for me to go strictly and following my schedule, being proactive to honor everyone's time. So under no circumstances am I ever going to have a presentation in the evening in which I'm not prepared for 2-3 weeks in advance. Not going to happen. The Director of Human Resources, this is the football coach. This is an opportunity, kind of as I began with. We need to have established procedures in place. There are going to be allegations all the time. I'm going to ask that Human Resource Director, did the principal follow the established protocol? Did he separate the individuals? Did he collect the information that he or she needed to collect? We need to have established protocols in place, and if it's not happening, I think that's a problem. We need to be very, very clear on the procedures that are in place regarding the allegations. We have those systems, I'm sure we do. But as superintendent, we need to separate the individuals, collect the statements, provide information regarding the process that we as a district follow, when information will come back to them regarding the allegation, and it is the action that we're going to take as a district. When you have individuals who make these kinds of allegations, they're serious. We need to act as if they're serious. We need to collect all of the information. We need to keep these individuals informed in order to ensure that we're being best by our employees and thoroughly investigating the situation, while at the same time honor and respect those who are making the allegation in terms of these are the steps that we're going to take in order to ensure we are acting with 100% certainty regarding the truth of the situation, keeping folks informed, making sure they clearly understand that we're not brushing it under the carpet or we're not looking in the other direction, but being intentional about getting to the root cause and holding our employees to the highest standard possible regarding their behavior and our expectation that we collectively have for them. I'm going to assume that the football player, the football coach is at a different school than the governor. So, 2 different high schools. Once again, I appreciate that the principal called in and reported the scenario. I'm going to ask the principal to begin to do some of the legwork, identify whether it's the media center or the auditorium, are there student groups that need to be connected. I will disperse my cabinet to go over to support in terms of media relations and coordinate with the governor's office. I will have a nice, stern conversation with the governor's office saying that teaching and learning is a priority in Indian River County, and we need advance notice before you disrupt teaching and learning in this district. Whether he likes it or not, he's going to hear it. Well, maybe not him, maybe like a staff.
I feel like clapping right now.
And then really work with as a high school principal, these are the kinds of things in which high school principals deal with. I would be frustrated, I would be upset if I wasn't informed. I would be upset that the superintendent didn't get that call, but that's not on the principal. I think in this scenario, as you presented, the principal did the right thing, called in and said, hey, surprise, the governor is going to be here tomorrow. I will take my action in terms of following up with my displeasure or dislike for not being informed. But at the same time, just send some of my cabinet over to help get the situation coordinated in order to ensure that this is a positive event that does bring light or puts us in a positive light. The gun at 9:15. Once again, this is being proactive. When there's information going to go out to our community regarding a negative scenario or situation, we need to be in front of it. This is a scenario where unfortunately a young lady brought a unloaded gun to school. The gun is secured. It's in a location in which everyone is safe. We need to be able to push that out to the media. We don't want rumors or we don't want miscommunication going out there. We need to be intentional. Once again, working with our Chief Information Officer, please, let's get this out with the context. Let's tweet it out so we have that information. So as individuals begin to be concerned regarding their son or their daughter at that particular school, they're hearing it from us. Let's push out the phone call to our parents through the automated system, ensuring they understand this is the truth. This is the reality of that particular situation. Give me 1 second, please. I think I have covered anything, and I'd be happy to answer any questions and go into greater detail if need be.
I have 5 minutes. Anybody have any follow-up?
Yeah, I'd like to
Go
ask
ahead.
one. The last scenario, you talked about informing the media. What would you specifically do about how staff handles it, or you say having systems in place? What should be in place for that scenario?
A number of possible communications. So stems that could be used for the phone call home. Direct, clarifying statements. A gun has been secured. It is in the office. It was unloaded. Police are aware. Everyone
Can I
is
stop
safe.
you for a second? Okay, maybe I wasn't clear enough.
Oh.
What should the principal have done? And what should staff do when you have that situation?
Well, as the scenario reads, the gun, when the call comes in, the information comes to me, the gun has been collected. We have the gun. So it's a matter of ensuring that in a scenario like that, the principal does, the teacher brought the gun, the gun to the main office, I'm assuming, in the scenario. It is secured. It is locked away. The child is isolated with another adult in a room, never left alone. And then we wait for the police to arrive, and then we problem solve with the police regarding what the next steps would be.
Mrs. Justice
Thank
has
you
a
very much.
question.
So we're going to assume for a second I'm that board member that emailed you and said I wanted to meet at 2. And I just received a call from Peggy Poisel, and she said that it wasn't going to fit in your day, but that you wanted to have another time to meet. And now I'm at home and I'm having a cup of coffee, and I've just gotten my kids off to school, and I see on Facebook that a student brought a gun to school. I don't know how it got there. I don't know how it's there, right? So that's what happens in a small community, and everyone's going to see it, and we all get those phone calls. So tell me, where do board members fit in this? How do you communicate what's happening to us? And what's your expectation of how we behave beyond that moment?
Devil's in the details. So in my established structures and protocols as I began the conversation, it is a call to each of you. This is the information that's going out there. That goes back to something I said probably a number of times. You won't be in the blind. You will not ever be misinformed or not informed. This is, as scary as it is, a situation in which we need to get ahead of. We follow the process. We follow the protocol. In that protocol is contact the board members. That same, we found a gun at X school. It was unloaded. It is in the protection of the principal. Police are on the way. We will follow up. And this is standard operating procedure for me. These are established protocols that are ingrained in me for the last 25 years in working in Miami-Dade County Public Schools. So it is just following the process that's been established. Whenever an incident like this happens, we sit and we debrief and define would we have done anything different? We would have shifted or modified the practice in order to ensure that board members were informed, that the call went home to the parents. Did it take too long? Did the principal know exactly what to do in terms of following the process? So we learn as we implement to improve practice.
But my follow-up to that would be, then, if the systems break down, as can happen, how do you review the actions with your team and move forward through that?
So as It is a constant opportunity. And I don't want to mislead anything. Systems break. Adults, humans, make mistakes. It is working through, as you evaluate that process, why did they not know? Who, if anyone, needs to be held accountable? Was there a breakdown in the system because a assistant superintendent didn't follow the appropriate process? Or the principal didn't know the process? One of the principals only been there for 2 years, and we never have issues like that. But we never take the time, because we never have the issues, to review the process or the structure or the protocol. Well, whose fault is that? That's my fault. You need to be intentional, you need to be proactive, you need to be methodical. These are systems and structures that we never want to happen, but always need to be prepared when they do. So, and I say that being in charge of mental wellness in Miami-Dade County Public Schools, it is being very intentional on how we respond to issues when they occur, relying on the established structure that's in place.
Okay. Till we're finished with the scenarios.
What a great day.
It was only 9:15.
I know, right?
I mean, who knows what the rest of the day holds?
At this point, we have 25 minutes. We're going to just ask final questions from each board member. And so we will, I believe, nope, we started with you last, Dr. Schiff.
Sure. I've asked this to each of the candidates. I'm going to give you the same opportunity. Should you be selected for this position, you know you'll undergo an extensive background check. I'm sure you wouldn't want board members to be surprised by anything that we might find. Is there anything in that we might find out that you would want to take this opportunity to tell us or get in front of?
I think I'm open as transparent. Knowing where they look at, I can tell you a few things. I had a really good time at Florida State University. I had a few traffic tickets. Reality is, I lived in Tallahassee. My wife lived in Miami, so I wanted to hurry. Well, she was my girlfriend at the time. A few years ago, 6, 7 years ago, my wife and I made a decision to get out of a really, really bad mortgage, so that we were involved in litigation with that mortgage company. We settled, we resolved, and we were able to get out of that bad mortgage. Outside of that, which is action that I initiated, I think 75% of the time when it comes to credit score, I'm the one with the best score in the room. I'm good. I'm good.
I'll go you toe-to-toe on credit score.
Okay.
Just saying. Something else I've also asked candidates is, I'm sure you're familiar with the SWOT analysis. Tell me, from what you've seen in your last now 3 days in this county, what you see to be our particular strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, given what I understand has been a short venue, but I know you've done a tremendous amount of research.
Strength, people. I think everyone that I've come in contact with over the course of this time has really been a solid individual, really believes in the purpose and the power of this work. Weakness, setting expectation, empowering members of the organization to make decisions that they need to make in order to ensure that they can, in fact, make decisions and fail forward and learn from them. We need to establish trust. We need to ensure that as an organization, we are clearly setting expectation, supporting individuals in order to improve. Opportunities for improvement, setting expectation, defining specific outcomes, being intentional on how we use our resources. And when I say that, we have limited resources. We have limited human capital. This is an opportunity for us truly to evaluate and prioritize our initiatives and defining and aligning ourselves on the work that's going to be done in order to ensure we move the needle.
Thank you. It's now November 16th, 2025. You've been superintendent for 5.5 years. What does the district look like?
We are a nationally recognized district. Every school is an A. A has become the foundation or the minimum expectation regarding where we are as a district. People are coming in to see the innovative practices that we have established. They're coming in to look at our principal development program. They're coming in to look at the alignment between our strategic plan as well as our school improvement plans. We are a district that is self-sustaining in terms of developing innovative practices to improve instructional reality. We are a district that looks at classrooms
1 minute.
significantly different than any other nation. We've moved away in some cases from bell schedules. We're integrating curriculum and content where students are working together. We're asking students to embrace technology and use that technology to solve problems. We're asking students to communicate and connect with one another, to look at and not just solve problems, but define where we have problems.
Thank you very much.
A turn? Great. Thank you, Dr. Moore. During the one-on-one yesterday, I shared some of the strengths that I saw in you and some of the concerns that I had. It's been interesting through this process and interviewing 3 different candidates. You all share similar aspirations, and you all share similar backgrounds in your careers as far as being teachers and principals. Your leadership styles vary. You are an intense individual. I like it. I'm intense. I've been called intense before. And it doesn't bother me at all. But I've thought back to the careers that the other candidates have had as teachers and principals, and I can see them in those roles. There's a softness sometimes that I can see. And with you, I've thought back in your career, and I've looked at your resume as an exceptional education teacher and as a school counselor, and I just wanted to bring you back to that if I could. You got into education and special education for children. You asked me what was most important in a superintendent. You said 3 things, and I answered 1, loyalty to children. So if you could just talk a little bit about kids. Why do you like them? Why have you dedicated your life to this work? And how have you taken the lessons you've learned as a teacher and a principal? And how does that translate to inform your work as a superintendent here?
So let's talk about me being intense first.
I mean that in a very good way.
No,
Okay.
and it's fine, and it's not the first time that I heard it. I am driven by purpose. I have seen firsthand the power and purpose of this work. I have seen a student who really, literally was given up on by society. And as a result of my connection with him, to accept him where he is and establish a relationship with them. Work with them. Never give up with them. Constantly walk with them, whether it be to the cafeteria or whether you're walking around the school field over and over and over, to be persistent, to be real, to connect with them at their level. Allow them to put me to the test over time regarding, is this guy real? Is he really going to do what he says? And as a result of being persistent, being consistent, connecting with children and allowing them to really grow themselves as a result of their relationships with the other adults in a building, connecting to quality instruction. So when you talk about me and my connection or relationship with children, that's the only reason that I'm here. It is what drives me. It is what fuels me. Time and time again, I need to find myself in schools, connecting with students, speaking with students, to be reminded of this work that we do. When you see the power and purpose of this work, you want to be intense. You want every single adult in this organization to believe as you believe. You want every single member of this organization to go as far as you would go to be best by kids. So I can talk about kids all day long. And I would hope, as we've gone through this conversation, you know and you embrace this work for me is about being best by kids. So every kid, regardless of where they reside,
1 minute.
how much money is available to them, that we connect with them, we establish a relationship with them, we never give up on them, and we ultimately allow them to continually achieve and redefine their potential.
Thank you. All right, is that it?
Yes.
Mrs. Barrenborn?
Okay, I'm going to piggyback off of something that Dr. Schiff asked you. I'm going to be more specific. So have you ever been involved in litigation where you have been specifically named and had your professional judgment questioned?
No.
Okay. I have room for a couple more questions then.
Because that would have took more than 5 minutes to explain.
Have you ever been involved in passing a referendum? And how would you go about forming one and getting it passed?
I've been involved in passing 2 referendums, asking our community to tax themselves to fund the improvement of our facilities in Miami-Dade County Public Schools. I've been involved in a referendum to ask taxpayers to tax themselves in order to improve teacher pay in Miami and extend our offering in terms of school safety. I've had the opportunities to go out and participate in town hall meetings, speaking through why we want to tax ourselves and the benefits that it has to our community. I've had opportunity to sit in small forums and speak with small groups of individuals and have deep dialogue and conversations to address their particular concerns. I've had opportunities to work through a strategic plan on how to market, how to leverage support throughout the community leading up to the vote in terms of these 2 different referendums. So very experienced.
Great. Next question. Maybe enlighten us about your K-3 experience and why you think it's so important to focus possibly on those groups of kids.
To be very, very clear, K-3 is an opportunity to eliminate the problem. When we get students proficient at grade 3, the research is clear. The likelihood that they're going to find continued success as they move through the organization is significantly higher. Maximizing the opportunity that we have, and just not K-3 and pre-K as well, is significant. We need to ensure, and I'm very honest with you, some of the success that we've had in the district's turnaround offices in Miami is less to do with what we've done in grades 3, 4, and 5, and more about what we've done in K1 and 2. I will not come in and play a accountability game or a numbers game. I will ensure we have quality instruction at every grade level. I will ensure that in our pre-K program, we are working with community partners. When I say community partner, VPK programs, and offering our services and our expertise to them. They have our students. They're going to be our students. We're not competing against them just for students. We need to be working with them, providing opportunities for us to support them in the evaluation of their instruction, looking at outcomes.
Okay, one more question because I'm probably running close.
40.
Okay. If you are superintendent, who will evaluate the principals? And how will you organize data to do that?
Evaluation, I will evaluate principals. It will be an ongoing process. I will walk with principals. I will guide principals based on their need. I will develop opportunities for them to grow them as individuals. I don't believe observation is a once-a-year responsibility. I think we need to be very, very explicit. As I sit with you and go through where we are, our reality once a month, the same holds true with principals. And I've spoken a few times about these impact meetings. Thank you. About these impact meetings, sitting with principals. That's talking through their finances. That's talking through the implementation of their school improvement process. That's talking through their development. A district succeeds when you're investing in the members of that organization. I will be explicit in that investment and explicit in receiving the feedback regarding the growth. When it comes to the actual observation, I'm going to ask you to evaluate me based on outcomes. Evaluate me based on the improvement of student performance. I will do the same for principals. I will do the same for district staff. Everyone needs to have KPIs, key performance indicators aligned to the growth. We need to align our indicators, our evaluation, to growing outcomes for children.
Thank you.
Dr. Moore,
Absolutely.
regarding kindergarten, if you had a priority, I know that standards are very important, and meeting standards are critical, but just at the kindergarten level, what would be a choice for you? Play or iReady?
I think structured play is an opportunity to establish norms and establish conditions. In those early years, do not think it's not a priority to establish a child's relationship, their mental model, their perception of the schooling experience. I want to be very, very, very clear. Teaching and learning is extremely important. Establishing the perception, the self-confidence that a child has is a prerequisite for teaching and learning. I want children to come into school each and every single day, and I've said this before, feeling as if the weight of the world has fallen off their shoulders. We need to be intentional of how we teach children. iReady in kindergarten, since you said kindergarten, may not be the best plan of action. We may want to wait down the road before we do that. We want to establish and create conditions in which children feel safe. They understand the routines. We ensure that we're building and expanding their island of confidence on a daily basis.
Thank you. Why did you become a special ed teacher?
I have, well, let me just be real. I was that son, 4 brothers, where my mom had to really, really connect and engage with me. Not only am I intense, I go 100 miles an hour. So she had to ensure that her special son established the discipline to remain focused. And if it wasn't for her investment in me, I never would establish any island of confidence in a classroom. I shared to you earlier, my dad was a principal for 21 years. I spent every summer in his school, seeing him as a principal, connecting with children. And he had a large ESE unit at his school, and it was a 12-month program. Really sparked my interest in terms of this is something that's extremely, extremely valuable in terms of working with children. My goal really never was to be a principal. I fell into or grew up to being a principal because I was continuously frustrated. I was frustrated as a teacher because they wouldn't connect or believe in the purpose of schooling inside that classroom. So I thought, I'm going to be a counselor. When I became a counselor, I was frustrated because the quality of instruction wasn't good enough to meet the needs of all the children, which drove me to wanting to have influence over teachers. And it just continued to grow from there.
Thank you. This board is a very diverse board, as many boards are, obviously. We are a working board. Each one of us work very hard. We have very different opinions on things, but we respect each other in our capacities. One thing that we have shared is that
I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
I just swallowed my water.
Oh, no.
One thing that
Give her an extra 15 seconds.
yeah, that wasn't, we work very hard together. We respect
There we
each
go.
other. One thing that we have voiced is a desire to further our learning as a board and work towards master board training. Where do you see yourself as superintendent working with us in that capacity?
I think we're all going to be young in our roles. And I think we need to grow together. So connecting with the Florida School Board Association and seeking opportunities to grow ourselves in terms of seeking outside expertise regarding the relationship between a board and a superintendent is extremely important. So as I said it before, as an educator, we need to continually invest. As our individual relationships, we will have very structured conversations. I understand our passion. I come from a place of passion. We need to be able to be organizing ourselves that we, amongst our passion, they took some seconds from you, so I'm going to give them back. Amongst our passion, we're structured in protocol in order to ensure everyone is heard, everyone is valued, and we're making the best decision collectively and to being best by children in this district.
Thank you.
Okay. So in the very beginning, on the first day, you had opened up and made a strong statement that I couldn't agree with you more, is that one size fits none. Keeping that in mind, as a parent, I'm strongly, with 4 children, I believe in that. I strongly believe in that, and it even carries into me as a board member and with choice. So can you tell me your philosophy on choice and where it plays in public education?
I think we need to embrace a mentality of bring it on. As a district, we need to be marketing and selling the power and purpose of what is the best education in Indian River, which is the public school system. As a parent, we need to ensure that we had a diversified offering. If you look at the global demands of our economy, if you look at the percent of careers that our children will be engaging in for the rest of their lives, and the fact that most of those careers don't even exist yet, we need to be nimble and flexible in terms of the experiences we're offering our children. We are a small district, which provides opportunities for us to be significantly varying what we're offering. We just can't sit back and say, this is the public school system that you're going to go to for elementary school, then middle school, and then high school. We have to ensure when you're looking at industry certification, when you're looking at career themes and magnets, that they are diverse and they are relevant. In making difficult decisions, when an elective doesn't produce, or a CTE course doesn't produce a leg up or an advantage for a student when they receive that industry certification. That's being continuously evaluating our structures and systems. I speak about designing and investing in an innovative district, and that really is my desire. I think choice across the district is a unique opportunity really to achieve that. We have to shift and rethink collectively together the kinds of offerings that we're offering. And just not in middle school. I think a lot of times when people talk through choice and magnet, you're just thinking high school. Mm-hmm. We need to diversify the opportunities in elementary school. When our children in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade have talents and interest, we need to have something that meets that need.
Okay. One of my questions I did have for you, but Mrs. Justice touched on, I'm trying to visualize you in the setting with children because of the intensity. So if you could right now go back into, or if you went back into the classroom, what grade level would you go into, or what subject would you go into if you went back into the classroom?
So
Give
I
me a
was-
vision here.
I was a drama teacher in high school.
No.
Okay.
Yes, this is all in the public, of course, yes.
So he really was, no.
Oh, yeah.
I see your theater. I see your
Yeah,
theater.
Okay.
I really was. And to be very honest with you, anyone who, as people watch this video and they ask about, they're going to laugh when they hear that I'm intense. No, they're going to get that because they know my passion and purpose.
1 minute.
That they've seen me sitting on the ground or sitting on the curb with students, having those ongoing conversations, really connecting. I am student first. I am intentional when I go in schools. You'll never see me in a classroom. Go through my Twitter. Let that be the judge regarding, is this man connecting with children? Does he connect with children? Go through, stroll through and see. You'll see constantly me connecting with children, having conversations about their reality and the impact that we're having as a district. If you're asking where I would want to go back and teach, it would be 9th grade, and it would be reading. I think there are significant opportunities to improve the quality of instruction in how we teach reading. And it's not this rote systematic process. It's connecting children to meaningful, rich, deep literature. Thank you.
Okay. Very nice. That wraps up our round robin here of questions. At this time, we're going to give you 15 minutes to just have any closing remarks. And then if you had any questions for us as a board, you're more than welcome to ask us. So just don't ask me what subject I'd want to teach because it's not.
You can ask me what subject I teach.
I know. So as I reflect on the last 3 days, and I reflect on all of the research and homework that I have done regarding this district, I think you're looking for bold and courageous leadership. Someone who's not afraid to come in and make difficult decisions in the best interest of children. Someone who isn't afraid to be fired. Now, I'm prayerfully seeking for you to hire me, but I need for you to know I am willing to do everything that needs to be done in the best interest of children, to make decisions, whether they are popular or unpopular, that are in the best decision of children, that are in the best decision for children. When they're unpopular, taking the time to fully explain and vet and communicate why those decisions need to be made. Seeking opportunities to truly bring everyone to consensus within this particular community. I think you look for an instructional leader, someone who has the ability to understand what good instruction looks like, how it can be diversified and differentiated to meet the needs of all learners, ensuring students who are above the standards are provided multiple opportunities to participate in rigorous, rich, meaningful curriculum and content, as well as instruction for students who may be below the standard in terms of differentiating that instruction, meeting them where they are, and then scaffolding that instruction up in order to ensure those students meet proficiency and have opportunities to excel beyond proficiency. I think you need someone who has the understanding to operationalize initiatives, to maximize the resources that are available to them. There are limited resources in this district. You need someone who has the ability to define priorities, bring individuals together, and help them with everything that they're responsible for, define their own priorities, align our priorities together, align the energy of the resources of this district to begin to move the needle. I think this district has everything that it needs to be an A. I think that's a low expectation for this district. I think every school in this district should be an A. Every school in this district should be an A. when I step back and I look to where Miami-Dade County Public Schools was just 5 years ago and where it is today, you need someone who's done the work. You need someone who understands how to operationalize and design a district to ensure we're maximizing performance at all schools. Just not someone who can talk about it, someone who's been a part of a team that is nationally recognized for their growth and their performance. As evidenced by the NAEP scores that just came out a few weeks ago, the only national comparison, the nation's report card, which data-driven result indicate that Miami-Dade County Public Schools #1 in the nation in NAEP scores for 4th grade reading and math. #1 in closing the achievement gap as well. That's not an accident. That's being strategic. That's investing in individuals. That's building sustainable practices. It is a point of pride for me because of the schools that I oversee. I look at the opportunity in this district. I look at the folks in the district, and I continue to be encouraged. I continue to be excited. I think the district needs a strategic thinker, someone who has the ability to think through and identify deeply thought out plans regarding where we need to go as a district. I think you need someone who has the ability to bring people together, to connect them in purpose, to empower them to take chances, to fail, but fail forward. And then I'll pick you up, I'll brush you off, we'll learn from the mistakes that we made, and then we'll move forward. And professionally, the success that I've had that's been well documented isn't really about me. It's about all those people coming together that I'm charged to lead, uniting them in passion, uniting them in purpose, ensuring they have what they need in order to go out and be best by the students within the county that I'm currently at. So as I evaluate everything that is Indian River County, I become excited. I remain fully committed to serving as superintendent. But I can't extend that commitment beyond the vote that you make in a few hours. But if you're asking, am I the right person? Am I too, what's the word you used?
Kind, patient.
Soft.
I said, am I too? And you said kind and patient. So let's back. No, am I kind? Yes. Am I patient? Yes. I am persistent. I do have a high expectation. I am driven by the purpose and power of this work. I know how I come on. But I guarantee you, with my hands on the head of my 2 children and all the love I have for my wife, I am about kids. I am driven to do this work for all the right reasons. If you to get in your car and drive down to Miami and talk to my teams and talk to the people who I have the opportunity to be in service of as their leader, they'll bend over backwards. They feel valued. They feel respected. They know that they are creators of their reality, and they have significant voice in how they do the work that they do, and they're empowered to do that work. Never wanted to be a superintendent. Never wanted to be a principal. But when you see what I have seen and you see the purpose of this work, the impact of this work, I honestly said when I opened up that a burden was birthed in my heart to identify the conditions that were at that alternative school. to replicate them so all students in all schools have the opportunity to be exposed to that impact, that's why I'm here. And with all the success and all the things that I have accomplished, I am asking to serve as superintendent of this county. Not for the short time, not for a few years, but for the long haul. And I can think of no better way of starting a relationship than making a commitment and making a promise. That I am here for all the right reasons. I am here to be in service of this community, in service of the children in this community, connect and partner with you in doing this work. You have validated to me that as I am intense, as are you. As I believe in the purpose and power of this work, as do you. You do not shy away from saying what is on your minds, all of you. And I respect that, and I honor that. And I can think of no greater board to work for than 5 young ladies who are willing to stand up.
That was
I'm going in for the cell right now. Don't I go? I'm saying it. The 5 young ladies who are willing to stand up, demand the absolute most from their superintendent. I don't shy away. We are like-minded. We will be connected in doing this work. And I look forward to connecting and engaging with you to ensure that Indian River County truly is an opportunity where each student is provided with transformational impact. So I thank you for your time. Once again, humbly request your consideration. The last 3 days, although it has been exhausting, has been absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So that wraps up this round. Board members, let's come back at 3:30. Let's take about a 13-minute break. 24-hour break. 13. to order.
I totally.
It is 3:34. We are in the final phase right now. It's Saturday, November 16th. This is a special school board meeting. We just finalized our superintendent interviews. And at this time, we do have citizen input. And I have two individuals that have signed up to speak. And I'm going to have them please come up to the podium. And first we have Mr. Barefoot and then Mr. Oglethorpe. Welcome and thank you for participating in the audience and being here both the days.
It was interesting. First of all, I'd like to thank you all. I know it's a lot of work. I'd like to thank you, Monica, and your partner. You obviously provided some great candidates, and I think that you all make good use of the time, and I'm sure you've got 3 exhausted candidates waiting to find out what's next. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. Some of the words I'm going to use you've heard today. I've been around schools for a long time, not so much in them. Fortunately, I was able to get in and out, but I think I've been on the board of independent schools a total of 15 years, but St. Ed's here, K through 12 and K through 12 in New Jersey. I'm on the board of the highest performing high school public high school in Vermont. And then, as some of you know, I was president of Babson for 7 years. I was on that board and as chair for many. So one of the things that, that I've learned, there's probably no more difficult organization to deal with leadership decisions than educational institutions. There's none that have more constituents. If you're running a big business, you've got credit ratings and Wall Street analysts and all that stuff, shareholders. When you're running whether you're the superintendent or the president or a board, you've got a lot of constituents. You've got the students, the parents, governance, the community, in this case, maybe not alumni. You've got politics, and of course, everybody's got an opinion. So it's difficult. And leadership becomes critical. Leadership is one of those attributes or quality characteristics. The military's been studying it for 200 years, and I don't know anybody that's yet been able to define leadership. Because we all look around, and we all have a different expectation or perhaps definition of what a good leader is. But one thing we know for sure, if you take it for granted, and then it's not there, it becomes very obvious. So within that vein, I think the opportunity that you all have, and whoever you select, is really about as good as it gets. This district is small, relatively speaking. The chance to really do something different, to really differentiate Indian River County School District from many others, is right before you, because with the right choice, you're going to be able to do a lot of things that it's much more difficult to do in a large organization. You need a leader that's transformative. And I don't want you to think that I'm advocating for any one person, because you'll hear words that you've heard before. I mean, I have a choice. I'm sure each of you have a choice, but that's not what I'm here to tell you what it is. I'll be happy to tell you if you want to know. But transformation, the word innovation, that's what will lead you to get the kind of lofty distinction you would like to have. That the opportunity's there. If I were to give you a tagline, a year or two down the road, when you said Indian River County School District, maybe the tagline that I would choose for you would be innovation is our tradition. That you innovate, you hire somebody, you work with that person, you give them the tools, the resources, the support, not just dollars and cents, but human capital, you, the community, and then look behind you a year from now, you know what? We're a real innovator. We're a leader. And use the tagline. It's now a tradition in this district that we're innovators. So I hope that when you make your selection, you pick the person that you think, and by the way, failure is part of success, and you all know that. You learn more from failures than you ever learn from successes. So when you deliberate and you decide, I would just ask you to look for 2 or 3 quality characteristics. One, the person's got to have the guts to do things that may not work. Now, if they do too many things that don't work, you're going to get a new superintendent. But don't be afraid to hire someone. Don't make the safe choice. Make the choice, the person that's got the guts, the style to be innovative, and that you can stand behind. Because there's going to be times when he or she's going to need your support, because there will be controversy. If you don't give them support, and you've all lived through the last couple of years, and all I did was read about it in the paper. Sometimes the paper's accurate, sometimes it's not. But I think that transformation, innovation are the key words when you look at the people that you've spent the last 3 days with. Who you think of the 3 finalists has got the best chance of producing the kind of results that are before you. So I wish you well, and I thank you very much for your time and effort and your devotion to the kids.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bear.
Mr. Oglethorpe? Thank you for being here today.
Well, my pleasure. I wish I could have been here Thursday, but I was out of the country, unfortunately. So I think many of you know I'm very passionate about education. I've been involved in higher education, served on boards of universities, et cetera, been on independent school boards. And for the last 10 years, I've devoted much of my life and fortune to try to make this a great school system, primarily focusing on early education. The thing is that I've been through, in that 10-year period, 3 superintendents in that 10-year period. We've got to get it right this time. We can't continue on like this. This is just not a decision of getting a superintendent today. The superintendent we select here today is going to determine what Indian River County is going to be for the next generation. Seriously. We've got a great art center here. We've got a great hospital now. We've got a great museum. We've got a wonderful community. And the thing that's missing is a great school system. And if we can get this right, we will be a tremendously great community. We know that a great school system attracts economic development. It attracts money. It brings people in. We are seeing people moving out of Connecticut, New York, New Jersey because of taxes. If we can make this a great school system, we will bring that wealth into Indian River County. We have poverty in this county. 70% of the K through 3 are in poverty, 70%. We've got to change that situation. And selecting this school system, school superintendent can help us change that situation. So I think it's vitally important that we get that right. I think you've got a tough decision in front of us. Personally, I have a bias. I can tell you, just like probably Brian can too, this bias. But the point of the matter is that we need somebody who's articulate, who can come and convince this community that he is on the right path, that he's locked in with the school board, that he's united with the people that work with him. That's key. Having that ability to generate trust back again into this community is vital. We have lost that trust over the last year. Get this thing going right. So look at who can innovate. Who's had experience of doing that? Because it is going to take innovation as we go forward in the new economy. And the only way we're going to go from where we are today is innovation, trying, and doing it. And we've had that experience here, and we've seen growth occur in this school district because of innovation here. Let's keep it going. Thank you very much for all your time, effort, and attention. I can't imagine all you've been going through on this thing. My hat's off to all of you. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So at this point, we're going to take guidance from Dr. Brown on what the next step in this process should look like. So if you'd like to talk through this with us.
So, well, first of all, again, thank you all for your efforts today, yesterday, and Thursday. It's been a long 3 days, and I hope that you feel that you've gotten to know the finalists enough to be able to make a decision. Again, we started on Thursday when I said to you, I hope that you tell me it's a tough decision, because that means that you had great candidates from which to choose. But now it's time. It's time to make our decision. And we can think about it in terms of, we may never really know each candidate fully. That's impossible. But this the school board has engaged in a longer and more deliberate attempt to get to know the finalists than any with whom I've ever worked. You all have dedicated yourselves individually and as a group. You've opened up your school district for the tours, for your candidates to get to know them. So in addition to you putting in the time, the candidates, the finalists, have put in time and effort, and now really it's about who's the best fit. As a former superintendent, as someone who works with school boards really all up and down the East Coast, I will tell you that I don't think you can go wrong. You have 3 experienced people. You have 3 people who have great potential. However, you have to determine who is the best fit for the county, but also who is the person with whom you feel you can partner, both individually and as a group, to make the changes that you think are necessary. So those are the criteria that I'd like you to consider as I ask you, and you're going to look at me and not want to do this, but I want you to rank, do the technique one more time. And this is what I suggest. I would like you to do the technique one more time, the Delphi technique. Put your name on the top of the sheet. Put your number in the column that corresponds with your district. I will do the tallying. It will be much shorter this time because we have fewer candidates. If we come with a 5-0 top candidate, we're done. You can direct me to begin the background search and Mrs. Agresta to start the negotiation process. Maybe we'll do that. If we aren't done, then what I would suggest, if we can eliminate 1, maybe bring it down to 2, and then discuss the candidates. And just like our public has been doing, what I would suggest is that we not use names, but just talk about why we put, what qualities of our top person made them the top person, to see if anybody can sway just a little bit. And then we'll do it again. But let's get through the first round first, see where we are. But just know that if we can't come to 5-0 right away, I do have a plan to move us forward. In addition to that, I would like to remind the board that your best superintendent candidates will not want to work for a split board. They want to know that when they come here, even if maybe they weren't your first choice on Thursday or Friday or even the beginning of today, that you are willing to work with the majority to support that person's candidacy. And it sends a message to your constituents, to your staff, and to one another that you're willing to work together to make positive change. Having said that, I am passing around 5 sheets. Please put your
Dr.
name
Brown,
on
can I
the
ask a question?
Sure.
Even if we have a 5-0 vote at the very beginning, could we all make a statement?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think we need one more.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
This is Rosario.
I
I'll
can't
take you.
count. Is that? It's the little thing.
Which one's it back?
Five.
you doing Saturday last year at this time? Right?
What's today, November? Oh, I know exactly what I was doing. No, not last year.
That's
I know, 'cause it was right
I
after
know what
the
I was doing
election.
5 years ago.
Remember? That's a debriefing with.
No, you know what I know 5 years ago, because it's on Facebook, I was riding in the Smart Ride from Miami to Key West.
Who is using a pencil?
Oh, I forgot to put my district on there.
You, this is.
Sorry.
Okay. And what district are you?
4.
Oh, I
put my
think I forgot to
district
put
either.
my district too.
We got you. We got it.
I put my name on my paper. I ask my kids that all the time. Every night when I check homework, I'm like, Griffin, David,
Do you know
Justice.
what? If it was a golf
What are you
scorecard,
missing?
I would be DQ'd. Don't you think that's a ridiculous rule?
That if you don't put your name on it?
Yeah.
Well, if you don't put your name on it, then it could be anybody.
And you know
The
what's
name's
interesting?
If you don't sign it.
My son doesn't have to put his name because he's the only kid in his class. He just has to put the date. And I'm like a stickler for dates. 'cause
Yeah,
that's
they
how
put
I
name and
organize
date.
all
Yeah,
his
yeah.
work.
And what I was doing last year, I don't remember this exact day, but I was hyperventilating because in 3
Because
days
he's
I was
going
going
to
to be
need 2 months older.
inaugurated. I know. And I was hyperventilating about that process.
All right, we will change.
Number,
I
date,
know.
period.
That.
There will be a change in his curriculum.
That's true. I'll do that. I'll tell him you said so.
Right?
Yeah, he would.
do it, right?
I know.
Nancy's making me do this.
Dr. Brown.
I am pleased to announce that you have a 5-0.
Yes.
Oh my
Wow. Wow.
Serious?
Yeah.
Go us.
Go us.
That's not amazing.
I'm asking, I'm asking,
Well, obviously, it's whoever we all put as our top choice.
Say it,
No, hold on. Hold
Oh,
on.
come on.
I like
I'm
the
going
comment.
to ask Mrs. Zork to make a motion to allow Mrs. D'Agresta to begin the negotiation process and the background check for my organization with Dr. David Moore.
Are we allowed to applaud?
I hear in the back, yes, yes.
Can Mrs. Zork make the motion? As the chair, you can't, it would have to be the vice chair or someone else to do that.
We need a picture, we need a picture.
I move that we direct our board attorney, Ms. D'Agresta, to enter into negotiations with Dr. David Moore.
I second.
Why are you crying?
I'm not crying. I'm just happy. I'm not crying. My eyes are
Okay.
just watering.
Are we voting?
But I think we have to vote.
I'm just.
Please, there's a motion on the table.
Yes, there's a motion. We need to
Okay,
follow
I'm
Robert's
sorry.
rules.
Okay. Would you like to speak
I would
to
like
my-
to speak to
Thank
my
you.
motion, Mrs. Zork, and I think all board members would probably like to speak to the motion. We were tasked with the idea of finding the best fit. And that was such an interesting thought to me, because when I thought about who the next leader of this district should be, it wasn't just about the right fit, but it needed to be about who was going to take us to help us to become who we needed to be, to do what was right for our students. I have said before as a board member, I try to put every decision through the lens of what's best for students, and it occasionally does, it most of the time actually does make very complicated decisions such as this one, very simple. Today, Dr. Moore was intense but passionate. He's an innovator. I do believe that he's going to challenge all of us, our students, our teachers, our staff, our school board, to think bigger and better and to do right by students. I'm excited to welcome him to the School District of Indian River County, and can't wait to start the work with him.
And who seconded it?
Dr. Shea.
Dr. Shea?
So in the course of this process, each day I've been at a different point in where I think I'm landing. And Dr. Brown and I talked about this, and we talked about data points. And Thursday was one data point, Friday was another data point, and today was another data point. Dr. Moxley and I had a conversation yesterday. I'm going to repeat something you said to me because it was really good and it really helped the lens through which I was listening today. That we were meeting about something else. Dr. Moxley said to me that when she became a superintendent, the advice she was given, I may get this not exactly right, but It'll be close, I'm paraphrasing. But the advice she was given by her then mentor, or the person who was helping her become a superintendent, was she said, it's not about you. It's not about what you can do, and it's not about the trajectory of your career. It's about the district. And as soon as you make it about you, you will not be successful as a superintendent. It's about what you're there in a position to serve the district, and that always comes first. And I was listening through those ears today, and I was listening through those ears to the candidate's response today. And some of the questions I asked were specifically designed to elicit a response that was going to help me understand that. What I found was that Dr. Moore today persistently said things that echoed that. He said it wasn't about him. He said it was about furthering the district. He said it was about innovation and transformation for the district. And I was listening for that today. That, among other things, persuaded me for why I voted the way I did. There were other things as well. I think he stands out. I think you rightly brought out his intensity. As a native New Yorker, I respond well to intensity, but I know that not everybody does. And I think that's something that we will all learn to work with together, and we will help shepherd through the community, because I still believe that, I do believe that he will transform this district to reach the potential. And I loved his answer to what do we look like in 5 years. And it was like on the tip of his tongue, was right there. So I really thank my fellow board members with whom I've walked through this process. Again, I said this the other night, but from where we were a year ago to our capacity to come together and make decisions now is transformational. We are a different board, and I am excited about entering into the process with this board, with our new superintendent, and I am delighted and honored to work with each and every one of you and with Dr. Moore.
Wonderful. Thank you. Ms. Rosario?
I agree. I know we've had our differences, and I know as a board we've all, I think, taken this from different angles, but I know and trust that you've all done as much work in the background as I have. I know that it's come out that it looks like we're rushing this decision, but I'm going to tell you, and I've told people that have said that to me, they don't understand the work that we do behind the scenes, because we can't talk about it together. And so all those phone calls, and I'm going to tell you, my phone bill this month is horrible, I'm sure. But I will say the feedback that I was able to receive helped me to really get to know these candidates. And the last 3 days solidified that. I have to speak to the other two candidates for a second, because I want to just give them kudos. This was not easy. I'm shocked that, well, I'm not shocked we had a 5-0 on the candidate that we selected, but I will say this. I waffled back and forth in the last 24 hours. And, you know, a lot of it wasn't because somebody would call me and sway me one way or send me something that would sway me a different way. It was because I was really looking at those minute differences between the candidates. And again, what you said, they had to fit our needs. Little things like, what experience do they have pre-K to 3? You know, that's a passion of mine. What experience do they have in providing choice for kids and supporting choice? So what I'm going to say is, you know, they're both going to be superintendents somewhere. They are. And I look forward to seeing them someday in their role that way. But I also like to say I'm looking forward to going through school board governance with all of you. And I'm looking forward to doing it with the new superintendent, because I think that we as a board have been criticized about how we have undermined it at times. And not that we have, but that's been a criticism. And I'd like to say to our fellow reporters in the room, we all need to be on the same page with positivity and moving this district in the right direction. If we're going to be nationally recognized for change and innovation, we need our community behind us 100%. And we need the people that buy ink by the barrel to also be part of that innovative change. And I wish that they would help us do that, because I think that we can only toot our own horns so long, but we need help with that, and our whole community is working together to help us do that, and I'm looking forward to them helping us as well.
Well said.
Thank you.
Well said.
I thank you.
Order in the court, no, in the room.
Wow, I don't even know where to begin. I am just where I was yesterday. I think the 90-day presentations really took me full circle where I thought I was going to, in terms of the candidate, where I thought I was going to lead, just turned out not to be that case, obviously. I was very impressed with Dr. Moore's 90-day plan. I was particularly interested in the question about how did you get to 90 days, and his thoughtfulness on that was pretty accurate. That was pretty spot on for me in terms of work days, right? Not including Saturdays and Sundays. That I thought, I didn't even think about that. I just thought he just threw in an extra month just because he wanted to be maybe stand
Onboarded
apart
earlier.
from the rest. Yeah. But I thought that that was pretty impressive. There were a lot of things that I liked about Dr. Moore. The pre-K and K question about iReady and Play has weighed heavy on me. Very simply, I think that was my tipping point. In addition, for me, was the question that Mrs. Justice, when she opened up the door for the intensity, right, the character of intensity, I think the one-on-one that I had with him yesterday, I saw that softer side, so that opened up the opportunity for us to discuss it. And when I then followed up with why special ed, I think that that just kind of sealed the deal for me. Because being in an interview seat, it is very intense. It's very grueling for anyone, and I could personally probably never go through this process of being, interviewing for a superintendent and being in the public eye this way. It's just, I would just be a nervous wreck. I mean, I was a nervous wreck in running for election, but this is a very difficult process, and I was willing to look past what we were receiving from this end, yet at the same time, the other candidates, as you mentioned, as Mrs. Barenborg mentioned, the other candidates did phenomenal as well. There were just some very small little tipping points for me, like I said, that just sealed the deal. And globally, on the grand scheme, there was a question that was asked of him, and he answered, we're all going to be working together. We're all going to be new. I think it was, we're all new at this, but we're all going to work together and grow together. I thought that that was pretty joining, pretty collaborative, and there's a willingness to see a little humility there that I struggled doing the Delphi method. I struggled with it because I wasn't quite sure. I want to make the right decision for the district, and not that I don't think he wasn't. I just think that it's a very, very, very hard decision for me as a board member, because I don't want to lead the district in the wrong direction. So I am very happy that we have met consent, that we are all on the same page, because if we weren't, oh my gosh, the weight over my shoulders just kind of released. Having that conversation about I wasn't ready to have that kind of conversation. So I'm glad that we were all on the same page, 5-0. Dr. Brown, I just want to thank you and your work with HYA. Originally, we all know that I was the only board member who wasn't on board, essentially. I wanted to go with another organization. That did not mean that I did not want to pull together with the board members and be all on the same page. Your work has been impeccable, and the dedication that you have shown in being here and being with the candidates and ensuring that the processes are in place along with Dr. Moxley and Nancy and Miss Peggy and everybody else who took the tours. I mean, it's just been a wonderful collaboration to see unfold before our eyes, and I'm just very pleased with all of the work. So thank you very much for everything that you have done. I think I would definitely highly recommend HYA
Thank you.
for the
Thank
future.
you. I
So,
appreciate that.
it makes a big difference. Mrs. Zork, I want to thank you for leading the meetings and for doing a good job.
Thank you.
Kudos to you, because it's also, your introductions and allowing, and you're just doing a very good job, Mrs. Zork, so
Well, thank you, Mrs. Rosario.
you're welcome.
Not to make this about me,
3
but,
minutes.
excuse me?
3 minutes.
Okay. Not to make this about me, but with Dr. Moore, I think he had me at young lady.
Yeah.
I wasn't quite sure, and then when he called me a young lady, I'm like, he really can see.
He didn't have his glasses on.
No, I think as all of you, going through this process, reading on paper, I think there were the three that really stood out that we chose to have for our final interviews. Top-notch candidates, all very well qualified, very well presented very well, great futures, dynamic individuals. The first day I come in, I was leaning toward one candidate, and then yesterday after the interviews, I went home last night thinking, I know, I had my mind set. And today, going through this process, listening to the candidates and being open today, I heard some things that I didn't hear before, and it really resonated within me. And something that Dr. Moore said that really touched me, and it is so true in our positions, is he said, "I'm not afraid to be fired." We need someone that's willing to come in here, make tough decisions, and not afraid of, what's this group going to say or what's that group going to say, and try and play the politics. I think those days need to be past us. Just the right thing for kids that needs to be done. And I think, that stood out to me. When I look ahead as a mom, I'm thinking, I want this to be a transformational district of innovation, that our kids are 21st century world-class education. With Dr. Moore, I see he has that. If we give him that trust here, just run with it. We want to jump on board with your vision. I want to be there. I want to be the board member that supports him and pushes him, because I want that for our kids. And so he really, I was very impressed today by some things that he said, and it really touched some of the areas that I might have been concerned with before or hadn't even thought of. And so, it was emotional whenever we announced 5-0, because, that says a lot. That says that not only in my heart did I make the right choice, but together, we're moving into this together. And I know with Dr. Moxley, we were all right there on the same page, and look how wonderful that's turned out. And I just, it's just such a sense of relief that it was a tough year, but I just have so much excitement about what's to come, right? I'm just excited. So that's all I have to say.
Can I make a comment about that, Dr. Moxley? I brought up the mentoring thing because I really feel like, when I was a principal, I had a mentor. As a matter of fact, I called my mentor yesterday because my mentor works in one of the districts that we were just looking at. And to me, that was a sounding board for me, and it was a person I could talk to that I didn't have, my supervisor didn't have a conversation with me. It was a mentor. And I know in the next couple months, you're going to be, or month and a half or whatever it is, you're going to be mentoring this person. And I know that he also expressed that he would like to reach out to you as well. So that's something I'd like to talk to us about, continuing that mentorship if that's possible. The other thing I will tell you is this, that a school district, a high-performing school district, is better if you leave the superintendent in place for a long time. And, you know, when boards change, people get frustrated and they want their own. And we've been accused of that. So I think what we need to really look at this is, you know, we need to support this person so they are successful and that they will continue for years.
Absolutely. Sorry, because I know we
No.
all want to go home. But I want to respond to that, and I want to say one other thing. You, Mrs. Justice, asked me when we were deciding questions, and I said one of the things I was particularly looking for was some of the equity and diversity conversation. I heard things in Dr. Moore's ability to speak about that. I heard things in Dr. Licata's ability to speak about that, all the candidates. But there were things he said, the way we all listen. Mrs. Barenborg identified the K-3 lens that she was listening through, and I know she listens through a STEAM lens. We all listen through a different lens. And I heard him say things early on that were the right answers. And I'm happy to go through them. I just don't want to belabor it right now. But one of the very first things that he said, and I can't remember the question right now, but one of the very first things that he said was how he transformed that in Miami was that immediately everybody got cultural competence and implicit bias training in the district. And he realized the necessity of elevating how we listen to each other in that. There were a number of other things that he said, but he caught my attention early on.
And what you're speaking of is when we were first deciding, and perhaps not even, when we were first talking about, you know, what questions were we going to ask on that Friday, and I said, you know, I am going to rely on my fellow board members.
Right.
You had some good questions. I watched the way you listened to the answers. And when you had a question that wasn't asked, I wanted to make sure that that question was asked because it was an important question. So I've learned as much through this process about each other, about our priorities, and I think it's going to make us a stronger board going forward. And I agree with Mrs. Zork. I think there will be controversy ahead. I do believe that we're going to change some things, and change is sometimes uncomfortable. But I think if we all come together and we support each other, we support this superintendent and our teachers and our students and our families, and they can believe and trust in us, then the possibilities are endless for what we can do in changing education in Indian River County. So it's exciting. I'm excited to be a part of it.
Well, and to that, what I really liked about this process was the questions I had written down. If I wasn't the first one to ask, somebody else was asking. We were clearly listening and hearing a lot of the same things, which was gratifying, frankly.
It was.
To your point, Mrs. Barenborg, about the longevity and the importance of longevity of a superintendent. He's not elected every few years, we are. Something that also goes along with the longevity of a superintendent is that the board changes a lot too, and the ability of a board to come together in what, you know, a year is not a very long time. The ability of a board to come together, the ability of a board to work together is also significant. And the boards that are the most successful and that are held out as being exemplary boards by particular standards are generally, though not always, but are generally the ones who have worked together for a long time, but who have learned how to work together successfully. And I acknowledge the ability that we have found within a year, a relatively short time, to work together. But I think the strength of the district comes from our ability as a team. It's a team of a board. It's a team with a superintendent. The superintendent has a team of his cabinet and everybody in the district. And I think how we build team, whether or not it's this team or another team moving forward, matters. And I am gratified by our capacity to build that moving forward. And I'm looking forward to, however that turns out over the next however many years, that whenever anybody new is brought into this team, they are a part of a team. And they're a member of a team. And I am grateful that we have been able to initiate that process.
Okay. All right. We need to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Absolutely, aye.
Any opposed? Vote
So was
carries
that the vote
5-0.
vote, or
That's
do
a
we
vote
still have to
vote.
come
That's the
back on
vote
the
for,
20th?
that's the vote for, to begin negotiations and to do the extended background check.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
For
No,
Dr.
that's good.
David Moore. Okay.
Okay.
Good work. Thank you. It's been a long couple of weeks, actually a couple of weeks. We've been working on this a lot. I want to say thank you to Dr. Moxley, having her guidance through this, just her wisdom to bounce some questions off of, and having her here. I think you've been classified as Saint Susan, the angel. In the cafeteria, you were Susie, right? So we appreciate you, Dr. Moxley, so much, and appreciate.
And you're
And
not
then-
going yet.
And then, yes.
Just had a clarifying question
Okay.
when you're done.
Okay. And yes, I want to also extend my gratitude to Dr. Brown and Dr. Adams for bringing us such strong candidates and helping us through this process. We really appreciate all your time and patience with us as we're learning and moving through it. So we appreciate all your work. And Mrs. Esplin, who's been behind the scenes working on this, and also Mrs. Poisel, who's not here, and Kristen Maddox. And the staff's really been and definitely Chris and Brandon.
Our sound
Thank
guy.
you.
In the sound booth.
So, did you? Go ahead.
Just a question. The board really has not done any in-depth discussion with regard to contract negotiations. You established a salary range, which is fine. We also have a superintendent employment agreement that we've used in the past. I'm assuming we'll use that as the base and kind of go from there. If there was some specific direction you wanted to give me, but otherwise I will reach out to Dr. Moore, and if he has legal counsel, and just begin the discussion of timing and what he needs to get himself here into Indian River County.
I trust that the chair and you, Suzanne, will do a wonderful job in contract negotiations and, and move that forward. At what point will that come back to us? What would be the next step?
Well, you have indicated you want to approve a contract in your meeting in November, which is the 26th. So that's my goal, is to get something, hopefully before that date, but to get a contract to you by November 26th.
Okay.
Can I clarify? The goal is to get a contract to us by the 26th, but is that something we will be able to see and review prior to the 26th?
I certainly hope that I can get it to you before the day of the board meeting, absolutely. But next week will be the week that I get with Dr. Moore and his legal counsel and get it done.
I have a question. Are we, as a board, are we looking to fill the position still January or before January? I'm okay with January. I just wanted to put it out there because I think that's going to make a difference when you negotiate the contract, when start date would be.
I feel like Dr. Moore's going to start tomorrow. Officially, yes, but I mean, I think he's made it fairly clear that.
I can't do tomorrow.
Well, he may need to
Dr.
give
Moore-
notice to his job too. I mean, he may need to give, transition. He may need, I'm not so, I'm
right
okay with
here.
January 1st.
He's already told us what he's going to do. And I talked to him yesterday when he would be ready to come. And so phase 1, onboarding, he said he's ready December 2nd to start working with Dr. Moxley.
And the discussion that I was anticipating having with Dr. Moore and also with Dr. Moxley is, when can Dr. Moore physically have boots on the ground here in Indian River? A period of time for transition with Dr. Moxley as the seated superintendent,
Right.
and Dr. Moore as more a consulting role, which we have done in the past. We've just paid them at an hourly rate, a consulting hourly rate for a transition period of time. We would then establish the date where that would switch, and Dr. Moore would then become the seated superintendent. And then the discussion with Dr. Moore and Dr. Moxley would be, is there any then a couple of days or hours after that period of time where there would be additional transition or mentoring with Dr. Moxley? So those are the discussions that we would narrow down and kind of seal into agreements.
Given everything that we've seen today and what we know, I would like for Dr. Moore to start in that capacity as soon as possible. So if December 2nd, he can begin to work side by side with Dr. Moxley with a start whenever is determined on his own would be, that I would like to see that happen. I see no reason to wait.
Right, and because we have, and Dr. Moxley had expressed, she went ahead and signed up for the superintendent VADS conference. It's coming up the same time that we have ours, and that's that week, and she signed up knowing that we might have that new superintendent that could take that place, so he can actually join us for that conference, which I
wonderful.
think,
We can write that into the contract.
I think it would be wonderful.
Great, yeah.
How exciting to be able to return back to FSBA with a new superintendent, a combined school board working together. It'll be a wonderful professional learning activity for us.
It's a great day for Indian River County.
all right, anything else?
Thank you.
Is
That's
that
helpful.
it?
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Let's see, put my glasses on here so I can make sure I have everything. Nope, I think that is it, and with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn at 4:20. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.